Chapter 6, Part 2 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6, Part 2. "My poor children," he said, "we will try our best to bring her round. You know that I never put on grand airs before you, so I tell you frankly that I can say nothing. But it seems to me that there is, at any rate, no immediate danger." Then he left the house, having ascertained that Lazare had a supply of tincture of digitalis. The prescription simply ordered some applications of this tincture to the patient's legs, and a few drops of it to be taken in a glass of sugar and water. This treatment, said the doctor, would suffice for the moment. He would bring some pills with him in the morning. It was possible, too, that he might make up his mind to bleed her. Pauline went out with him to his gig in order to ask him to tell her the real truth. But the real truth was that he did not dare to say one thing or the other. When she returned into the kitchen, the girl found Lazare re-perusing the prescription. The mere word digitalis had made him turn pale once more. "Don't distress yourself so much," said Veronique, who had begun to pare some potatoes, as an excuse for remaining where they were and hearing what was said. "The doctors are all croakers, and surely there can't be much the matter when they can't tell you what it is." They began to discuss the question round the bowl into which the cook was cutting the potatoes, and Pauline appeared to grow a little easier in her mind. She'd gone that morning to kiss her aunt, and had found her looking well. A person with cheeks like hers could not surely be dying. But Lazare went on twisting the prescription with his feverish fingers. The word digitalis blazed before his eyes. His mother was doomed. "I'm going up again," he said at last. As he reached the door, he seemed to hesitate, and turned to his cousin and asked, "Won't you come? Just for a minute?" Pauline then seemed to hesitate in her turn, and finally murmured, "I'm afraid she mightn't be pleased if I did." And so, after a moment of silent embarrassment, Lazare went upstairs by himself, without saying another word. When Lazare, for fear lest his father should be disquieted by his absence, appeared again at luncheon, he was very pale. From time to time during the day a ring of the bell summoned Veronique, who ran up with platefuls of soup, which the patient could scarcely be induced to taste. And when she came downstairs again, she told Pauline that the poor young man was growing perfectly distracted. It was heartbreaking, she said, to see him shivering with fever by his mother's bedside, wringing his hands and with his face racked by grief, as though he every moment feared that he should see her torn from him. About 3 o'clock, as the servant came downstairs once more, she leant over the balustrade and called to Pauline, and as the girl reached the first-floor landing, she said to her, "You ought to go in, mademoiselle, and help him a little. So much the worse if it displeases her. She wants Monsieur Lazare to turn her round, and he can only groan without daring to touch her, and she won't let me go near her." Pauline entered the room. Madame Canteau lay back, propped up by 3 pillows, and, as far as mere appearances went, if it had not been for the quick, distressful breathing which set her shoulders heaving, she might have been keeping her bed from sheer idleness. Lazare stood before her, stammering. "It's on your right side, then, that you want me to turn you?" "Yes, just turn me a little." "Ah, my poor boy, how difficult it seems to make you understand." But Pauline had already taken hold gently of her aunt and turned her, saying, "Let me do it. I'm used to doing it for my uncle. There, are you comfortable now?" But Madame Canteau irritably exclaimed that they were shaking her to pieces. She seemed unable to make the slightest movement without being almost suffocated, and for a moment indeed she lay panting, with her face quite livid. Lazare had stepped behind the bed curtains to conceal his expression of despair. Still, he remained present while Pauline rubbed her aunt's legs with the tincture of digitalis. At first he turned his head aside, but some fascination ever made his eyes return to those swollen limbs, those inert masses of pale flesh, the sight of which made him almost choke with agony. When his cousin saw how utterly upset he was, she thought it safer to send him out of the room. She went up to him, and as Madame Canteau dozed off, tired out by the mere changing of her position, she whispered to him softly, "You would do better to go away." For a moment or two he resisted. His tears blinded him. Then he yielded and went down, ashamed, and sobbing, "Oh, God, God, I cannot endure it. I cannot endure it." When the sick woman again awoke, she did not at first notice her son's absence. She seemed to be in a state of stupor, and as if egotistically seeking to make sure that she was really alive. Pauline's presence alone appeared to disquiet her, although the girl sat far away and neither spoke nor moved. As her aunt bent forward, however, she felt that she must just say a word to let her know why Lazare was absent. "It is I. Don't worry. Lazare has gone to Verchemont, where he has to see the carpenter." "All right," Madame Canteau murmured. "You are not so ill that he should neglect his business, are you?" "Oh, certainly not." From that moment she spoke but seldom of her son, notwithstanding the adoration she had manifested for him only the previous night. He became obliterated from the rest of her life, after being so long the sole reason and object of her existence. The softening of her brain, which was now beginning, merely left her a physical anxiety about her own health. She accepted her niece's care and attendance without apparently being conscious of a change, merely following her constantly with her eyes, as though she were troubled by increasing suspicions as she saw the girl pass to and fro before the bed. Lazare had gone down into the kitchen, where he remained nerveless, beside himself. The whole house frightened him. He could not stay in his own room, the emptiness of which oppressed him, and he dared not cross the dining room, where the sight of his father, quietly reading a newspaper, threw him into sobs. So it was to the kitchen that he constantly betook himself, as being the one warm, cheerful spot in the house, one where he was comforted by the sight of Veronique, bustling about amongst her pans, as in the old tranquil times. And she saw him seat himself near the fireplace on a rush-bottomed chair, which he made his own. She frankly told him what she thought of his lack of courage. "It's not much use you are, Monsieur Lazare. It's poor Mademoiselle Pauline who will have everything to do again. Anyone would suppose, to see you, that there had never been a sick woman in the house before. And yet, when your cousin nearly died of her sore throat, you nursed her so attentively. Yes, you know you did, and you stayed with her for a whole fortnight, helping her to change her position whenever it was necessary." Lazare listened to Veronique with a feeling of surprise. This inconsistency of his had not struck him before, and he could not understand his own illogical and varying feelings and thoughts. "Yes, that is quite true," he said. "Quite true." "You would not let anybody enter the room," the servant continued, "and Mademoiselle was even a more distressing sight than Madame is. Her suffering was so great. Whenever I came away from her room, I felt completely upset and couldn't have eaten a mouthful of anything. But now the mere sight of your mother in bed makes your heart faint. You can't even take her a cup of gruel. Whatever your mother may be, you ought to remember that she's still your mother." Lazare no longer heard her. He was gazing before him into space. At last he said, "I can't help it. I really can't. It's perhaps because it's my mother, but I can't do anything. When I see her and those poor legs of hers, and think that she is dying, something seems to be snapping inside me, and I should burst out crying if I did not rush from the room." He began to tremble all over again. He had picked up a knife which had fallen from the table, and gazed at it with his tear-dimmed eyes without seeing it. For some time neither spoke. Veronique busied herself over her soup, which was cooking, to conceal the emotion which choked her. At last she resumed. "You'd better go down to the beach for a little while, Monsieur Lazare. You bother me by always being here in my way. And take Matthew with you. He is very tiresome, and no more knows what to do with himself than you do. I've no end of trouble to keep him from going upstairs to Madame's room." The very next morning, Dr. Cazenove was still doubtful. A sudden catastrophe was possible, he said, or the patient might recover for a longer or shorter time if the swelling could be reduced. He gave up the idea of bleeding her and confined himself to ordering her to take some pills which he brought, and to continue the use of a tincture of digitalis. His air of vexation showed that he felt little confidence in those remedies in a case of organic disorder, when the successive derangement of every organ rendered a physician's skill of no avail. However, he was able to assure them that the sick woman suffered no pain, and indeed Madame Canteau made no complaint of actual suffering. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, and she breathed with constantly increasing difficulty whenever she moved. But whilst she lay there quietly on her back, her voice remained so firm and strong, and her eyes so bright and clear, that even she herself was deceived as to the gravity of her condition. Her son was the only one of those around her who did not venture to be hopeful at seeing her looking so calm. When the doctor went away in his gig, he told them not to grieve too much, for that it was a great mercy both for herself and for them that she was quite unaware of her danger. The first night had been a very hard one for Pauline. Reclining in an easy chair, she had not been able to get any sleep, for the heavy breathing of a sick woman constantly filled her ears. Whenever she was on the point of dropping off, her aunt's breath seemed to shake the house, and then, when she opened her eyes again, she felt sad and oppressed. All the troubles which had been marring her life for the last few months sprang up in her mind with fresh force. Even by the side of that deathbed she could not feel at peace. She could not constrain herself to forgive. Amidst her nightmare-like vigil during the mournful night hours, Veronique's assertions caused her great torture. Old outbursts of anger and bitter jealousy surged up in her again as she mentally recapitulated the painful details. To be loved no more, to find herself deceived, betrayed by those she had loved, and to find herself all alone, full of contempt and revolt. Her heart's wound opened and bled afresh, and never before had she experienced such bitter pain from Lazare's insulting faithlessness. Since they had, so to say, murdered her, it mattered little to her now who died. And amidst her aunt's heavy breathing, she went on brooding ceaselessly over the robbery of her money and her affections. The next morning she still felt contrary influences at work within her. She experienced no return of affection. It was a sense of duty alone which kept her in her aunt's room. The consciousness of this made her unhappy, and she wondered if she too were growing as wicked as the others. In this troubled state the day passed away, and, discontented with herself, repelled by her aunt's suspicions, she forced herself into attentive activity. Madame Canteau received her ministrations snappishly, and followed her movements with suspicious eyes, carefully watching her every action. If she asked her niece for a handkerchief, she always sniffed it before using it, and when she saw the girl bring her a hot water bottle, she wanted to examine the jug. "What's the matter with her?" Pauline whispered very softly to Veronique. "Does she think me capable of trying to do her harm?" When Veronique gave her a dose of her draught after the doctor had gone away, Madame Canteau, not noticing her niece, who was looking for some linen in the wardrobe, inquired of a servant, "Did the doctor prepare this?" "No, madame, it was Mademoiselle Pauline." Then the sick woman just sipped it with her lips and made a grimace. "Ah, it tastes of copper. I don't know what she's been making me take, but I've never had the taste of copper out of my mouth since yesterday." And suddenly she tossed the spoon away behind the bed. Veronique looked on in amazement. "Whatever's the matter? What an idea to get into your head!" "I don't want to go away before my time," replied Madame Canteau, as she laid her head back again upon her pillow. "Listen, my lungs are quite sound, and it's not impossible that she may go before I do, for she isn't very healthy." Pauline had heard her. She turned with a heart pang and looked at Veronique, and instead of coming any nearer, she stepped further away, feeling quite ashamed of her aunt for her abominable suspicions. A sudden change came over her feelings. The idea of that unhappy woman, consumed by fear and hatred, moved her to the deepest pity. Far from feeling any increase of bitterness, it was sorrowful emotion that she experienced as her eyes caught sight of all the medicine which her aunt had thrown away under the bed from a fear of being poisoned. Until the evening she evinced persevering gentleness, and did not appear to notice the distrustful glances with which her aunt followed every motion of her hands. Her one ardent desire was to overcome the dying woman's fears by affectionate attentions, in order that she might not carry such frightful suspicions to the grave. And she forbade Veronique to distress Lazare further by telling him the truth. Only once since morning had Madame Canteau asked for her son, and she had appeared quite content with the first excuse made for his absence, evincing no surprise at not seeing him again. She said nothing about her husband, expressed no uneasiness whatever about his being left alone in the dining-room. All the world was gradually disappearing for her, and minute by minute the icy coldness of her limbs seemed to mount higher till it chilled her very heart. Whenever mealtime came round, Pauline had to go downstairs and tell some fib to her uncle. In the evening she told one to Lazare as well, assuring him that the swelling was subsiding. In the night, however, the disease made alarming progress, and the next morning, soon after daybreak, when Pauline and the servant beheld the sick woman, they were terrified by the wandering look in her eyes. Her face was not changed, and there was no feverishness, but her mind appeared to be failing her. A fixed idea seemed to be destroying her reason. She'd reached the last phase. Her brain, gradually wrought upon by a single absorbing passion, had now become a prey to insanity. That morning, before Dr. Cazenove's arrival, they had a terrible time. Madame Canteau would not even let her niece come near her. "Do let me nurse you, I beg you," Pauline said. "Just let me raise you a little, as you're lying so uncomfortably." But her aunt began to struggle as though they were trying to suffocate her. "No, no! You've got a pair of scissors there. Ah, you're sticking them into me. I can feel them. I can feel them. I'm bleeding all over." The heartbroken girl was obliged to keep at a distance from her aunt. She was quite overcome with fatigue and distress, breaking down with her useless kindly endeavors. She was obliged to put up with insults and accusations which made her burst into tears before she could induce her aunt to accept the slightest service from her. Sometimes all her efforts were in vain, and she fell weeping upon a chair, despairing of ever winning back again that affection of former days, which was now replaced by insane animosity. Still, she would become all resignation once more, and strive to find some way of making her assistance acceptable by manifesting even greater care and tenderness. That morning, however, her persistent entreaties ended by provoking a paroxysm which long left her trembling. "Aunt," she said, as she was preparing a dose of medicine, "it's time for you to take your draught. The doctor, you know, particularly said that you were to take it regularly." Madame Canteau insisted upon seeing the bottle, and then smelt its contents. "Is it the same as I had yesterday?" "Yes, aunt." "Then I won't have any of it." However, by much affectionate wheedling and entreaties, her niece prevailed on her to take just one spoonful. The sick woman's face wore an expression of deep suspicion, and no sooner was the spoonful of physic in her mouth than she spat it out again upon the floor, torn by a violent fit of coughing, and screaming out between her hiccups, "It's vitriol! It's burning me!" Amidst this supreme paroxysm, her hatred and terror of Pauline, which had gradually increased ever since the day when she had first abstracted a 20-franc piece of the other's money, now found vent in a flood of wild words, to which the poor girl listened, quite thunderstruck, unable to say a single syllable in her defense. "Ah, you fancied I shouldn't detect it! You put verdigris and vitriol into everything! It's that which is killing me. There was nothing the matter with me, and I should have been able to get up this morning if you hadn't mixed some verdigris with my broth yesterday evening. Yes, you are tired of me and want to get me buried and done with. But I'm very tough, and it is I who will bury you yet." Her speech became thicker. She choked, and her lips turned so black that an immediate catastrophe seemed probable. "Oh, Aunt, Aunt," cried Pauline, overcome with terror. "You are making yourself so much worse by going on like this." "Well, that's what you want, I'm sure. Oh, I know you. You've been planning it for a long time, ever since you've been here. Your only thought has been how to kill us off and get hold of our money. You want to have the house for your own, and I am in your way. Ah, hussy, I ought to have choked you the first day you came here. I hate you. I hate you." Pauline stood there motionless, weeping in silence. Only one word rose to her lips, as though in involuntary protest against her aunt's accusations. "Oh, God! God!" But Madame Canteau was completely exhausted by the violence of her fury, and her mad outburst gave place to a childish terror. She fell back on her pillow, crying, "Don't come near me! Don't touch me! If you do, I shall scream out for help! No, no, I won't drink it! It's poison!" She pulled the bedclothes over her with her twitching hands, buried her head amongst the pillows, and kept her mouth tightly closed. When her niece, who was terribly alarmed, came to her bedside to try to calm her, she broke out into frightful screams. "Aunt dear, be reasonable. I won't make you take any against your will." "Yes, you will. You've got the bottle. Oh, I'm terrified. I'm terrified." She was almost at the last gasp. Her head had got too low, and purple blotches appeared upon her face. Pauline, imagining that her aunt was dying, rang the bell for Veronique, and it was as much as the two of them could do to raise her up and lay her properly on her pillows. Then Pauline's own personal sufferings and heartaches disappeared amidst her intense grief. She thought no more about the last wound which her heart had received. All her passion and jealousy vanished in presence of that great wretchedness. Every other feeling became lost in one of deep pity, and she would have gladly endured injustice and insult, and have sacrificed herself still more, if by so doing she could only have given comfort and consolation to the others. She set herself bravely to bear the principal share of life's woes, and from that moment she never once gave way, but manifested beside her aunt's deathbed all the quiet resignation which she had shown when threatened by death herself. She was always ready. She never recoiled from anything. Even her old gentle affection came back to her. She forgave her aunt for all her mad violence during her paroxysms, and wept with pity at finding that she had gradually become insane, forcing herself to think of her as she had been in earlier years, loving her as she had done on that stormy evening when she had first come with her to Bonneville. That day Dr. Cazenove did not call till after luncheon. An accident had detained him at Verchemont. A farmer there had broken his arm, and the doctor had stayed to set it. After seeing Madame Canteau, he came down into the kitchen and made no attempt to conceal his alarm. Lazare was sitting there by the fire, in that feverish idleness which preyed upon him. This ends Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6, Part 3. "There is no more hope, is there?" he asked. "I was reading Bouillo's treatise on the diseases of the heart again last night." Pauline, who had come downstairs with the doctor, once more gave him an entreating look, which prompted him to interrupt the young man in his usual brusque fashion. Whenever an illness turned out badly, he always showed a little anger. "Ah, the heart, my good fellow. The heart seems to be the only idea you've got. One can't be certain of anything. For my own part, I believe it's rather the liver that is affected. But, of course, when the machine gets out of order, everything in turn is more or less affected. The lungs, the stomach, and the heart itself. Instead of reading Bouillot last night, which has only upset you, you would have done much better to go to sleep." This dictum of a doctor's was like an order given to the house. In Lazare's presence it was always said that his mother was dying from a diseased liver, but he refused to believe it, and spent his sleepless hours in turning over the pages of his old books. He grew quite confused over the different symptoms, and the remark made by the doctor that the various organs of the human body became successively deranged only served to increase his alarm. "Well," he said with difficulty, "how long, then, do you think she will last?" Cazenove made a gesture of doubt. "A fortnight? Perhaps a month. You'd better not question me, for I might make a mistake, and then you would be right in saying that we know nothing and can do nothing. But the progress that the disease has made since yesterday is terrible." Veronique, who was washing some glasses, looked at him in alarm. Could it really be true, then, that Madame was so very ill and was going to die? Until then she'd been unable to believe there was any actual danger, and had gone about her work muttering to herself of people who tried to frighten folks out of pure malice. But she now seemed stupefied, and when Pauline told her to go upstairs to Madame Canteau, that there might be someone with her, she wiped her hands on her apron and left the kitchen, ejaculating, "Oh, well, in that case... "We must not forget my uncle, doctor," said Pauline, who seemed to be the only one who retained self-possession. "Don't you think we ought to warn him? Will you see him before you go?" Just at that moment, Abbé Hauteur came in. He had only heard that morning of what he called Madame Chanteau's indisposition. When he learned how seriously ill she really was, an expression of genuine sorrow passed over his tanned face, so cheerful a moment before as he came in from the fresh air. The poor lady! Could it be possible? She, who had seemed so well and strong only 3 days ago! Then, after a moment's silence, he asked if he could see her, at the same time glancing anxiously at Lazare, whom he knew to be little given to religion. On that account he seemed to anticipate a refusal. But the young man, who was quite broken down, did not appear to have noticed the priest's question, and it was Pauline who answered it. "No, not today, your reverence. She does not know the danger she is in, and your presence might have an alarming effect upon her. We will see tomorrow." "Very well," the priest at once replied. "There is no great urgency, I hope, but we must all do our duty, you know. And as the doctor here refuses to believe in God—" For the last moment or two the doctor had been gazing earnestly at the table, absorbed in thought, lost in a maze of doubt, as was always the case when he could not overcome illness. He had just caught the abbé's last words, however, and interrupted him, saying, "Who told you that I didn't believe in God? God is not an impossibility. One sees very strange things." And after all, who can be sure? Then he shook his head and roused himself from his reverie. Stay, he went on. You shall come with me and shake hands with our good friend Monsieur Canteau. He will soon stand in need of all the courage he can muster. If you think it will cheer him at all, the priest obligingly replied, I shall be glad to stay and play a few games of draughts with him. Then they both went off to the dining-room, while Pauline hastened back to her aunt. Lazare, when he was left alone, rose and hesitated for a moment as to whether he also should not go upstairs. Then he went to the dining-room door to listen to his father's voice, without mustering enough courage to enter. And finally he came back to the kitchen again and sank down upon the same chair as before, surrendering himself to his despair. The priest and the doctor had found Canteau rolling a paper ball across the table, a ball formed of a prospectus discovered inside a newspaper. Manouche, who was lying near, looked on with her green eyes. She appeared to disdain such an elementary plaything, for she had her paws stowed away beneath her, never deigning to strike out at it with her claws, though it had rolled close to her nose. "Hello! Is it you?" cried Canteau. "It's very good of you to come and see me. I'm very dull, all by myself. Well, doctor, she's getting on all right, I hope." "Oh, I don't feel at all uneasy about her. She's by far the strongest of all of us. She will see us all buried." It occurred to the doctor that this would be a good opportunity for informing Canteau of the real state of affairs. "Well, certainly there is nothing very alarming in her condition, but she seems to me to be very weak." "Ah, doctor," Canteau exclaimed, "you don't know her. She has an incredible fund of strength. You will see her on her feet again in a day or two." In his complete belief in his wife's vigorous constitution, he quite failed to understand the doctor's hints, and the latter, not wishing to tell him the dreadful truth in plain words, could say no more. Besides, he thought that it would be as well to wait a little longer, for just then Canteau was free from pain, his gout only troubling him in his legs, though these were sufficiently incapacitated to make it necessary to wheel him to bed in his chair. "If it were not for these wretched legs of mine," he said, "I would go upstairs and see her myself." "Resign yourself, my friend," said Abbé Horteur, who in his turn now tried to carry out his office of consoler. "We each have our own cross to bear, and we are all in the hands of God." But he did not fail to notice that these words, so far from consoling Canteau, only appeared to bore and even disquiet him. So he cut his exhortation short and substituted for it something more efficacious. "Would you like to have a game at draughts? It will do you good." He went in person to take the draught-board from the cupboard. Canteau was delighted, and shook hands with the doctor, who then took his departure. The two others were soon deep in their game, quite forgetful of all else in the world, when all at once Manouche, who had probably got tired of seeing the paper ball under her nose, sprang forward, sent it spinning away, and bounded in wild antics after it all round the room. "What a capricious creature!" cried Canteau, put out in his play. "She wouldn't have a game with me on any account a little while ago, and now she prevents one from thinking by playing all by herself." "Never mind her," said the priest mildly. "Cats have their own way of amusing themselves." Meantime, passing through the kitchen, Dr. Cazenove had experienced sudden emotion on seeing Lazare still sorrowfully brooding on the same chair, and he caught the young man in his big arms and kissed him paternally without saying a word. Just at that moment Veronique came downstairs, driving Matthew before her. The dog was perpetually prowling about the staircase, making a sort of hissing sound which somewhat resembled the plaint of a bird, and whenever he found the door of a sick woman's room open, he went in and there vented those sharp notes of his, which were ear-piercing in their persistency. "Get away with you, do! Be off!" the servant cried, That noise of yours isn't likely to do her any good." And as she caught sight of Lazare, she added, "Take him for a walk somewhere. He'll be out of our way, and it will do you good, too." It was really an order of Pauline's that Veronique was conveying. The girl had told her to get Lazare to go out and take some long walks. But he refused to go. It even seemed to require an effort on his part to get upon his feet. However, the dog came and stood before him and began wailing again. "That poor Matthew isn't as young as he was once," said the doctor, who was watching him. "No, indeed," said Veronique. "He is 14 years old now, but that doesn't prevent him from being as wild as ever after mice. Look how he has rubbed the skin off his nose, and how red his eyes are. He scented a mouse under the grate last night, and never closed his eyes afterwards. He turned my kitchen upside down, poking about everywhere. And such a great big dog, too, to worry about such tiny creatures. It's quite ridiculous. But it isn't only mice that he runs after. Anything that's little or crawls, newly hatched chickens or Manouche's kittens, anything of that sort, excites him to such a point that he even forgets to eat and drink. Just now I'm sure he sent something out of the common in the house." She checked herself as she caught sight of Lazare's eyes filling with tears. "Go out for a walk, my lad," the doctor said to him. "You can't be of any use here, and it will do you good to go out a little." The young man at last rose painfully to his feet. "Well, we'll go," he said. "Come along, my poor old Matthew." When he had accompanied the doctor to his gig, he set off along the cliffs with the dog. From time to time he had to stop and wait for Matthew, for the dog was really aging quickly. His hind quarters were becoming paralyzed, and his heavy paws sounded like slippers as he dragged them along. He was now unable to go scooping out holes in the kitchen garden, and quickly rolled over with dizziness when he set himself spinning after his tail. He had fits of coughing, too, whenever he plunged into the water, and after a quarter of an hour's walk he wanted to lie down and snore. He trudged along the beach just in front of his master's legs. Lazare stood for a moment, watching a fishing smack coming from Port-en-Bassin, with its sail skimming over the sea like the wing of a gull. Then he went his way. The thought that his mother was dying kept on thrilling him painfully. If ever it left him for a moment, it was only to come back and rack him more violently than before. And it brought him perpetual surprise. It was an idea to which he could not grow reconciled, and which prevented him from thinking of anything else. If at times it lost distinctness, he felt the vague oppression of a nightmare, in which he remained conscious of some great impending misfortune. Everything around him then seemed to disappear, and when he again beheld the sands and seaweed, the distant sea and far-reaching horizon, he started as if they were all new and strange to him. Could they be the objects that were so familiar to his eyes? Everything seemed to have changed. Never before had he thus been struck by varying forms and hues. His mother was dying, and he walked on, trying to escape from that buzzing refrain which was ever sounding in his ears. Suddenly he heard a deep sigh behind him. He turned and saw the dog, completely exhausted, with his tongue hanging from his mouth. "Ah, my poor old Matthew," he said to him, "you can't get on any farther. Well, we'll go back again. However far I may go, I shan't rid myself of my thoughts." That evening they hurried over dinner. Lazare, who could only swallow a few mouthfuls of bread, hastened away upstairs to his own room, excusing himself to his father by alleging some pressing work. When he reached the first floor, he went into his mother's room, where he forced himself to sit for some 5 minutes before kissing her and wishing her good night. She seemed to be forgetting all about him, and never expressed the least anxiety as to what he might be doing during the day. When he bent over her, she offered him her cheek, and seemed to consider his hasty good night quite natural, absorbed as she was in the instinctive egotism which attends the approach of death. And Pauline took care to cut his visit as short as possible by inventing an excuse for sending him out of the room. But in his own big room on the second floor, his mental torment increased. It was in the night, the long, weary night, that his anguish weighed heaviest upon him. He took up a supply of candles so that he might never be without a light, and he kept them burning one after another till morning, terror-stricken by the thought of darkness. When he got into bed, he tried in vain to read. His old medical treatises were the only books that had now any interest for him, but they filled him with fear, and he ended by throwing them away. Then he remained lying upon his back, with his eyes wide open, solely conscious of the fact that close to him, on the other side of the wall, there was an awful presence which weighed upon him and suffocated him. His dying mother's panting breath was forever in his ears, that panting breath which had become so loud that for the last 2 days he had heard it whenever he climbed the staircase, which he never ascended now without hastening his steps. The whole house seemed full of that plaint, which thrilled him as he lay in bed, the occasional intervals of quiet inspiring him with such alarm that he would run barefooted to the landing and lean over the banisters to listen. Pauline and Veronique, who kept watch together below, left the door of the room open for the sake of ventilation, and Lazare could see the pale patch of sleepy light which the night lamp threw upon the tiled floor, and could again hear his mother's heavy panting, which became louder and more prolonged in the darkness. When he went back to bed, he too left his door open, and so intently did he listen to his mother's breathing that even in the snatches of sleep into which he fell towards morning, he was still pursued by it. His personal horror of death had vanished again as at the time of his cousin's illness. His mother was going to die. Everything was going to die. He abandoned himself to the contemplation of that collapse of life without any other feeling than one of exasperation at his powerlessness to prevent it. The next morning saw the commencement of Madame Canteau's death agony, a loquacious agony which lasted for 24 hours. She was calm. The dread of poison no longer terrified her, but she rambled on rapidly in a clear voice, without raising her head from her pillow. What she said was in no way conversation. She did not address herself to anyone. It was as though, in the general derangement of her faculties, her brain hastened to finish its work like a clock running down. That flood of rapid words seemed to be indeed the last tick-tack of the unwound chain of her mind. The events of her past life defiled before her, but she never said a word about the present, about her husband, or her son, or her niece, or her home at Bonneville, where, with her ambitious nature, she had suffered for 10 long years. She was still Mademoiselle de la Vinière, giving music lessons in the most distinguished families in Cayenne, and she familiarly spoke of people whom neither Paul nor Veronique had ever heard of. She broke out into long, rambling stories, whose details were incomprehensible even to the servant who had grown old in her service. She seemed to be emptying her brain of the recollections of her youth before she died, just as one may turn the faded letters of former days out of a desk in which they had long been lying. In spite of her courage, Pauline could not help shuddering slightly as all those little involuntary confessions were poured out in the very throes of death. It was no longer difficult, panting breathing that filled the room, but a weird rambling babble of which Lazare caught fragments as he passed the door. But, however much he might turn them over in his mind, he was unable to understand them, and grew full of alarm, as though his mother were already speaking from the other side of the grave, amidst invisible beings to whom she was relating those strange stories. When Dr. Cazenove arrived, he found Canteau and Abbé Horteur playing draughts in the dining-room. From all appearances, they might still have been engaged on the game which they had commenced the day before, and have never stirred from the room since the doctor's previous visit. Manouche sat near them, intently studying the draught-board. The priest had arrived at an early hour to resume his duties as consoler, Pauline no longer felt that his proposed visit to our aunt would be attended with inconvenience, and so, when the doctor went upstairs to see her, the priest accompanied him to the sick woman's bedside, presenting himself simply as a friend anxious to know how she was getting on. Madame Canteau recognized them both, and having been raised up on her pillows, she smilingly welcomed them with all the airs of a Cayenne lady holding a reception. The dear doctor was surely quite satisfied with her, she said. She would soon be able to leave her bed. Then she questioned the abbé about his own health. The latter, who'd come upstairs with the intention of fulfilling his priestly duties, was so overcome by the dying woman's rambling chatter that he could not open his mouth. And besides, Pauline, who was in the room, would have stopped him if he had mentioned certain subjects. The girl had sufficient control over herself to feign confident cheerfulness. When the two men went away, she accompanied them to the landing, where the doctor, in low tones, gave her instructions as to what she should do at the last moment. Such words as rapid decomposition and carbolic acid were frequently mentioned, while the ceaseless chatter from the dying woman still buzzed through the open doorway. "You think, then, that she will see the day out?" the girl inquired. "Yes, I feel sure that she will live till tomorrow," Cazenove answered. "But don't lift her up any more, or she might die in your arms. I shall come again this evening." It was settled that Abbé Arthur should remain with Canteau and gradually prepare him for the fatal issue. Veronique stood listening near the door while this was being agreed upon, and her face assumed a scared expression. Ever since the probability of her mistress' death had become clear to her, she had scarcely opened her lips, but sought to render all possible service with the silent devotion of a faithful animal. But the conversation was hushed, for Lazare, wandering over the house, now came up the staircase. He had lacked the courage to be present at the doctor's visit, and to inquire the truth as to his mother's danger. However, the mournful silence with which he was greeted forced the knowledge upon him, in spite of himself. Then he turned very pale. "My dear boy," said the doctor, "you'd better come along with me. I will give you some lunch and bring you back with me in the evening." The young man turned yet more pallid and replied, "No, thank you. I would rather not go away." From that moment Lazare waited, feeling a terrible pressure upon his breast, as if an iron band were drawn tightly round him. The day seemed as though it would never end, and yet it passed away without any consciousness on his part of how the hours went by. He had no recollection of how he had spent them, wandering restlessly up and down the stairs, and gazing out upon the distant sea, the sight of whose ceaseless rocking dazed him yet more. At certain moments, the irresistible flight of the minutes seemed to be materialized, and to become the onslaught of a mass of granite driving everything into the abyss of nothingness. Then he grew exasperated and longed for the end, in order that he might be released from the strain of that terrible waiting. About 4 o'clock, as he was once more creeping up to his own room, he turned suddenly aside and entered his mother's chamber. He felt a desire to see her and kiss her once again, but as he bent over her, she went on pouring out her incoherent talk, and did not even turn her cheek towards him in that weary manner with which he had received him ever since the beginning of her illness. Perhaps she did not see him, he thought. Indeed, it was no longer his mother who lay there with that livid face and lips already blackened. "Go away," Pauline said to him gently. "Go out for a little while. I assure you that the hour has not yet come." And then, instead of going up to his room, Lazare rushed downstairs and out of the house, ever with the sight of that woeful face which he could no longer recognize before him. He told himself that his cousin had lied, that the hour was really at hand. But then he was stifling and needed space and air, and so he rushed on like a madman. The thought that he would never, never again see his mother tortured him terribly. But he fancied he heard someone running after him, and when he turned and saw Matthew, who was trying to overtake him at a heavy run, He flew without cause into a violent passion, and picked up stones and hurled them at the dog, storming at him the while, to drive him back to the house. Matthew, amazed at this reception, trotted back some distance, and then turned and gazed at his master with his gentle eyes, in which tears seemed to glisten. He persisted in following Lazare from a distance, as though to keep watch over his despair, and the young man found it impossible to drive him away. But the immensity of the sea had an irritating effect upon Lazare, and he fled into the fields and wandered about them, looking for out-of-the-way corners where he could feel alone and concealed. He prowled up and down till night fell, tramping over ploughed land, breaking his way through hedges. At last, worn out, he was returning homewards when he beheld a sight which thrilled him with superstitious terror. At the edge of a lonely road there stood a lofty poplar, black and solitary, over which the rising moon showed like a yellow flame, and the tree suggested a gigantic taper burning in the dusk at the bedside of some giantess lying out there across the open country. "Come, Matthew, come!" he cried in a choking voice. "Let us get on." He reached the house running as he had left it. The dog had ventured to draw near and licked his hands. Although the night had now fallen, there was no light in the kitchen. It was empty and dark, with only the glow of the charcoal embers reddening the ceiling. The gloom weighed upon Lazare, and he lacked the courage to go further. Overcome with fear and emotion, he remained standing amidst the litter of pots and dusters, and strained his ears to catch the sounds with which the house was quivering. On one side he heard a slight cough. It came from his father, to whom Abbé Hauteur was speaking in low, continuous tones. But what most frightened the young man was the sound of hushed voices and hasty steps on the stairs, and a muffled noise on the upper floor, which he could not account for, though it suggested something being hurriedly accomplished with as little noise as possible. He did not dare to go and see what it meant. Could it be all was over? He was still standing there perfectly motionless, without courage enough to go and inquire the truth, when he saw Veronique come down. She rushed into the kitchen, lighted a candle, and carried it away with her so hurriedly that she neither spoke to the young man nor looked at him. The kitchen, after being lighted for a moment, relapsed into darkness. Up above, the stir was ceasing. Once more did the servant come down, this time to get a bowl, and again she displayed silent, desperate haste. Lazare no longer felt any doubt. All must be over. Then, overcome, he sank down upon the edge of the table and waited amidst that darkness, without knowing for what he was waiting, his ears buzzing the while in the deep silence that had just fallen. Upstairs, for 2 hours past, Madame Canteau's last agony, an agony so awful that it thrilled Pauline and Veronique with horror, had been following its course. Her dread of poison having reappeared, she raised herself up in bed, still wildly rambling on, gradually mastered by furious delirium. She wished to jump out of bed and escape from the house, where someone wanted to kill her, and it was all that the young girl and the servant could do to restrain her. "Let me go! I shall be murdered! I must escape at once, at once!" Veronique tried to calm her. "Oh, madame, don't you see us? You can't suppose that we should let any harm come to you." The dying woman, exhausted by her violent struggles, lay for a moment panting. Her dim eyes wandered anxiously round the room, as though she were looking for something. Then she resumed. "Shut up, the secrétaire! It is in the drawer. Oh, there she is coming upstairs. Oh, I am afraid. I tell you that I can hear her. Don't give her the key. Let me go at once, at once." Then again she began to struggle, while Pauline held her in her arms. "Aunt, there is no one here. There are only ourselves." "No, no, listen. There she is. Oh, God, God, I shall die. The hussy has made me drink it all. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Her teeth chattered, and she sought protection in the arms of her niece, whom she did not recognize. Pauline mournfully strained her to her breast, no longer fighting against that horrible suspicion, but resigning herself to the knowledge that her aunt would carry it to her grave. Fortunately, Veronique was watching, and threw her arms forward, crying, "Take care, mademoiselle! Take care!" It was the supreme convulsive struggle. By a violent effort, Madame Canteau had succeeded in throwing her swollen legs out of bed, and, but for the servant's presence, she would have fallen on the floor. Her whole body was shaken by delirium. She broke into incoherent, spasmodic cries, while her fists clenched as though she were engaging in a close struggle, defending herself against some phantom that clutched her by the throat. At that supreme moment, she must have understood that she was dying. There was an expression of intelligence in her eyes which horror dilated. For a moment, a frightful spasm of pain made her press her hands to her breast. Then she fell back on her pillow and turned black. She was dead. Deep silence fell. Pauline closed her aunt's eyes, but she was exhausted and incapable of doing anything further. When she left the room, leaving there both Veronique and Pruan's wife, whom she had sent for after the doctor's visit, her strength gave way. She was obliged to sit down for a moment on the stairs, and no longer felt the courage to go and tell Lazare and Canteau the truth. The walls seemed to be turning round her. A few minutes went by. Then she again laid her hand upon the banister, but on hearing Abbé Horteur's voice in the dining room, she preferred to enter the kitchen. And there she found Lazare, whose gloomy face showed against the red glow of the embers in the grate. Without speaking a word, she stepped towards him and opened her arms. He understood, and threw himself upon the young girl's shoulder, while she pressed him to her in a long embrace. They kissed each other on the face, while she wept silently. But he was unable to shed a single tear. Emotion was stifling him. He could scarcely breathe. At last the girl unclasped her arms, saying the first words that came to her lips. "Why are you here without a light?" He made a gesture as though to signify that he had no need of any light in his great sorrow. "We must light a candle," she said. Lazare had fallen upon a chair again, incapable as he was of keeping on his feet. Matthew restlessly wandered about the yard, sniffing the damp night air. At last he came back into the kitchen and looked keenly at them in turn, and then went and rested his head on his master's knee, remaining there and silently questioning him, with his eyes fixed upon the young man's. Lazare began to tremble at the dog's persistent gaze, and suddenly the tears gushed from his eyes, and he burst into sobs, throwing his arms the while round the neck of the old dog which his mother had loved for 14 years, and he began to stammer in broken words. "Ah, my poor old fellow! My poor old fellow! We shall never see her again." Notwithstanding her emotion, Pauline had succeeded in finding and lighting a candle. She made no attempt to console Lazare. She was glad to find him able to shed tears. There was still a painful task before her, that of informing her uncle of his wife's death. Just as she was making up her mind to go into the dining-room, whither Veronique had taken a lamp at the beginning of the evening, Abbé Horteur had managed to explain to Canteau, in long ecclesiastical phrases, that there was no chance of his wife's recovery, and that her death was only a question of hours. And so, when the old man saw his niece enter the room, overcome with emotion and her eyes red from weeping, he knew what had happened, and his first words were, "Mon Dieu, there was only one thing that I would have asked for. I should have liked to see her once more while she lived. But, these wretched legs of mine, these wretched legs." He said scarcely anything else. He shed a few bitter tears which quickly dried, and vented a few sighs. But he speedily returned to the subject of his legs, falling foul of them and ending by pitying himself. For a few moments they discussed the possibility of carrying him to the first floor in order that he might give the dead woman a last kiss. But, apart from the difficulties of the task, they considered that the emotion of such a farewell might have a dangerous effect on him, and besides, he did not seem very anxious about the matter himself. So he remained in the dining room near the draught-board, without knowing how to occupy his poor, weak hands, and not even having his head clear enough, he said, to be able to read and understand the newspaper. When they carried him to bed, old memories seemed to awaken in him, for he shed many tears. Then came 2 long nights and a day that seemed endless, those terrible hours during which death dwells in the house. Cazenove had only returned to certify the death, once more surprised by the rapidity with which the end had come. Lazare did not go to bed the first night, but spent his time till morning in writing to his relations at a distance. The body was to be taken to the cemetery at Cayenne and buried in the family vault there. The doctor had kindly promised to see to all the formalities, and the only painful matter in connection with them was the necessity for Canteau, as mayor of Bonneville, to receive the declaration of his wife's death. As Pauline had no suitable black dress, she hastened to make one out of an old skirt and a merino shawl, which she cut into a bodice. In the midst of these occupations, the first night and the following day passed. But the second night seemed endless, rendered the more interminable by the mournful prospect of the morrow. No one was able to get any sleep. The doors remained open, and lighted candles were left upon the stairs and tables, while even the most distant rooms reeked of carbolic acid. They were all in the grasp of grief, and went about with blurred eyes and clammy lips, feeling but one dim need, that of clutching hold of life once more. At last, about 10 o'clock the next morning, the bell of the little church on the other side of the road began to toll. Out of respect to Abbé Arthur, who had behaved so well and kindly under the sad circumstances, the family had determined that the religious ceremony should be performed at Bonneville before the body was removed to the cemetery at Cayenne. As soon as Canteau heard the bell toll, he began to wriggle about in his chair. "I must see her go away at any rate," he repeated. "Oh, these wretched legs of mine! What a misery it is to have such wretched legs as mine are!" It was to no purpose that they tried to keep him from beholding the mournful spectacle. As the bell began to toll more quickly, he grew angry and exclaimed, "Wheel me out into the passage! I can hear them bringing her down. Be quick! Be quick! I must see her go away!" Pauline and Lazare, who were in full mourning and had already put on their gloves, were obliged to do as he bade them. Standing, the one on his right and the other on his left, they wheeled the armchair to the foot of the staircase. 4 men were just bringing the corpse downstairs, bending beneath its great weight. As Canteau caught sight of the coffin, with its new wood and glittering handles and large brass nameplate, he made an instinctive effort to rise, but his leaden legs kept him down, and he was obliged to remain seated in his chair, shaken by such a convulsive trembling that his very jaws chattered. The narrowness of the staircase made the descent difficult, and he gazed at the big yellow box as it slowly came towards him, and as it passed his feet, he bent over to read the inscription on the plate. There was more room in the passage, whence the bearers moved quickly towards the bier, which was standing before the door. Chanteau's eyes were still fixed on the coffin, and with it he saw 40 years of his life depart, happy years and unhappy years, which he sadly regretted, as one ever does regret one's youth. Pauline and Lazare were weeping behind his chair. "No, no, leave me here," he said to them, as he saw them prepare to wheel him back again to his place in the dining room. "You go along. I'll stay here and watch." The bearers had laid the coffin on the bier, which was lifted by some other attendants. A little procession was formed in the yard, which was full of people of the neighborhood. Matthew, who had been shut up since early morning, was whining from under the door of the coach-house amidst the profound silence, while Minouche, seated on the kitchen window-sill, examined with an air of surprise both the concourse of people and the box that was being carried away. As they still continued to linger, the cat grew tired of watching and began to lick her stomach. "You are not going, then?" Canteau said to Veronique, whom he had just perceived near him. "No, sir," she replied in a choking voice. "Mademoiselle told me to stay with you." The church bell was still tolling, and at last the coffin left the yard, followed by Pauline and Lazare, whose blackness seemed intensified by the sunlight. And, sitting in his invalid's chair in the open doorway of the hall, Canteau watched his wife's body being borne away. This ends Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 1. The funeral matters and certain business affairs that had to be attended to detained Lazare and Pauline in Cayenne for a couple of days. When they set out on their journey home, after paying a farewell visit to the cemetery, the weather had broken up and there was a strong gale blowing. They left Arromanches in a storm of rain, and the wind blew so strongly that it threatened to carry the hood of their trap away. Pauline thought of her first journey when Madame Canteau had brought her from Paris. It was just such a stormy day as this, and her poor aunt had kept warning her not to lean out of the conveyance while perpetually refastening a muffler that she wore round her neck. Lazare, too, in his corner of the trap, sat thinking of the past, and in his mind's eye saw his mother waiting to welcome him after each of his journeys along that road as she had ever done. One December, he remembered, she'd walked a couple of leagues to meet him, and he'd found her seated on yonder milestone. Thus reflecting, amidst the rain which poured unceasingly, the girl and her cousin did not exchange a single word between Arromanches and Bonneville. Just as they were reaching home, however, the downpour stopped, but the wind's violence increased, and the driver was obliged to alight from his seat and take hold of the horse's bridle. At the moment of reaching the house Hutelard, the fisherman ran past them. "Ah, Monsieur Lazare," he cried, "it's all done for this time. The sea's breaking all your timbers to bits down yonder." The sea was not visible from that bend of the road. The young man, who had raised his head, had just caught sight of Veronique standing on the terrace and gazing towards the shore. On the other side, sheltering himself behind his garden wall, for fear lest the wind should rend his cassock, Abbé Hauteur stood straining his eyes in the same direction. He bent forward and cried, "It's washing your piles away!" Thereupon Lazare walked down the hill, followed by Pauline, in spite of the storminess of the weather. When they came to the foot of the cliff, they were amazed by the sight which they beheld. It was one of the September flood tides, and the sea was rushing up in wild commotion. No warning had been issued of any probable danger, but the gale, which had been blowing from the north since the previous day, had thrown the sea into such tumult that mountains of water towered up in the distance and, rolling onward, broke with a mighty roar over the rocks. In the far distance the sea looked black beneath the shadow of the clouds which raced over the livid sky. "Go into the trap again," said the young man to his cousin. "I will just see how things look, and come back directly." Pauline made no reply, but followed Lazare as far as the shore. There the piles and a great stockade which had been recently constructed were being subjected to a frightful assault. The waves, which ever seemed to be growing larger, rushed against them in quick succession, like so many battering rams. They came on like an innumerable army. Fresh masses sprang forward without a moment's cessation. Their huge green backs, crested with foam, curved on every side and sped forward with giant strength. And as these monsters dashed against the stockades, they burst into a mighty rain of drops, then fell in a mass of white boiling foam, which the sea seemed to suck in and carry away. But timbers cracked beneath the violence of each of those furious onsets. The supports of one groin were already broken, and a great central beam, still secured at one end, swayed hopelessly like the dead trunk of a tree whose branches had been stripped off by grape shot. Two others offered more resistance, but they were shaking in their fixings, as though gradually overpowered in that surging grasp, which seemed bent on wearing out their strength in order to dash them to pieces. "I told you how it would be," repeated Prouin, who was very drunk, and stood leaning against the broken shell of an old boat. "I told you how it would be when the wind blew like this. A lot the sea cares about that young man and his bits of sticks." Jeers greeted these words. All Bonneville was there, men, women, and children, and they were all very much amused at seeing the thundering slaps which fell upon the stockades. The sea might smash their hovels to fragments. They still loved it with an admiring awe, and they would have felt it a personal insult if the first young man who tried had been able to conquer it with a few beams and a couple of dozen bolts. And they grew excited as with a feeling of individual triumph as they saw the sea at last awake, unmuzzle itself, and throw its great jaws forward. "Look, look!" cried Outelard. "That's a smasher! It swept a couple of beams away!" They called to each other, and Couche tried to reckon up the waves. "It'll take 3 more, and then you'll see. There's 1. That's loosened it. There's 2. That's swept it away. 2 have sufficed to do it, you see. The old hussy she is." He referred to the sea, uttering the word hussy as if it were a term of endearment. Affectionate oaths arose. Children began to dance whenever a heavier wave than usual crashed and snapped another of the timbers. Yet another broke, and yet another. There would soon be not one left. They would all be crushed like fleas. But though the tide still rose, the great stockade still remained firm. It was the sea's struggle against this which was most anxiously awaited, for it would be the decisive contest. At last the mounting waves dashed between the timbers, and the spectators prepared themselves to laugh. "It's a pity the young man isn't here," said that rascal Tourmal in a jeering voice, "or he might lean against it and try to keep it up." A hush made him silent, for some of the fishermen had just caught sight of Lazare and Pauline. The latter, who were very pale, had heard Tourmal sneer, and they continued to gaze at the disaster in silence. It was a mere trifle, the smashing of those beams, but the tide would go on rising for another 2 hours, and the village would certainly suffer if the stockade did not hold out. Lazare had passed his arm round his cousin's waist, and was holding her close to him to protect her from the squalls which, as cutting as scythe blades, blew against them. A mournful gloom fell from the black sky, and the waves howled, and the 2 young people, in their deep mourning, remained motionless amidst the flying foam and the clamor that was ever growing louder. Around them the fishermen were now waiting, still with a jeering expression on their lips, but feeling increasing anxiety. "It won't last much longer now," Outelard murmured. The stockade still resisted, however. At each wave that struck it, its black pitch-coated timbers still showed forth amidst the white waters. But as soon as one of the beams was broken, the adjoining ones began to fall away, piece by piece. For 50 years the oldest men there had not known such a heavy sea. Soon they had to retire. The beams which had been torn away were dashed violently against the others, and gradually wrought the complete destruction of the stockade, whose fragments were furiously hurled ashore. There was but one left upright, standing there like a post marking a sandbank. The Bonneville folks had given over laughing now. The women were carrying off their crying children. The hussy had fallen upon them again, and the stupor that came of despairing resignation to the ruin which was certainly at hand now fell on that little spot, nestling so closely to the sea which both supported and destroyed it. There was a hasty retreat, a gallop of heavy boots. Everyone took refuge behind the walls of shingle, by which alone the houses were now protected. Some of the piles here were already yielding. Planks had been knocked out, and enormous waves swept right over the walls, which were too low to stay their course. Soon there was nothing left to offer resistance, and a mass of water, dashing against Hutelard's house, smashed the windows and deluged the kitchen. Then there came perfect rout, and only the victorious sea remained dashing unimpeded up the beach. "Don't go inside," the men shouted at Hutelard. "The roof will fall in." Lazare and Pauline had slowly retired before the flood. It was impossible to render any assistance, and, climbing the hill homewards, they were about halfway up it when the girl turned and gave a last look at the threatened village. "Poor people," she murmured. But Lazare could not pardon them for their idiotic laughter. He was wounded to the heart by that disaster, which for him was a personal defeat, and, making an angry gesture, he at last opened his mouth and growled, "Let the sea lie in their bed, since they're so fond of it. I certainly won't try to prevent it." Veronique came to meet them with an umbrella, for the rain had begun falling heavily again. Abbé Horteur, who was still sheltering himself behind his wall, called a few words to them which they could not catch. The frightful weather, the destruction of the stockade, and the woe and danger in which they were leaving the village cast additional sadness upon their return home. The house seemed cold and bare as they entered it. Nothing but the wind, with its ceaseless moaning, disturbed the silence of the mournful rooms. Canteau, who was dozing before a coke fire, began to cry as soon as they appeared. They refrained from going upstairs to change their clothes, in order that they might escape the terrible associations of the staircase. The table was already laid and the lamp lighted, so they sat down to dinner immediately. It was a sinister night. The deafening shocks of the waves, which made the walls tremble, broke in upon the few words that were spoken. When Veronique brought the tea into the room, she announced that Hutelard's house and 5 others were already swept away, and that half the village would certainly share the same fate this time. Canteau, in despair at not yet having recovered his mental equilibrium after the sufferings he'd gone through, silenced her by saying that he had enough troubles of his own and didn't want to hear about those of other people. When they put him to bed, the others went off to rest also, worn out as they were with fatigue. Lazare kept a light burning till morning, and 60 times at least during the night Pauline anxiously slipped out of bed and gently opened her door to listen. But only death-like silence now ascended from the first floor. The next day there commenced for the young man a succession of those lingering, poignant hours which come in the train of great sorrows. He awoke with a sensation of recovering from unconsciousness after some painful fall, from which his body was still stiff and bruised. Now that the troubled dreams which had oppressed him had passed away, his mind vividly recalled the past. Each little detail presented itself clearly before him, and he lived all his griefs again. The reality of death, which had never been within his personal experience, was brought home to him by the loss of his poor mother, who'd been so suddenly carried off after a few days' illness. His horror of ceasing to be seemed to assume a more tangible form. There had been 4 of them, but now there was a yawning gap in their midst, and 3 of them were left behind to shiver painfully in their wretchedness, and cling desperately to each other in their attempts to regain some fragment of lost vital warmth. This, then, was death. This was the nevermore, a circling of trembling arms around a shadow of which naught remained save a wild regret. Every hour, as the image of his mother arose before him, Lazare seemed to be losing her over again. At first he had not suffered so much, not even when his cousin had come downstairs and thrown herself into his arms, nor during the prolonged misery of the funeral. It was only since his return to the empty house that he had felt the full weight of his loss, and he grew wild with remorse that he had not wept more and manifested greater grief, while there yet remained in the house something of her who was now forever gone. Sometimes he would almost choke with sobs as he reproached himself with not having loved his mother sufficiently. He was perpetually recalling her, and her form was ever before his eyes. When he went up the stairs, he half expected to see her come out of her room with the quick, short steps with which she had been wont to hurry along the landing. He often turned, fancying he heard her behind him, and he was so absorbed in thinking of her that sometimes he even felt sure that he heard the rustling of her dress behind the door. At night he did not dare to extinguish his candle, and in the dim light he fancied that he heard furtive sounds approaching his bed, and a faint breath hovering over his brow. His grief, instead of being assuaged, grew keener. At the least recollection came a nervous shock, a vivid but fugitive apparition, which, as it faded away, left him in all the anguish which the thought of death inspired. Everything in the house reminded him of his mother. Her room remained untouched. Nothing had been changed. A thimble was still lying upon the table beside a piece of embroidery. The clock on the mantelpiece had been stopped at 23 minutes to 8, the time of her death. He usually shunned the room, though sometimes, as he was hastily rushing upstairs, a sudden impulse constrained him to enter it, and then, as his heart throbbed wildly within him, it seemed to him that the old familiar furniture, the secrétaire, the table, and especially the bed, had acquired an awe-inspiring aspect which made them different from what they had formerly been. Through the shutters, which were kept closed, there filtered a pale light, whose vague glimmer added to his distress as he went to kiss the pillow on which his mother's head had lain in the icy cold of death. One morning, when he went into the room, he paused astounded. The shutters had been thrown wide open, and the full light of day poured into the chamber. A bright sheet of sunshine streamed over the bed to the very pillow, and the room was decked with flowers, placed in all the vases that the house possessed. Then he recollected that it was an anniversary, the birthday of her who had departed, a day which had been observed every year and which his cousin had remembered. There were only the flowers of autumn there, some asters, marguerites, and the last lingering roses, already touched by frost. But they were sweetly redolent of life, and they set joyous colors round the lifeless dial, which seemed to mark the arrest of time's progress. That pious, womanly observance filled Lazare with emotion, and for a long time he remained there weeping. The dining room, the kitchen, and the terrace too equally reminded him of his mother. All the little objects he saw lying about suggested her to him. He was quite beset by his mother's image, though he never spoke of it, and indeed, with a feeling of uneasy shame, tried to conceal the constant torture which he experienced. He even avoided mentioning his mother's name, so that it might have been supposed that he had already forgotten her, whereas all the time never a moment passed without memory bringing a bitter pang to his heart. It was only his cousin who penetrated his secret, and when she spoke to him about it, he took refuge in falsehoods, protesting that he'd put out his light at midnight and had been very busy over some work or other. And he almost worked himself into an angry passion if he were further pressed. He took refuge in his room, and there abandoned himself to his reflections, feeling calmer in that retreat where he'd grown up, free from the fear of revealing to others the secret of his distress. At first he tried to force himself to go out and resume his long walks, thinking that by doing so he would at any rate escape Veronique's grumpy taciturnity and the painful sight of his father, who lay listlessly in his chair, not knowing how to occupy himself. But he now felt an invincible distaste for walking. Out of doors he grew weary with a weariness that almost amounted to discomfort. The sea, with its perpetual surging, its stubborn waves that broke against the cliffs twice a day, irritated him as being a mere senseless force that recked nothing of his grief, and had gone on wearing the same rocks away for centuries without ever shedding a single tear for the death of a human being. It was too vast, too cold, and he hurried back home again and shut himself up in his room that he might feel less conscious of his own littleness, less crushed between the boundlessness of sea and sky. There was only one spot that had any attraction for him, and that was the graveyard which surrounded the church. His mother was not there, but he could think of her there with a melting tenderness, and, despite his horror of death, the place had a singularly calming effect upon him. The tombs lay asleep, as it were, amongst the grass. There were yew trees which had sprung up in the protecting shade of a church, and not a sound was to be heard save the call of the curlews, hovering in the wind from the open. There he forgot himself for hours amongst the old tombstones, whence the very names of those who had long since passed away had been obliterated by the heavy rains from the west. If Lazare had felt any belief in another world, if he'd been able to think that he would one day again meet those he loved at the other side of the grave's black wall, he would have been far happier. But this consolation was denied him. He felt no doubt as to death being the end and extinction of individual life. And yet his own individuality, which ill brooked the thought of being snuffed out, rose up in mutiny against his convictions. What joy there would have been in entering upon a fresh life elsewhere, far away amongst the stars, a new existence in which he would have been once again surrounded by all he loved. Ah, if he could only believe in that, how the agony he now suffered would be turned to sweetness in looking forward to rejoin lost loved ones. How thrilling would be their kisses at meeting, and what blessedness it would be to live all together again in some realm where there would be no more death. He was racked with agony at the thought of the charitable falsehoods of creeds compassionately designed to hide the terrible truth from those too weak to bear it. No, death was the end of everything. Nothing that we had loved could ever bud into fresh life. The goodbye was said forever. Oh, those awful words, forever. It was they that carried his brain into the dizzy vertigo of empty nothingness. One morning, as Lazare was brooding beneath the shadow of the yews, he caught sight of Abbé Horteur at the bottom of his vegetable garden, which was only separated from the graveyard by a low wall. Wearing an old grey blouse and a pair of wooden shoes, the priest was digging a cabbage bed, and with his face browned by the keen sea air and the back of his neck scorched by the sun, he looked like an old peasant bending over his work. With a miserable stipend, and without any casual remuneration in the shape of fees in that little out-of-the-way parish, he would have died of sheer starvation if he had not been able to eke out his livelihood by growing a few vegetables. What little money he had went in charity, and he lived quite alone, assisted only by a young girl from the village, and often obliged to cook his own meals. To make matters worse, the soil of that rocky spot was scarcely good for anything, and the wind withered the young plants, so that it was scarcely worth while to cultivate the stony ground for the sake of the meagre return he got. When he put his blouse on, he always tried to keep himself from notice, for fear lest it should give anyone cause to scoff at religion, and Lazare, knowing this, was about to withdraw when he saw him take his pipe out of his pocket, fill it with tobacco, and then light it with a loud smacking of his lips. Just as he was enjoying his first puffs, however, the abbé caught sight of the young man. He then made a hasty movement as though he wished to hide his pipe, but finally broke into a laugh and called, "Ah, you're enjoying the fresh air. Come in and have a look at my garden." And as Lazare came up to him, he added gaily, "Well, you see, you find me in the midst of a debauch. It is the only pleasure I get, my friend, and I'm sure of it, it will not offend God." Thereupon he put his pipe in his mouth again and puffed away freely, only taking it out at times to make a short remark. For instance, the priest at Verchemont worried him. That priest was a happy man, possessing a really fine garden with a good and fruitful soil, but he never so much as touched a garden tool. And next the abbé complained to Lazare about his potatoes, which had been falling off for the last 2 years, though the soil, he said, was exactly suited to them. "Don't let me disturb you," Lazare replied. "Please go on with what you were doing." The abbé then resumed his digging. "Yes, indeed, I must get on," he said. "The youngsters will be here for the catechism class presently, and I want to get this bed finished before they come." Lazare had seated himself on a slab of granite, some ancient tombstone placed against the low wall of a churchyard. He watched Abbé Hauteur struggling with the stones, and listened to him while he talked on in a shrill voice that suggested a child's, and, as the young fellow watched and listened, he wished that he could be as poor and as simple-minded as the priest, with a brain as empty and a body as tranquil. The mere fact that the bishop had allowed Abbé Hauteur to grow old in that wretched cure showed how innocent and guileless the good man had the reputation of being. Besides, he was one of those who never complain, and whose ambition is satisfied so long as they have bread to eat and water to drink. "It isn't very cheerful living amongst all these tombs," the young man remarked, thinking aloud. The priest stopped digging in surprise. "What? Not cheerful?" "Well, you have got death perpetually before your eyes. I should think you must dream about it at night." The priest took his pipe out of his mouth and spat upon the ground. "No, indeed, I never dream about it at all. We're all in the hands of God." Then he began to dig again, driving his spade into the ground with a blow of his heel. His faith kept him free from fear, and his imagination never strayed beyond what was revealed in the catechism. Good folks died and went to heaven. Nothing could be simpler and more encouraging. He smiled in a convinced sort of way. That stolid, unwavering theory of salvation sufficed for his narrow brain. From that time forward, Lazare visited the priest almost every morning in his garden. He would sit down on the old tombstone and forget his thoughts as he watched the abbé cultivating his vegetables. He even gained a temporary tranquillity by the contemplation of the other's blind faith, which enabled him to live in the midst of death without disquiet. Why couldn't he himself, he thought, become a simple child again like that old man? In the depths of his heart he harbored some lurking hope that his dead faith might be fanned into life again by his converse with the guileless, simple-minded priest, whose tranquil ignorance had such a charm for him. He began to bring a pipe with him, and the pair of them smoked together while they chatted about the slugs that devoured the salad plants, or the manure that was too expensive, for it was seldom that the priest spoke of God. With his spirit of tolerance and long experience, he reserved the divinity for his own personal salvation. Other people looked after their affairs in their way, and he looked after his in his fashion. After 30 years of unavailing preaching and warning, he now strictly confined himself to the observance of his ministerial duties. It was very kind of that young man, he thought, to come and see him every day, and as, with his tolerant and charitable disposition, he did not want to cavil with him, nor to inveigh against the theories which he must have brought back from Paris, he preferred to keep on talking with him about the garden. And thus Lazare, with his head buzzing with all the priest's simple gossip, sometimes thought that he was really on the point of relapsing into that happy age of ignorance when fear is unknown. But though the mornings thus glided away, Lazare every night up in his room still brooded over the memory of his mother, without being able to summon up enough courage to put out his candle. His faith was dead. One day, as he sat smoking with Abbé Hauteur, the latter hastily put his pipe out of sight on hearing the sound of footsteps behind the pear trees. It was Pauline, who'd come to look for her cousin. "The doctor is in the house," said she, "and I've asked him to stay to lunch. You'll come in soon, won't you?" She was smiling, for she'd caught sight of the abbé's pipe beneath his blouse. The priest quickly pulled it out again, with that cheerful laugh to which he was addicted whenever he was discovered smoking. "It's very silly of me," he said. "People would think I'd been committing a crime. See, I'm going to light it again before you." "I tell you what, your reverence," Pauline exclaimed gaily, "come and lunch with us and the doctor, and you can smoke your pipe afterwards." The priest was delighted, and immediately replied, "Well, yes, I accept. I will follow you directly. I must just put my cassock on, and I will bring my pipe with me. I promise I will." It was the first luncheon since Madame Canteau's death, at which the dining-room had re-echoed with the sound of laughter. Abbé Hauteur smoked his pipe after dessert, and this made them all merry, but he evinced such genial humor over this indulgence that it at once seemed quite natural. Canteau, who had eaten heartily, grew quite lively under the cheering influence of this fresh stir of life in the house. Dr. Cazenove told stories about savages, while Pauline beamed with pleasure at hearing all the noise, hoping that it might perhaps draw Lazare from his moody despondency. This ends Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 2. After that luncheon, Pauline determined to revert to the Saturday dinners which had been broken off by her aunt's death. The abbé and the doctor came regularly to these repasts, and the family life was resumed on its old lines once more. They jested together, and the widower would clap his hands on his legs and protest that, if it wasn't for that confounded gout, he would get up and dance, so jovial did he feel. It was only Lazare who still remained in an unsettled state. His gaiety was forced, and he often shook with a sudden shudder while he was noisily chattering. One Saturday evening, in the middle of dinner, Abbé Hauteur was summoned to the bedside of a dying man. He did not even wait to empty his glass, but set off at once, without paying any heed to the doctor, who had visited the man before coming to dine, and had told the abbé he would find him already dead. The priest had shown himself so weak in intellect that evening that as soon as his back was turned, Canteau remarked, "There are times where there seems to be very little in him." "I would willingly change places with him," Lazare roughly rejoined. "He's much happier than we are." The doctor laughed. "That may be so. Matthew and Minouche are also happier than we are." I recognize in that remark of yours the young man of today who has nibbled at the sciences and filled himself with discontent because they have not enabled him to satisfy his old ideas of the absolute, ideas which he sucked in with his mother's milk. At the very first attempt you want to discover every truth in the sciences, whereas we can barely decipher them, when maybe the inquiry will go on forever. Then you begin to say that there is nothing in them, and you try to fall back upon your old faith, which will have nothing more to do with you. And so you drop into pessimism. Yes, pessimism is the disease of the end of the century. You are a set of Werthers turned upside down. This was the doctor's favorite subject, and he grew quite animated over it. Lazare, on his side, exaggerated his denial of all certainty, and his belief in final and universal evil. "How can we live," he asked, "when at every moment things give way beneath our feet?" The old man yielded to an impulse of youthful passion as he retorted, "Why, just go on living. Isn't life itself sufficient? Happiness consists in action." Then he abruptly addressed himself to Pauline, who was listening with a smile on her face. "Come now," he said, "tell us what you do to be always cheerful." "Oh," she replied in a joking tone, "I try to forget all about myself, for fear lest I should grow melancholy, and I think about others. That occupies my mind and makes me bear my troubles patiently." This reply seemed to irritate Lazare, who, prompted by a spirit of malicious contradiction, asserted that women ought to be religious, and he pretended that he could not understand why Pauline had ceased to fulfill her duties for so long a time. Thereupon the girl gave her reasons in her tranquil manner. "It's very easily explained," she said. "Confession proved very distasteful to me and hurt my feelings, and it affects many women, I think, in the same way. Then again, I can't bring myself to believe things that seem contrary to reason. And that being so, why should I tell a lie by pretending that I do believe them? And besides, the unknown in no way disquiets me. It can only be a logical outcome of life, and it seems to me best to await it as tranquilly as possible." "Hush! Here's the abbé," interrupted Canteau, whom this conversation was beginning to bore. The man was dead, and the abbé placidly finished his dinner, after which they each drank a little glass of chartreuse. Pauline had now assumed the management of the household. All the purchases and every detail of the establishment came under her inspection, and a big bunch of keys dangled from her waist. She took over the control as a matter of course, and Veronique showed no sign of displeasure at it. The servant had been very morose, however, since Madame Chanteau's death, and almost appeared to be in a state of stupor. Her affection for the dead woman seemed to revive, and she once more began to treat Pauline with suspicious surliness. It was to no purpose that the latter spoke softly and soothingly to her. She took offense at a word, and could often be heard muttering and grumbling to herself in the kitchen. And whenever, after intervals of obstinate silence, she indulged in those muttered soliloquies, she always appeared to be overwhelmed by stupefaction at Madame Chanteau's death. Had she known that her mistress was going to die, she moaned to herself. If she had had any notion of such a thing, she would never have thought of saying what she had said. Justice before everything. It wasn't right to kill people, even if they had their faults. But she washed her hands of it all, she growled. It would be so much the worse for the person who was the real cause of the misfortune. Still, this assurance did not seem to calm her, for she went on growling and struggling against imaginary transgressions. "What's the matter that you are perpetually worrying yourself like this?" Pauline asked her one day. "We both did all we could, but we can do nothing against death." Veronique shook her head. People don't usually die like that. Madame Canteau was what she was, but she took me in when I was quite a little girl, and I could cut my tongue out if I thought that anything I ever said had aught to do with her death. Don't let us talk about it any more. It would end badly." No further reference had been made by Pauline and Lazare to their marriage. Canteau, who was desirous of bringing the matter to a conclusion, now that the main obstacle to it had disappeared, had ventured to allude to it one day, when Pauline came and sat near him with her sewing to keep him company. He felt a keen desire to retain her beside him, and a great horror of again falling into the hands of Veronique, should his niece ever leave him. Pauline, however, gave him to understand that nothing could be settled until the completion of the period of mourning. It was not a feeling of propriety alone that prompted her to make that vague reply, but she was also looking to time to answer a question which she dared not attempt to answer herself. The suddenness of her aunt's death, that terrible blow from which neither she nor her cousin had yet recovered, had brought about a kind of truce between their wounded affections, from which they were gradually awaking, only to suffer the more on finding themselves, amidst their irreparable loss, face to face with their own distressful story. Louise driven out of the house, their love shattered, and perhaps the whole course of their existences modified. What was to be done now? Did they still love each other? Was their marriage possible or advisable? Questions like these floated through their minds amidst the stupor in which they were left by the sudden blow that had fallen upon them, and neither the one nor the other seemed anxious to force on a solution. With Pauline, however, the recollection of the insult offered to her had lost much of its bitterness. She'd long ago forgiven Lazare, and was quite ready to place her hand in his whenever he should show repentance. She had not the least jealous desire to see him humiliate himself before her. Her only thought was for him, so that she might give him back his promise if he no longer loved her. Her whole anguish lay in that doubt. Did he still love Louise, or had he forgotten her and returned to the old affections of his early youth? However, as she thus thought of giving Lazare up rather than make him unhappy, her heart sank, for though she trusted she would have the courage to do so if necessary, she hoped she would die soon afterwards. Ever since her aunt's death, an impulse of generosity had moved her to bring about a reconciliation between herself and Louise. Canteau might write to Louise, and she herself would just add a line to say that she had forgotten what had happened. They all felt so lonely and dull that the other's presence would distract them from their gloomy thoughts. Since the terrible shock of her aunt's death, all that had happened previously seemed very far away, and Pauline had often regretted that she had behaved so violently. Yet, whenever she thought of speaking to her uncle on the subject, a feeling of repugnance held her back. Wouldn't it mean imperiling the future, tempting Lazare, and perhaps losing him altogether? However, perhaps she might still have found courage and pride enough to subject him to this risk, if her sense of justice had not risen in revolt against it. It was the treason alone that seemed to her so unpardonable. And then, again, was she not capable of restoring happiness and life to the house? Why call in a stranger when she was conscious that she herself was brimming over with willing devotion and affection? Without being aware of it, there was a touch of pride in her abnegation, and she was a little jealous in her devotion. She yearned to be her relative's one and only solace. From this time all Pauline's endeavors were turned in that direction. She laid herself out in every way to make those about her cheerful and happy. Never before had she shown herself so persistently cheerful and kindly. Every morning she came down with a bright smile and fixed determination to conceal her own griefs in order that she might do nothing to add to those of others. Her gentle amiability seemed to set all troubles at defiance, and she possessed a sweet evenness of disposition which disarmed all feeling against her. She was now in perfect health again, strong and sound as a young tree, and the happiness that she spread around her was the emanation of her own healthy brightness. The arrival of each fresh day delighted her, and she found a pleasure in doing what she had done the day before, perfectly contented and quiet in mind, and looking forward to the morrow without any touch of feverish expectation. Though Veronique went on muttering in her kitchen, and indulged in strange and inexplicable caprices, a fresh burst of life was driving all mournfulness from the house. The merry laughter of former days rang through the rooms and echoed up the staircase. Canteau himself seemed particularly delighted by the change, for the gloominess of the house had always weighed on him. Existence, in his case, had really become abominable, yet he clung to it with the desperate clutch of a sick man who holds dearly to life, though it be but pain to him. Every day that he managed to live seemed to be a victory achieved, and his niece appeared to him to brighten and warm the house like a beam of sunlight, beneath whose rays death could not lay its chilly touch upon him. Pauline, however, had one source of trouble. Lazare seemed proof against all her attempts to console him, and she grew distressed as she saw him falling again into a sombre mood. Lurking behind his grief for his mother, there was a revival of his terror of death. Now that the lapse of time was beginning to mitigate his original sorrow, this terror of death asserted all its old sway over him, heightened by the fear of hereditary disease. He felt sure that he too would succumb to some derangement of his heart, and he brooded over the certainty of a speedy and tragic end. He was constantly listening to the sounds of life within him, observing, in a state of nervous excitement, the working of his stomach, kidneys, and liver, but it was particularly his heartbeats which absorbed him. If he laid his elbow upon the table, he heard his heart beating in his elbow. If he rested his neck against the back of a chair, he heard it throbbing there. If he sat down, if he went to bed, He heard it beating in his thighs, his sides, his stomach, and ever its throbbing seemed to him to be telling out his life like a clock that is running down. Dazed by this constant study of his organism, he perpetually alarmed himself with the fear that he was on the point of breaking down. All his organs were worn out, he fancied, and his heart, which disease had distended to a monstrous size, was about to rend his frame in pieces by its hammer-like beating. In this way Lazare's mental sufferings went on increasing. For many years, every night as he lay down in bed, the thought of death had frozen him to the marrow, and now he dared not go to sleep, racked as he was with the fear of never awaking. Sleep was hateful to him, and he experienced all the horror of dying as he felt himself growing drowsy, falling into the unconsciousness of slumber. His sudden waking gave him still a greater shock, dragging him out of black darkness, as though some giant hand had clutched him by the hair and hurled him back into life again, shivering and stammering with horror of the mysterious unknown through which he had passed. He clasped his hands convulsively, more desperate and panic-stricken than ever at the thought that he must die. He suffered such torture every night that he preferred not to go to bed. He found that he could lie down on the sofa and sleep in the daytime in perfect peace, and it was probably that heavy slumber during the day which made his nights so terrible. By degrees he gave over going to bed at night at all, preferring his long siestas of the afternoon, and afterwards only dozing off towards daybreak, when the fear of darkness was driven away. He had, however, intervals of calmness, and at times he would remain free from his haunting fears of death for 2 or 3 nights in succession. One day Pauline found an almanac in his room, dotted over with red ink. She asked him the meaning of the marks. "What have you marked it for like this? Why are all those days dotted?" "I haven't marked anything," he stammered. "I know nothing about it." Then his cousin said gaily, "I thought it was only girls who trusted to their diaries things that they wouldn't tell anyone else. If you've been thinking about us on all the days you've marked, it's very nice of you indeed. Ah, I see you have secrets now." However, as she saw him become more and more disturbed, she was good-natured enough to press him no further. On the young man's pale brow she saw the shadow which she knew so well, the shadow left by that secret trouble which she seemed powerless to alleviate. For some time past he had also been astonishing her by fresh eccentricities. Possessed by a firm conviction that his end was close at hand, he never left a room or closed a book or used anything without thinking that it was the last time he would do so, and that he would never again see the thing he had used, the book he had closed, or the room he had left, and he thus contracted a habit of bidding continual farewells, yielding to a morbid craving to take up and handle different objects that he might see them once more. With all this were mingled certain ideas of symmetry. He would take 3 steps to the right and then as many to the left, and touch the different articles of furniture on either side of a window or door the same number of times. And beneath this there lurked the superstitious fancy that a certain number of touchings, some 5 or 7 for instance, distributed in a particular fashion, would prevent the farewell from being a final one. In spite of his keen intelligence and his denial of the supernatural, he carried out these foolish, superstitious practices with animal-like docility, though trying to hide them as though they were some shameful failing. This was the revenge taken by the deranged nervous system of this pessimist and positivist, who declared that he believed only in what was actually known. He was becoming quite a nuisance, though. "Why are you pacing up and down like that?" Pauline cried at times. "That's 3 times you've gone up to that cupboard and touched the key. It won't run off." In the evening it seemed as though he would never be able to get away from the dining room. He arranged all the chairs in a certain order, tapped the door a particular number of times, and then entered the room again to lay his hands, first the right and then the left, on his grandfather's masterpiece. Pauline, who waited for him at the foot of the stairs, at last broke into a peal of laughter. What idiotic behavior for a man of 24! Where is the sense, I should like to know, in touching things in that way? But after a time she ceased to make a jest of him, for she felt much distressed by his disquietude. One morning she surprised him kissing, 7 times in succession, the framework of the bed on which his mother had died. The sight filled her with alarm, and she began to guess the torments which embittered his existence. When she saw him turn pale as he came upon a reference to the 20th century in a newspaper, she gave him a compassionate glance which made him turn his head aside. He recognized that she understood him, and he rushed off and hid himself in his own room, all shame and confusion. Over and over again did he upbraid himself as a coward, and swear that he would resist the influence of this weakness. He would argue with himself, and bring himself to look death in the face, and then, in a spirit of bravado, instead of passing the night awake on his couch, he would quickly undress and jump into bed. Death, he would then say to himself, might come and would be welcome. He would await it there as deliverance. But immediately the throbbing of his heart drove all his oaths away. An icy breath seemed to freeze his bones, and he frantically stretched out his hands as he broke into a despairing cry of, "Oh God! God!" It was these terrible backslidings which filled him with shame and despair. His cousin's tender pity, too, only served to overwhelm him. The days grew so heavy that as he saw them begin, he scarcely dared to hope that they would ever end. In this gradual decay of his vitality, his cheerfulness had been the first to depart, and now physical strength seemed to be failing him in its turn. Pauline, however, in the pride of her self-devotion, was determined to gain the victory. She recognized the source of her cousin's disease, and tried to impart to him some of her own courage by giving him a love of life. But her compassionate kindliness seemed to receive a continual check. At first she made open attacks upon him with her old jests and jokes about that silly, stupid pessimism. What, she said, was it she now who had to chant the praises of the great Saint Schopenhauer, while he, like all the humbugging pessimists, was quite willing to see the world blown to pieces, but refused to be blown up himself? These jests wrung a constrained smile from the young man, but he seemed to suffer from them so much that she did not persist in them. She next tried the effect of such caressing consolations as might be lavished upon a child, and encompassed him with cheerful amiability and placid laughter. She always let him see her beaming with happiness and reveling in the pleasantness of life. The house seemed full of sunshine. There was nothing more required of him than to take advantage of it and let his life float quietly on. But this he could not do. The happiness that was offered to him only made his feeling of horror at what was to come hereafter all the keener. Then Pauline tried stratagem, and racked her brain to promote enthusiasm in something or other which might have the effect of making him forget himself. But his idleness had become a sort of disease. He had no inclination for anything whatever, and found even reading too great an exertion, so that he spent his whole time in gnawing at himself. For a moment Pauline had a glimpse of hope. They'd gone one day for a short walk on the sands, when Lazare, as they reached the ruins of the stockades, a few of the beams of which were still standing upright, began to explain a new system of protective works which, he assured her, could not fail to prove successful. The collapse of the former ones had been caused by the weakness of the supporting timbers. It would only be necessary to double their thickness and to give a greater inclination to the central beams. His voice vibrated, and his eyes lighted up with all his old enthusiasm as he spoke, and his cousin besought him to take up the task again and make another effort. The village was gradually being destroyed. Every high tide swept away a further portion of it, and there could be no doubt that, if he went to see the prefect, he would succeed in obtaining the subvention, while she herself would be only too glad to make further advances in order to assist such a noble work. She was so anxious to spur him into action that she would willingly have sacrificed the remains of her fortune to bring about that end. But he only shrugged his shoulders. What would be the good of it, he asked. He turned pale as the thought struck him that, if he were to commence the work, he would be dead before he could finish it. And to hide the perturbation which this reflection caused him, he began to inveigh against the Bonneville fishermen. "A pack of grinning idiots who jeered at me when that wolfish sea swept everything away. No, they may do things for themselves now. I won't give them another chance of laughing at my bits of sticks, as they called them." Pauline tried to soothe him. The poor folk were in a terrible state of wretchedness. Since the sea had carried off the Hutelards' house, the most solidly built of all the village, together with 3 others, cottages of the poorer fishermen, their misery had increased. Hutelard, who had once been the rich man of a district, had now taken up his quarters in an old barn some 20 yards behind his former dwelling. But the others, who had no such refuge, were housing themselves in clumsy huts made out of the shells of old boats. They were living in a miserable state of nudity and promiscuousness. The women and children were wallowing in vice and vermin. All that was bestowed upon them in charity went in drink. The wretched creatures sold all the food that was given them, with their clothes, pots, and pans, and what little furniture they had left, in order to buy drams of a terrible calvados, which stretched them on the ground across their doorways like so many corpses. Pauline was the only one who still continued to say a word for them. Abbé Hauteur had given them up, and Canteau talked of sending in his resignation, being unwilling to remain any longer the mayor of such a drove of swine. Lazare, too, when his cousin tried to excite his pity on behalf of that little colony of drunkards, beaten down by the fierceness of the elements, only repeated his father's eternal refrain: "No one compels them to remain here. All that they have to do is to go elsewhere. Only a pack of idiots would come and stick themselves right under the waves." This was the general feeling of the neighborhood, and everyone looked upon the Bonneville folk as obstinate fools. The villagers, on the other hand, were mistrustfully unwilling to go elsewhere. They'd been born there, they said, and why should they have to leave the place? The same sort of thing had been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years, and there was nothing for them to do anywhere else. Pouin, when he was exceptionally tipsy, always concluded by saying that wherever they might go, they would always be devoured by something or other. Pauline used to smile at this and nod her head in approval, for happiness in her opinion depended neither upon people nor circumstances, but on the more or less reasonable way in which people conformed themselves to their circumstances. She redoubled her care and attention, and distributed still larger doles and alms than before. At last she was able to induce Lazare to associate himself with her in her charities. She hoped that she might thereby rouse him from his gloomy broodings, and lead him to forget his own troubles by awaking in him pity for those of others. Every Saturday afternoon he remained at home with her, and from 4 o'clock till 6 they received the young folk from the village, the ragged, draggle-tail urchins whom their parents sent up to get what they could out of Mademoiselle Pauline. It was an invasion of snivelling little lads and dirty little girls. One Saturday it was raining, and Pauline could not distribute her alms on the terrace, as was her custom. Lazare had to fetch a bench and place it in the kitchen. "Good gracious, sir!" Veronique exclaimed. "Surely Mademoiselle Pauline isn't going to bring all that dirty lot in here?" "It's a nice idea indeed. If they do come, I won't answer for the state of the soup." At that moment the girl entered the kitchen with her bag of silver and her medicine chest. She merrily replied to Veronique's indignant outburst. "Oh, a turn of your broom will make things all right again. And besides, it's raining so heavily that they will have had a good washing before they come in, poor little things." And indeed, the cheeks of the first to arrive were quite bright and rosy from the downpour. They were so soaked that pools of water trickled from their ragged clothes onto the tiles of the kitchen floor, thereby increasing the servant's wrath, which was by no means diminished when Pauline told her to light a faggot of wood to dry them a little. The bench was carried near the fire, and was soon occupied by a shivering row of impudent, leering brats, who cast greedy eyes at what was lying about: some half-emptied wine bottles, the remains of a joint, and a bunch of carrots lying on a block. Children, indeed, Veronique went on growling. Children that are grown up and ought to be earning their own living. They'll go on pretending to be children till they're 25, if only you'll let them. But Pauline bade her to be silent.
There, have you done now? Talking like that won't fill their mouths or help them to grow up.
The girl sat down at the table with her money and the other articles she intended to distribute in front of her, and she was just about to call the children to her in turn when Lazare, who had remained standing, caught sight of Outelard's boy amongst the other youngsters, and shouted out, "Didn't I forbid you to come here again, you young vulture? Your parents ought to be ashamed of themselves for sending you here, for they're quite able to feed you, whereas there are so many others who are dying of hunger." Outelard's son, an overgrown lad of 15, with a timid and sad expression, began to cry. "They beat me if I don't come," he said. "The missus got hold of the rope, and father drove me out." He turned up his sleeve to show a big violet bruise on his arm, which had been caused by a blow from a piece of knotted rope. The missus was the old servant whom the lad's father had married, and who was gradually killing the boy by her ill treatment. Since the loss of their house, their harshness and miserly filthiness had increased, and now their home was a perfect pigsty, where they tortured the lad, as if to revenge themselves for their misfortunes on him.
"Put an arnica compress on his arm," said Pauline softly to Lazare.
Then she herself gave the lad a 5-franc piece.
"Here, give them this so that they shan't beat you any more, and tell them that if they strike you again, and if there are any bruises on your body next Saturday, they will never get another sou out of me."
All along the bench the other children, cheered by the warming blaze, were now tittering and digging each other in the ribs with their elbows. One tiny little thing had stolen a carrot and was munching it furtively.
"Come here, Couche," said Pauline. "Have you told your mother that I hope to get her admitted very soon into the hospital for incurables at Bayeux?"
Couche's wife, a miserable, abandoned woman, had broken her leg in July, and had remained infirm ever since.
"Yes, I told her," the lad replied in a hoarse voice, "but she says she won't go."
He'd grown into a strong young fellow, and was now nearly 17 years old. With his hands hanging at his sides, he swayed about in an awkward manner. "What? She won't go!" cried Lazare. "And you won't come either, for I told you to come up this week and help a little in the garden, and I'm still waiting for you." The lad still swayed himself about.
"I haven't had any time," he replied.
At this, Pauline, seeing her cousin about to lose his temper, interposed and said to the lad,
"Sit down again now, and we will speak about it presently. Just reflect a little, or you will make me angry too."
This ends Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 3. It was next the turn of the Gournins' little girl. She was 13 years old and still had a pretty, rosy face beneath a mop of fair hair. Without waiting to be questioned, she poured out a flood of prattle, telling them how her father's paralysis was ascending to his arms and even his tongue, and that he could now only grunt like an animal. Cousin Couche, the sailor who had deserted his wife and installed himself in Gournin's house, had made a violent attack upon the old man that very morning in the hope of finishing him off.
"Mother sets on him, too. She gets up at night and empties bowls of cold water over father because he snores so loud and disturbs her. If you could only see what a state they have left him in, Mademoiselle Pauline. He's quite naked, and he wants some sheets very badly, for all his skin is getting grazed and peeling off."
"There, that'll do. Hold your tongue," said Lazare, interrupting her chatter. while Pauline, moved to pity, sent Veronique off to look out a pair of sheets. Lazare considered the girl much too wide awake for her age, and he believed that, although she did perhaps sometimes ward off a blow meant for her father, she treated him in the long run no better than the others did. Moreover, he felt quite sure that whatever was given to her, whether it was money or meat or bed linen, instead of being of any service to the infirm old man, would only serve for the gratification of his wife and cousin Couche. He began to question her sternly, for he'd seen her gadding about with several lads of a neighborhood. However, Pauline laid her hand upon his arm, for the other children, even the youngest among them, were sniggering and smiling with all the impudence of precocious vice. How was it possible to arrest that spreading rottenness when the men and women set so bad an example? When Pauline had given the girl a pair of sheets and a bottle of wine, she whispered to her for a moment or two, trying to frighten her as to the consequences which might result from misbehavior. Warnings of this kind were the only ones that might hold her in check. Meantime, Lazare, wishing to hasten the distribution, the length of which was beginning to disgust and irritate him, called up Pruan's daughter. "Your father and mother were tipsy again last night," he said, "and I hear that you were worse than either of them."
"Oh, no, sir. I had a very bad headache."
He placed before her a plate in which were a few pieces of raw meat. "Eat that." She was devoured with scrofula again, and her nervous disorders had reappeared. Drunkenness increased her precocious infirmities, for she had acquired the habit of drinking with her parents. When she'd swallowed 3 lumps of meat, she stopped and made a grimace of disgust.
"I've had enough. I can't eat any more."
But Pauline had taken up a bottle. "Very well," she said. "If you don't eat the meat, you shan't have your glass of quinine wine." On hearing this, the girl fixed her glistening eyes on the glass, which Pauline filled, and overcame her repugnance against the meat. Then she seized the glass and tossed its contents down her throat with all a drunkard's knowing readiness. But she did not then retire. She begged Pauline to let her take the bottle away with her, saying that it interfered too much with what she had to do to come up to the house every day, and she promised to take the bottle to bed with her, and to keep it so securely hidden that her father and mother would never be able to find it and drink the wine. Pauline, however, refused to let her have it. "You'd swallow every drop of it before you got to the bottom of the hill," said Lazare. "It's yourself that we suspect, you little wine cask." One by one the children left the bench to receive money or bread or meat. Some of them, after receiving their share of the distribution, seemed inclined to linger before the blazing fire. But Veronique, who had just noticed that half her carrots had been devoured, drove them off pitilessly into the rain. "Had anyone ever seen anything like it before?" she cried. "Carrots, too, that still had all the earth sticking to them." Soon there was no one left but young Couche, who looked very depressed in the expectation of receiving a severe lecture from Pauline. She called him to her, spoke to him for a long time in low tones, and finished by giving him his loaf and the 100 sous which he received from her every Saturday. Then he went off with his clumsy swaying, having duly promised to work, but having no intention whatever of doing anything of the kind. The servant was just giving a sigh of relief, when she suddenly exclaimed, "Hello! They haven't all gone yet, then. There's one of them over there in the corner still." It was the Tourmal's little girl, the little abortion of the high roads, who, notwithstanding her 10 years, was still quite a dwarf. It was only in shamelessness and effrontery that she seemed to grow, and she groaned more miserably and seemed more wretched than ever, trained for the profession of begging from her cradle, just as some infants have their bones manipulated in order that they may become acrobats. She crouched between the dresser and the fireplace as though she'd stowed herself in that corner for fear of being surprised in some wrongdoing. "What are you up to there?" Pauline asked her.
"I'm warming myself."
Veronique cast an anxious glance round her kitchen. On previous Saturdays, even when the children had assembled on the terrace, various little articles had disappeared. That day, however, everything seemed in its place, and the little girl, who had hurriedly risen to her feet, began to deafen them with her shrill voice.
"Father is in the hospital, and grandfather has hurt himself at his work, and mother hasn't the gown to go out in. Please have pity upon us, kind young lady."
"Do you want to split our ears, you little liar?" Lazare cried angrily. "Your father is in jail for smuggling, and when your grandfather sprained his wrist, he was robbing the oyster beds at Roquebois. And if your mother hasn't got a dress, she must manage to go out stealing in her chemise, for she's charged with having strangled 5 fowls belonging to the innkeeper at Verchemont. Do you think you can befool us with your lies about matters that we know more of than you do yourself?" The child did not even appear to have heard him. She went on immediately with all her impudent coolness.
"Have pity upon us, kind young lady. My father and grandfather are both ill, and my mother dare not leave them. God Almighty will bless you for it." "There, that will do. Now go away and don't tell any more lies,"
Pauline said to her, giving her a piece of money to get rid of her. She did not want telling twice, but hurried from the kitchen and through the yard as quickly as her little legs would carry her. Just at that moment the servant uttered a cry. "Ah, the cup that was on the dresser! She's gone off with your cup, Mademoiselle Pauline." Then she bolted off in pursuit of the young thief, and a couple of minutes afterward dragged her back into the kitchen with all the stern ferocity of a gendarme. It was as much as they could do to search the child, for she struggled and bit and scratched and screamed as though they were trying to murder her. The cup was not in her pocket, but they discovered it next to her skin, hidden away in the rag which served her as a chemise. Thereupon, ceasing to weep, she impudently asserted that she did not know it was there, that it must have dropped into her clothes while she was sitting on the floor. "His reverence was quite right when he said she'd rob you," Veronique exclaimed. "If I were you, I'd send for the police." Lazare, too, began to speak about sending her to prison, provoked as he was by the demeanor of the girl, who perked herself up like a young viper whose tail had been trodden upon. He felt inclined to smack her. "Hand back the money that was given to you," he cried. "Where is it?" The girl had already raised the coin to her lips in order to swallow it, when Pauline set her free, saying,
"Well, you may keep it this time, but you can tell them at home that it is the last they will get. In future I shall come myself to see what you are in need of. Now, be off with you."
They could hear the girl's naked feet splashing through the puddles, and then all became silent. Veronique pushed the bench aside and stooped down to sponge away the pools of water that had trickled from the children's rags. Her kitchen was in a fine state, she grumbled. It reeked of all the filth to such a degree that she would have to keep all the windows and doors open. Pauline, who seemed very grave, gathered up her money and drugs without saying a word, while Lazare, with an air of disgust and ennui, went out to wash his hands at the yard tap. It was great grief to Pauline to see that her cousin took but little interest in her young friends from the village. Though he was willing to help her on the Saturday afternoons, it was only out of mere complacence. His heart was not in the work. Whereas neither poverty nor vice repelled her, their hideousness depressed and annoyed Lazare. She could remain cheerful and tranquil in her love for others, whereas he could not cease to think of himself without finding fresh reasons for gloomy broodings. Little by little, those disorderly, ill-behaved children, in whom all the sins of grown-up men and women were already fermenting, began to cause him real suffering. The sight of them proved like an additional blight to his existence, and when he left them he felt hopeless, weary, full of hatred and disgust of the human species. The hours that were spent in good works only hardened him, made him deny the utility of almsgiving and jeer at charity. He protested that it would be far more sensible to crush that nest of pernicious vermin underfoot than to help the young ones to grow up. Pauline listened to this, surprised by his violence, and pained to find out how different were their views. That Saturday, when they were alone again, the young man revealed all his suffering by a single remark. "I feel as though I had just come out of a sewer," said he. Then he added, "How can you care for such horrible monsters?" "I care for them for their own good, and not for mine," the girl replied. "You yourself would pick up a mangy dog in the road." Lazare made a gesture of protest. "A dog isn't a man," he said. "To help for the sake of helping. Is not that something?" Pauline resumed. "It is vexing that they don't improve in conduct, for if they did, perhaps they would suffer less. But I am content when they have got food and warmth. That is one trouble less for them at any rate. Why should you want them to recompense us for what we do for them?" Then she concluded sadly, "My poor boy, I see that all this only bores you, and it will be better for you not to come and help me in future. I don't want to harden your heart and make you more uncharitable than you already are." Thus Lazare eluded all her attempts, and she felt heartbroken at finding how utterly powerless she was to free him from his fear and ennui. When she saw him so nervous and despondent, she could scarcely believe that it was the result merely of his secret trouble. She imagined there must be other causes for his sadness, and the idea of Louise recurred to her. She felt sure that he must still be thinking about the girl, and suffered from not seeing her. A cold chill came upon her at this thought, and she tried to recover her old feeling of proud self-sacrifice, telling herself that she was quite capable of spreading sufficient brightness and joy about her to make them all happy. One evening Lazare made a remark that hurt her cruelly. "How lonely it is here," he said with a yawn. She looked at him. Had he got Louise in his mind? But she had not the courage to question him. Her kindliness struggled within her, and her life became a torture again. There was another shock awaiting Lazare. His old dog, Matthew, was far from well. The poor animal, which had completed his 14th year in the previous March, was getting more and more paralyzed in his hindquarters. His attacks left him so stiff that he could scarcely crawl along, and he would lie out in the yard, stretching himself in the sun, and watching the members of the family with his melancholy eyes. It was the old dog's eyes, now dimmed by a bluish cloudiness, blank like those of a blind man, that especially wrought upon Lazare's feelings. The poor animal, however, could still see, and used to drag himself along, lay his big head on his master's knee, and look up at him fixedly with a sad expression that seemed to say that he understood all. His beauty had departed. His curly white coat had turned yellowish, and his nose, once so black, was becoming white. His dirtiness, and a kind of expression of shame that hung about him, for they dared not wash him any more on account of his great age, rendered him yet more pitiable. All his playfulness had vanished. He never now rolled on his back, or circled round after his tail, or showed any impulses of pity for Manouche's kittens when Veronique carried them off to drown them in the sea. He now spent his days in drowsing, like an old man, and he had so much difficulty in getting up on his legs again, and dragged his poor soft feet so heavily, that often one of the household, moved to pity at the sight, stooped to support him for a moment or two, in order that he might be able to walk a little. He grew weaker every day from loss of blood. They'd sent for a veterinary surgeon, who burst out laughing on seeing him. What? Were they making a fuss about a dog like that? The best thing they could do was to put him out of the way at once. It was all very well to try and keep a human being alive as long as possible, but what was the good of allowing a dying animal to linger on in pain? At this they quickly bustled the vet out of the house, after paying him his fee of 6 francs. One Saturday, Matthew lost so much blood that it was found necessary to shut him up in the coach-house. A stream of big red drops trickled after him. Dr. Cazenove, who had arrived rather early, offered to go and see the dog, who was treated quite as a member of the family. They found him lying down in a state of great weakness, but with his head raised very high, and the light of life still shining in his eyes. The doctor made a long examination of him, with all the care and thoughtfulness which he displayed at the bedside of his human patients. At last he said, "That abundant loss of blood denotes a cancerous degeneration of the kidneys. There's no hope for him, but he may linger for a few days yet, unless some sudden hemorrhage carries him off." Matthew's hopeless condition threw a gloom over the dinner table. They recalled how fond Madame Canteau had been of him, all the wild romps of his youth, the dogs he had worried, the cutlets he'd stolen off the gridiron, and the eggs that he gobbled up warm from the nest. But at dessert, when Abbé Halter brought out his pipe, they grew lively again and listened with attention to the priest as he told them about his pear trees, which promised to do splendidly that year. Canteau, notwithstanding certain prickings which foreboded another attack of gout, finished off by singing one of the merry songs of his youth. Thus the evening passed away delightfully, and even Lazare himself grew cheerful. About 9 o'clock, just as tea was being served, Pauline suddenly cried out, "Oh, look! There's poor Matthew!" And in truth, the poor dog, all bleeding and shrunken, was dragging himself on his tottering legs into the dining room. Then immediately afterwards they heard Veronique, who was rushing after him with a cloth. She burst into the room crying, "I had to go into the coach-house. He made his escape. He still insists upon being where the rest of us are, and one can't take a step without finding him between one's legs. Come, you can't stop here." The dog lowered his old trembling head with an expression of affectionate entreaty. "Oh, let him stop, do!" Pauline cried. But the servant seemed displeased. "No, indeed, not in such a state as that. I have quite enough to do as it is with wiping up after him. It's really quite disgusting. You'll have the dining room in a nice state if he goes dragging himself all over the place in this way. Come along, be a little quicker, do." "Let him stay here, and you go away," said Lazare. Then, as Veronique furiously banged the door behind her, Matthew, who seemed to understand the situation perfectly well, came and laid his head on his master's knee. Everyone wanted to lavish dainties on him. They broke up lumps of sugar and tried to brighten him up into liveliness. In times past, they had been accustomed every evening to amuse themselves by placing a lump of sugar upon the table on the opposite side to that at which the dog was stationed, and then as Matthew ran round, they caught up the sugar and deposited it on the other side, in such wise that the dog went rushing round the table in pursuit of the dainty which was ever being removed from him, till at last he grew quite dizzy with the perpetual flitting, and broke out into wild and noisy barking. Lazare tried to set this little game going again, in the hope of cheering the poor animal. Matthew wagged his tail for a moment, went once round the table, and then staggered and fell against Pauline's chair. He could not see the sugar, and his poor shrunken body rolled over on its side. Canteau had stopped humming, and everyone felt keen sorrow at the sight of that poor dying dog, who had vainly tried to summon up the romping energies of the past. "Don't do anything to tire him," the doctor said gently, "or you will kill him." Then the priest, who was smoking in silence, let fall a remark which was probably intended to account for his emotion. "One might almost imagine," he said, "that these big dogs were human beings." About 10 o'clock, when the priest and the doctor had left, Lazare, before going to his own room, went to lock Matthew in the coach-house again. He laid him carefully down upon some fresh straw, and saw that his bowl was full of water. Then he kissed him and was about to leave him, but the dog raised himself on his feet with a painful effort and tried to follow the young man. Lazare had to put him back 3 times, and then at last the dog yielded, but he raised his head with so sad an expression to watch his master depart that Lazare, who felt heartbroken, came back and kissed him again. When he reached his room at the top of the house, the young man tried to read till midnight. Then he went to bed. But he could not sleep. His mind dwelt continually upon Matthew. The image of the poor animal, lying on his bed of straw, with his failing eyes turned towards the door, never ceased to haunt him. On the morrow, he thought, Matthew would be dead. Every minute he caught himself involuntarily sitting up in bed and listening, fancying he heard a bark in the yard. His straining ears caught all sorts of imaginary sounds. About 2 o'clock in the morning he heard a groaning which made him jump out of bed. Who could be groaning like that? He rushed out onto the landing, but the house was wrapped in darkness and silence. Not a breath came from Pauline's room. Then he could no longer resist his impulse to go downstairs. The hope of once more seeing his old dog alive made him hasten his steps. He scarcely gave himself time to thrust his legs into a pair of trousers before he started off, taking his candle with him. When he reached the coach-house, Matthew was no longer lying on the straw. He had dragged himself some distance away from it and was stretched upon the hard ground. When he saw his master enter, he no longer had enough strength to raise his head. Lazare placed his candle on some old boards and was filled with astonishment when he bent down and saw the ground all black. Then a spasm of pain came to him as he knelt and found that the poor animal was weltering in his death throes in a perfect pool of blood. Life was quickly ebbing from him. He wagged his tail very feebly, while a faint light glistened in the depths of his eyes. "Oh, my poor old dog!" sobbed Lazare. "Oh, my poor old dog!" Then aloud he said, "Wait a moment. I will move you. I'm afraid it hurts you, but you're drenched lying here, and I haven't even got a sponge. Would you like something to drink?" Matthew still gazed at him earnestly. Gradually the death rattle shook his sides, and the pool of blood grew bigger and bigger, quite silently, and as though it were fed by some hidden spring. Various ladders and broken barrels in the coach-house cast great shadows around, and the candle burnt very dimly. But suddenly there came a rustling among the straw. It was the cat, Minouche, who was reposing on the bed made for Matthew and had been disturbed by the light. "Would you like something to drink, my poor old fellow?" Lazare repeated. He'd found a cloth which he dipped in the pan of water and pressed against the dying animal's mouth. It seemed to relieve him, and his nose, which was excoriated through fever, became a little cooler. Half an hour passed, during which Lazare constantly dipped the cloth in the water, while his eyes filled with tears at the painful sight before him, and his heart ached with all the bitterness of grief. Wild hopes came to him at times, as they do to the watchers at a bedside. Perhaps, he thought, he might recall ebbing life by that simple application of cold water. What is the matter? What do you want to do?" he cried suddenly. "You want to get on your feet, eh?" Matthew, shaken by a fit of shivering, made desperate efforts to raise himself. He stiffened his limbs, while his neck was distended by his hiccups. But the end was close at hand, and he fell across his master's knees, with eyes still straining from beneath their heavy lids to catch sight of him. Quite overcome by that glance, so full of intelligence, Lazare held Matthew there on his knees, while the animal's big body, heavy like that of a man, was racked by a human-like death agony in his sorrowing embrace. It lasted for some minutes, and then Lazare saw real tears, heavy tears, roll down from the dog's mournful eyes, while his tongue showed forth from his convulsed mouth as though for a last caress. "Oh, my poor dog!" cried Lazare, bursting into sobs. Matthew was dead. A little bloody foam frothed round his jaws. As Lazare laid him down on the floor, he looked as though he were asleep. Then once more the young man felt that all was over. His dog was dead now, and this filled him with unreasonable grief and seemed to cast a gloom over his whole life. That death awoke in him the memory of other deaths, and he had not felt more heartbroken even when walking through the yard behind his mother's coffin. Some last portion of her seemed to be torn away from him. She'd gone from him now entirely. The recollection of his months of secret anguish, of his nights disturbed by nightmare visions, of his walks to the little graveyard, and of all his terror at the thought of annihilation surged up in his mind. However, he heard a sound, and when he turned he saw Minouche quietly making her toilet on the straw. But the door creaked, and Pauline then entered the coach-house, impelled thither by an impulse similar to that of her cousin. When he saw her, his tears fell faster, and he who had carefully concealed all his grief at his mother's death, as though it had been some shameful folly, now cried, "Oh, God, God, she loved him so dearly! You remember, don't you? She first had him when he was quite a tiny little thing, and it was she who always fed him, and he used to follow her all over the house." Then he added, "There's no one left now, and we are utterly alone." Tears sprang up in Pauline's eyes. She had stooped to look at poor Matthew's body, lying there beneath the dim glimmer of the candle. And she did not seek to console Lazare. She made but a gesture of despair, for she felt that she was utterly powerless. This ends Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 1. It was ennui that lay below all Lazare's gloomy sadness, a heavy, continuous ennui which rose from everything, like murky waters from some poisoned spring. He was bored both with work and with idleness, and with himself even more than with others. However, he took himself to task for his idleness and felt ashamed of it. It was disgraceful for a man of his age to waste the best years of his life in such a hole as Bonneville. Until now he had had some excuse for doing so, but at present there was no longer anything to keep him at home, and he despised himself for staying there, leading a useless existence, living upon his family, who were scarcely able to keep themselves. He told himself that he ought to be making a fortune for them, and that he was failing shamefully in not doing so, as he had formerly sworn he would. Great schemes for the future, grand enterprises, the idea of a vast fortune acquired by some brilliant stroke of genius, still occurred to him, but when he rose up from his reveries he lacked the energy to turn his thoughts into action. "I can't go on like this," he often said to Pauline. "I must really do something. I should like to start a newspaper at Cayenne." And his cousin always made the same reply. "Wait till the time of mourning is over. There's no hurry. You had better think matters well over before you launch out into an undertaking like that." The truth was that, notwithstanding her desire to see him occupy himself with some kind of work, she was alarmed by this scheme of founding a newspaper. Another failure, she feared, might kill him, and she thought of all his many previous ones. Music, medicine, the seaweed works, everything, in fact, that he had ever taken in hand. And besides, a couple of hours after he had mentioned this last plan to her, he had refused even to write a letter, on the ground that he was too tired. The weeks passed away, and another flood tide carried off 3 more houses at Bonneville. When the fishermen now met Lazare, they asked him if he had had enough of it. Though it was really quite useless trying to do anything, They said it grieved them to see so much good timber lost. There was a touch of banter in their expressions of condolence, and in the manner in which they besought him not to leave the place to the waves, as though with their sailor natures they felt a savage pride in the sea's destructive blows. By degrees Lazare grew so annoyed with their remarks that he avoided passing through the village. The sight of the ruined piles and stockades in the distance became intolerable to him. One day, as he was on his way to see the priest, Prouin stopped him. "Monsieur Lazare," he said obsequiously, while a mischievous smile played round his eyes, "you know those pieces of timber which are rotting away down yonder on the shore?" "Well, what about them?" "If you're not going to use them again, you might give them to us. They would serve at any rate as firewood." The young man was carried away by his anger, and without even thinking of what he was saying, he answered sharply, "That's quite impossible. I'm going to set men to work again next week." At this, all the neighborhood shouted. They were going to have all the fun over again since young Canteau was showing himself so pig-headed. A fortnight went by, and the fisherman never met Lazare without asking him if he was unable to find workmen, and thus he was goaded into a renewal of his operations, being induced thereto also by the entreaties of his cousin, who was anxious that he should have some occupation which would keep him near her. But he entered into the matter without the least spark of enthusiasm, and it was only his revengeful enmity against the sea which kept him saying that he was quite certain to triumph over it this time, and would make it lick the pebbles on the shore as submissively as a dog. Once again Lazare set to work preparing plans. He planned fresh angles of resistance and doubled the strength of his supports. No excessive expense was going to be incurred, as most of the old timbers could be used again. The carpenter sent in an estimate of 4,000 francs, and as the sum was so small, Lazare made no objection to Pauline advancing it, being quite certain, he said, of getting a subvention from the General Council. Indeed, he remarked that this was the only means they had of getting their previous expenditure reimbursed, for the council would certainly refuse to advance a copper so long as the works remained in their present ruinous condition. This consideration seemed to infuse a little warmth into his proceedings, and the operations were pressed on. In other ways, too, he became very busy, and went over to Cayenne every week to see the prefect and the influential members of the council. While the piles were being laid, an intimation was received that an engineer would be sent to inspect the operations and make a report, on the receipt of which the council would vote a subvention. The engineer spent a whole day at Bonneville. He was a very pleasant man, and gladly accepted an invitation from the Chanteaus to lunch with them after his visit to the shore. They refrained from making any reference to the subvention, as they were unwilling to appear in any way desirous of influencing his judgment. But he showed himself so polite and attentive to Pauline at table that she began to feel no doubt as to their success in obtaining the grant. And so, a fortnight later, when Lazare returned from one of his visits to Cayenne, the whole house was thrown into amazement and consternation by the news which he brought back with him. He was bursting with anger. Would they believe it? That silly fop of an engineer had sent in a simply disgraceful report. Yes, he'd been polite and civil, but he'd made fun of every single piece of timber with the ridiculous lavishness of technical terms. But it was only what they might have expected, for those official gentlemen didn't believe that anyone could put even a rabbit hutch together without their advice and assistance. However, the worst of the matter was that the council, after reading the report, had refused to vote any grant at all. This blow was a source of fresh despondency to the young man. The works were finished, and he swore they would resist the heaviest tides, and that the whole engineering department would go wild with angry jealousy when they saw them. All this, however, would not repay Pauline the money that she had advanced, and Lazare bitterly reproached himself for having led her into that loss. She herself, however, rising victorious over the instincts of her economical nature, claimed the entire responsibility for the course she had taken, impressing upon him that it was she who had insisted upon making the advances. The money had gone in a charitable purpose, she said, and she did not regret a sou of it, but would have gladly given more for the sake of saving the unhappy village. However, when the carpenter sent in his bill, she could not suppress a gesture of grievous astonishment. The 4,000 francs of the estimate had grown to nearly 8,000. Altogether, those piles and stockades, which the first storm might completely sweep away, had cost her more than 20,000 francs. By this time, Pauline's fortune was reduced to 40,000 francs, which produced a yearly income of 2,000 francs, a sum on which she would be barely able to live should she ever find herself homeless and friendless. Her money had trickled away in small sums in the household expenses, which she still continued to defray. But she now began to exercise a strict supervision over all the outlay of the house. The Canteaus themselves no longer had even their 300 francs a month, for after Madame Canteau's death, it was found that a certain amount of stock had been sold without there being any clue as to how the amount realized by its sale had been applied. When her own income was added to that of the family, Pauline had little more than 400 francs a month with which to keep the house going. The expenses of the establishment were heavy, and she had to perform miracles of economy in order to save the money that she needed for her charities. Dr. Casanove's trusteeship had terminated during the winter, and Pauline, being now of age, her money and herself were entirely at her own disposal, though indeed the doctor during the term of his authority had never refused to let her have her own way. That authority had legally ceased for some weeks before either of them remembered the fact. But although Pauline had been practically her own mistress for some time, she felt more thoroughly independent, more like a fully grown woman, now that she was the uncontrolled mistress of the house, with no accounts to render to anybody, for her uncle was ever entreating her to settle everything, and Lazare, like his father, also hated having anything to do with money matters. Thus, Pauline held the common purse and stepped entirely into her aunt's place, performing her duties as mistress of the house with a practical common sense that sometimes quite amazed the two men. It was only Veronique who made any complaints, thinking that Mademoiselle Pauline was very stingy, and grumbling at being restricted to a single pound of butter a week. The days succeeded each other with monotonous regularity. The perpetual sameness, the unvarying habits of the household, which constituted Pauline's happiness, only tended to increase Lazare's feeling of ennui. Never had the house affected him with such uneasy disquietude as now, when every room seemed basking in cheerful peace. The completion of the operations on the shore had proved a great relief, for enforced attention to anything had become intolerable to him, and he had no sooner fallen back into idleness than he once more became the prey of shame and anxiety. Every morning he made a fresh set of plans for the future. He had abandoned the idea of starting a newspaper as unworthy of him, and he inveighed against the poverty which prevented him from quietly devoting himself to some great literary work. He had lately become enamored of the notion of preparing himself for a professorship, and so earning a livelihood and enabling him to carry out his literary ambition. There no longer seemed to exist between himself and Pauline anything beyond their old feeling of comradeship, a quiet affection which made them, as it were, brother and sister. The young man never made any reference to their marriage, either because he never thought of it, or perhaps because he took it for granted and considered any discussion of the matter unnecessary, while the girl herself was equally reticent on the subject, feeling quite certain that her cousin would willingly acquiesce in the first suggestion of their union. And yet Lazare's passion for her was gradually diminishing, a fact of which she was quite conscious, though she did not understand that it was this alone which rendered her powerless to free him from his ennui. One evening, when she had gone upstairs in the dusk to tell him that dinner was ready, she surprised him in the act of hastily hiding something which he could not distinguish. "What's that?" she asked with a laugh. "Some verses for my birthday?" "No," he replied, with much emotion and in wavering tones. "It's nothing at all." It was an old glove which Louise had left behind her, and which he had just discovered behind a pile of books. The glove had retained a strong odor of the original skin of which it was made, and this was softened to a musky fragrance by Louise's favorite perfume, heliotrope. Lazare, who was very susceptible to the influence of odors, was violently agitated by that scent, and in a state of emotion had lingered with the glove pressed to his lips, draining from it a draught of sweet recollections. From that day onward, he began to yearn for Louise over the yawning chasm which his mother's death had left within him. He'd never indeed forgotten the girl. Her image had been dimmed somewhat by his grief, but it only wanted that little thing that had once belonged to her to bring her back to his mind. He took up the glove again, as soon as he was alone, kissed it, inhaled its scent, and fancied that he was still holding the girl in his embrace with his lips seeking hers. His nervous excitement, the mental feverishness which resulted from his long-continued inactivity, tended to intensify this species of intoxication. He felt vexed with himself on account of it, but he succumbed to it again and again, carried away by a passion which quite overpowered him. All this, too, increased his gloomy moodiness, and he even began to get snappish and surly with his cousin, as though she were in some way to blame for his passionate trances. Often, in the midst of some tranquil conversation, he would suddenly rush off and shut himself up in his room and wallow in his passionate recollections of the other girl. Then he would come downstairs again, weary and disgusted with life. At the end of a month he had so completely changed that Pauline grew quite hopeless and spent nights of torment. In the daytime she forced herself to assume a brave face, and kept herself perpetually busy in the house of which she was now the mistress. But at night, when she had closed the door of her room behind her, she dwelt upon her troubles, gave way completely, and wept like a child. She had no hope left. All her kindliness only met with an increasingly chilling reception. Could it really be, she wondered, that kindness and affection were insufficient, and that it was possible to love a person and yet cause him unhappiness? For she saw her cousin was really unhappy, and she began to fear that it might somehow be her own fault. And then, beneath her doubts of herself, there lurked increasing fears of a rival influence. She had for a long time explained Lazare's gloomy moodiness to herself as springing from grief at his mother's death. But now she was again haunted by the idea of Louise, an idea which had occurred to her on the very day after Madame Canteau's death, but which she had then scornfully dismissed amidst her pride in the power of her own affection, though every night now it forced itself upon her as she found the efforts of her love so unavailing. The girl was haunted by it all. As soon as she had put down her candle after entering her room, she threw herself upon her bed without having the energy to undress. All the gaiety of spirit which she had shown during the day, all her calmness and restraint, weighed upon her like a too heavy gown. The day, like those which had preceded it, and like those which would follow, had passed away amidst that feeling of hopelessness with which Lazare's moody ennui contaminated the whole house. What was the use of striving to appear bright and cheerful when she was unable to cast a gleam of sunshine on him she so dearly loved? Lazare's former cruel remarks still rankled in her heart. They were too lonely, and it was her jealousy that was to blame for it. It was she who had sent their friends away. She would not name Louise to herself, and she tried not to think about her. But she could not succeed in banishing the memory of that girl, with the winning ways and coquettish airs which had amused Lazare, who grew bright at the mere rustling of her gown. The minutes glided on, and still Pauline could not drive Louise from her thoughts. She felt sure it was for her that Lazare was anxiously longing, that all that was wanted to set him right again was to send for the girl. And every evening when Pauline went upstairs and threw herself wearily on her bed, she relapsed into those same thoughts and visions, and was tortured by the idea that the happiness of her dear ones depended perhaps upon another than herself. Now and then her spirit would rise within her in rebellion, and she would spring from her bed, rush to the window and open it, feeling suffocated. And there, gazing out into the far-spreading darkness, above the ocean, whose moaning rose to her ear, she would remain for hours, leaning on her elbows, unable to sleep, while the sea air played upon her burning breast. No, never could she be vile enough, she told herself, to tolerate that girl's return. Had she not surprised them together? Was it not an act of treason of the basest kind that they had committed? Yes, it was an unpardonable offense, and she would only be making herself their accomplice if she did anything to bring them together again. She grew feverish and excited with angry jealousy at the ideas which she called up, and shook with sobs as she hid her face with her bare arms. The night sped on, and the breezes fanned her neck and played with her hair without calming the angry pulsing of her blood. But even in those moments when indignation most mastered her, her natural kindliness still made its voice heard and struggled against her passion. It whispered to her in gentle tones of the blessedness of charity, of the sweetness of sacrificing oneself for others. She tried to hush that inner voice, telling herself that to carry self-sacrifice to the point of baseness was idiotic, but she still heard its pleading, which refused to be silenced. By degrees she grew to recognize it as the voice of her own better nature, and she began to ask herself what, after all, would suffering matter if she could only secure the happiness of those who were dear to her. Then she sobbed less loudly as she listened to the moans of a sea ascending through the darkness, weary and ill the while, and not yet conquered. One night, after long weeping at her window, she at last got into bed. As soon as she'd blown out her candle and lay staring into the darkness, she came to a sudden resolution. The very first thing in the morning, she would get her uncle to write to Louise and invite her to stay at Bonneville for a month. It all seemed quite natural and easy to her just then, and she quickly fell into sound sleep, a deeper and calmer sleep than she'd known for weeks. And when she came down to breakfast the next morning and saw herself sitting between her uncle and cousin at the family table, there came a sudden choking sensation in her throat, and she felt all her courage and resolution forsaking her.
"You are eating nothing," said Canteau. "What's the matter with you?"
"Nothing at all," she replied. "On the contrary, I have had a remarkably good sleep." The mere sight of Lazare brought her back to her mental struggle. She was eating in silence, weary already of the new day that had begun, and the girl could not bring herself to yield him to another. The thought of another taking him from her and kissing him to console and comfort him was intolerable to her. Yet when he left the room, she made an effort to carry out her resolution. "Are your hands any worse today?" she asked her uncle. He gazed at his hands, where tophus was again appearing, and he painfully bent the joints.
"No," he answered. "My right hand is even more supple than usual. If the priest comes, we'll have a game at draughts."
Then, after a moment's silence, he added, "What makes you ask?" She'd been hoping that he would not be able to write, and now she blushed deeply and, like a coward, determined to defer the letter till tomorrow. "Oh, I only wanted to know," she stammered. From that day forward all rest deserted her. Up in her own room at nights, after her fits of tears, she used to gain the mastery over herself and vowed that she would dictate to her uncle a letter in the morning. But when the morning came, and she again joined in the family life amongst those she loved, all her resolution failed her. The most trivial little details sent a pang through her heart. The bread that she cut for her cousin, his shoes which she gave to Veronique to be cleaned, and all the petty incidents of a daily routine. They might surely still be very happy by themselves in their old ways, she thought. What was the use of calling in a stranger? Why disturb the affectionate life which they'd been living for so many years past? The thought that it would no longer be she herself who cut the bread and mend the linen made her choke with grief, as if she saw all happiness crumble away. This torture, which lurked in every little homely detail of her work, made all her duties as mistress a torment. "What can be wrong?" she would sometimes ask herself aloud. "We love each other, and yet we are not happy. Our affection for each other only seems to make us wretched." It was a problem she was constantly trying to solve. Perhaps all the trouble arose from the fact that her own character and that of her cousin did not harmonize. But though she would willingly have adapted herself, have abdicated all personal will, she found it impossible to do so, for her sense of reason prevented her. Her patience often gave way, and there were days of sulking. She would have liked to be merry and drown all petty wretchedness in gaiety, but she could no longer do so. She, in her turn, was growing moody and despondent. "It's very nice and pleasant, this," Veronique began to repeat from morning till night. "There are only 3 of you now, and you'll end by eating each other up. Madame used to have her bad days, but at any rate, while she was alive, you managed to keep off banging things at each other's heads." Canteau himself also began to suffer from the influence of this slow and, to him, inexplicable disintegration of the family affections. Whenever he now had an attack of the gout, he bellowed, as the servants said, more loudly than before, and his caprices and violence tormented everyone in the place. The whole house was becoming a hell once more. At last, Pauline, in the last throes of her jealousy, began to ask herself if she was to impose her own ideas of happiness on Lazare. Certainly, before everything else, it was his happiness that she desired, even at the cost of grief to herself. Why, then, should she go on keeping him in this seclusion, in a solitude which seemed to make him suffer? He must, and doubtless he did, still love her, and he would come back to her when he was better able to appreciate her after comparison with that other girl. But, anyway, she ought to let him make his own choice. It was only just, and the idea of justice remained paramount within her. Every 3 months, Pauline repaired to Cayenne to receive the dividends. She started in the morning and returned in the evening, after attending to a list of purchases and errands which she compiled during the previous quarter. On her visit to Cayenne in June that year, however, the family vainly awaited her return, putting off dinner till 9 o'clock. Canteau, who had become very uneasy, sent Lazare off along the road, fearing that some accident had occurred, whereas Veronique, with an air of perfect tranquillity, said that it was foolish of them to distress themselves, for Mademoiselle Pauline, finding herself behindhand, and being anxious to complete her purchases, had doubtless determined to stay at Cayenne all night. Nevertheless, they spent a very uneasy time at Bonneville, and next morning, as soon as breakfast was over, their anxiety returned. About noon, when Canteau could scarcely keep himself any longer in his chair, and Lazare had just determined to set off to Arromanches, Veronique, who had been standing on the road, suddenly rushed into the room, exclaiming, "Here she is! Mademoiselle is coming!" Canteau insisted upon having his chair wheeled on to the terrace, and the father and son waited there together, while Veronique gave them particulars of what she'd seen. "It was Malivoire's coach. I could tell it was Mademoiselle Pauline by her crepe ribbons. But what I couldn't understand was that there seemed to be somebody with her. What can that broken-winded old hack be doing, I wonder?" At last the coach drove up to the door. Lazare had stepped towards it, and had already opened his mouth to question Pauline, who'd sprung down lightly, when he remained as if thunderstruck. Behind his cousin there appeared another young woman, dressed in striped lilac silk. Both girls were laughing together in the most friendly fashion. The young man's surprise was so great that he returned to his father, crying, "She's brought Louise with her." "Louise? Oh, that's a capital idea," Canteau exclaimed. And when the girls stood side by side before him, the one still in her deep mourning and the other in her gay summer toilette, he continued, delighted with this new distraction. "Ah, so you've made peace. Well, I never quite understood what was the matter. Some nonsense, I suppose. How naughty it was of you, my poor Louisette, to keep estranged from us during all the trouble we've been through. Well, it's all at an end now, eh?" A feeling of embarrassment kept the girls silent. They blushed and avoided looking at each other. Then Louise stepped forward and kissed Canteau to hide her confusion. But he wanted some explanation. "You met each other, I suppose?" Thereupon, Louise turned towards her friend while her eyes filled with tears.
"It was Pauline who came to see us. I was just going back into the house myself when she arrived. You mustn't scold her for staying the night with us, for it was my fault. I made her stay. And as the telegraph goes no further than Arromanches, we thought we should get here ourselves as soon as any message. Do you forgive me?" She kissed Canteau again with all her old caressing manner. He inquired no further. When what happened contributed to his pleasure, he had no fault to find with it. "But there's Lazare," he added. "Aren't you going to speak to him?" The young man had kept in the background, with an embarrassed smile on his face. His father's remark completed his confusion, the more especially as Louise only blushed again and made no step towards him. Why was she there, he asked himself. Why had his cousin brought back this rival, whom she had so violently driven away? He had not yet recovered from his confusion at the sight of her. This ends Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 2. "Kiss her, Lazare," said Pauline softly, "since she is too timid to kiss you."
Her face was quite white as she stood there in her deep mourning, but her expression was perfectly peaceful and her eyes clear and untroubled. She looked at them both with the maternal, serious expression which she assumed in her graver moments of household responsibility, and only smiled when the young man took courage to let his lips just touch the cheek which Louise offered him. When Véronique saw this, she rushed away and shut herself up in her kitchen, perfectly thunderstruck. It was altogether beyond her comprehension. After all that had passed, Mademoiselle Pauline could have very little heart. She was becoming quite ridiculous in her desire to please others. It wasn't sufficient to bring all the dirty little drabs of a neighborhood into the house and put them in the way of walking off with the silver. But now she must bring sweethearts for Monsieur Lazare. The house was getting into a nice state indeed. When she had vented a little of her indignation in this explosion over her fire, she went out onto the terrace again, exclaiming, "Don't you know that lunch has been ready for more than an hour? The potatoes are fried to cinders." They all ate with good appetites, but Canteau was the only one whose mirth flowed freely, and fortunately he was too gay to notice the persistent constraint of the others. Though they showed themselves very affectionate, still, beneath it all, there lurked a touch of that uneasy sadness which manifests itself in one who forgives an irreparable insult, but cannot altogether forget it. The afternoon was spent in installing the newcomer in her room. She again occupied her old quarters on the first floor. If Madame Canteau could only have come downstairs to dinner with a quick, short step, nothing would have appeared changed in the house. For nearly a week longer, this uneasy constraint lasted amongst the young people. Lazare, who did not dare to question Pauline, was altogether unable to understand what he considered her most extraordinary caprice. For any idea of a sacrifice, of a determination deliberately and magnanimously taken, never occurred to him. He himself, amidst the desires fanned by his listless idleness, had never thought of marrying Louise, And so now, on being all three placed together again, they found themselves in a false position, which caused them much distress. There were pauses of silent embarrassment, and sentences that remained half unspoken from fear of conveying any allusion to the past. Pauline, surprised at this unexpected state of affairs, was obliged to exaggerate and force her gaiety in the hope of bringing back a semblance of the careless merriment of former days. At first she felt a wave of joy rising in her heart, for she thought that Lazare was coming back to her. The presence of Louise had calmed him. He almost avoided her and shunned being alone with her, horrified at the thought that he might even yet be weak enough to betray his cousin's confidence. Tortured by a feverish affection for Pauline, he attached himself to her, and in tones of emotion proclaimed her to be the best of girls, a true saint of whom he was utterly unworthy. And so she felt very happy, and rejoiced greatly in what she thought was her victory, when she saw her cousin pay such little attention to Louise. At the end of the week she even began to reproach him for his want of amiability towards her rival.
"Why do you always run off and leave us? It really quite vexes me. She isn't here for us to be rude to her."
Lazare avoided replying, making only a vague gesture. Then his cousin ventured to make an allusion to what had previously happened.
"I brought her here so that you might know that I have long ago forgiven you. I wanted to wipe out every remembrance of it, as though it were all some horrid dream. It's done with now. I am no longer afraid, you see. I have perfect confidence in you both."
At this he caught her in his arms. Then he promised to be courteous and amiable with Louise. From that moment they spent their days in delightful intimacy. Lazare no longer seemed to suffer from ennui. Instead of shutting himself up in his room at the top of the house, like a recluse, and making himself ill with very loneliness, he invented amusements and arranged long walks, from which they came back home glowing, invigorated by the fresh air. And it was now that Louise, by slow degrees, began to recover all her old sway over him. The young man grew quite at ease with her again, and once more offered his arm, and allowed himself to be thrilled afresh by that disturbing perfume which every fold of the girl's lace seemed to exhale. At first he struggled against her growing influence over him, and tried to escape from her as soon as he found himself becoming intoxicated with her witchery. But Pauline herself bade him go to the girl's assistance when they had to leap over a pool as they skirted the shore. She herself jumped over it boldly like a boy, disdaining all help, whereas Louise, with a soft cry like that of a wounded lark, surrendered herself to the young man's arms. Then, as they returned home again, and he supported her, all the low laughter and whispered confidences of former days began anew. But Pauline was, as yet, in no way distressed by this. She maintained her brave expression, without guessing that she was risking her happiness by never feeling weary or requiring the assistance of her cousin's arm. It was with a kind of smiling bravado that she made the others walk in front of her, arm in arm, as though she wanted to show them how great was her confidence. Neither Lazare nor Louise, indeed, had the slightest idea of taking advantage of the trust she reposed in them. Though the young man was again bewitched by Louise, he perpetually struggled against her influence, and made a point of showing himself more affectionate than before to his cousin. In Louise's society, whilst ever finding some charm by which he allowed himself to be deliciously beguiled, he was always protesting to himself that this time the game should not go beyond the limits of permissible flirtation. Why, he asked himself, should he deny himself some pleasant little amusement, since he was quite determined to go no further? Louise, too, felt more scruples than formerly. Not that she accused herself of previous coquetry, for she was naturally of a caressing disposition. But now she would neither have done nor said anything that she thought might be in the least degree distasteful to Pauline. Her friend's forgiveness of what had passed had moved her to tears. She wanted to show that she was worthy of it, and seemed to regard her with that exuberant feminine adoration which finds expression in vows and kisses and all kinds of passionate caresses. She kept a constant watch upon her so that she might run up to her at the first appearance of displeasure. At times she would abruptly leave Lazare's arm for Pauline's and try to enliven her and even pretend to sulk with the young man. Never before had Louise appeared so charming as she did now in this constant state of emotion, which arose from a necessity she felt of pleasing both Pauline and Lazare, and the whole house seemed alive with the rustle of her skirts and her pretty wheedling ways. Little by little, however, Pauline became quite wretched again. Her temporary hope and momentary feeling of triumph only served to increase her pain. She no longer experienced the violent paroxysms and wild outbursts of jealousy which had once quite distracted her. Hers was rather a sensation of having life slowly crushed out of her, as though some heavy mass had fallen on her with a weight which bore her down more and more each passing minute. She felt that everything was over, that hope was no longer possible for her. And yet she had no reasonable ground of complaint against the two others. They showed the greatest thoughtfulness and affection for her, and struggled earnestly against the influences which attracted them towards each other. But it was this very show of affection which especially tortured her, for she began to see that they were prompted by a desire to prevent her from feeling pain by their love for one another. The pity of those young lovers was unendurable to her. When she left them together, were there not soft confessions and rapid whisperings? And then, when she joined them again, a sudden relapse into silence, after which Louise lavished kisses upon her, and Lazare evinced affectionate humility. She would have preferred to know that they were really in the wrong, for all those honorable scruples and compensatory caresses, which plainly told her the real truth, left her quite disarmed, with neither the will nor the energy to try to win back her own happiness. On the day when she had brought her rival to Bonneville, she had intended to hold her own against her, if she found any struggle necessary. But what could she do against a couple of children whose love for each other was such a source of distress to them? It was her own doing, too. She might have married Lazare had she chosen, without troubling herself about his possible preference for someone else. But in spite of her jealous torments, her heart rebelled against the idea of exacting from him the fulfillment of his promise, a promise which he no doubt now regretted. Though it should kill her to do so, she would give him up rather than marry him if he loved another. Meanwhile, she still went on playing the part of mother to her little family, nursing Canteau, who was not going on very satisfactorily, soothing Veronique, whose sense of propriety was seriously offended, to say nothing of pretending to treat Lazare and Louise as a pair of disorderly children in order that she might be able to smile at their escapades. She succeeded in forcing herself to laugh even more loudly than they did, with that clear, ringing laugh of hers, whose limpid notes testified to her healthy courage. The whole house seemed gay and animated. She herself affected a bustling activity from morning till night, refusing to accompany the young couple in their walks, on the pretense that she had to undertake a general cleaning of the house, or see after the washing, or superintend the making of preserves. It was, however, more particularly Lazare who had now become noisy and energetic. He went whistling up and down the stairs, drummed on the doors, and found the days too short and uneventful. Although he did not actually do anything, his new passion seemed to find him more occupation than he had either time or strength for. Once more he intended to conquer the world, and every day at dinner he expounded fresh, extraordinary schemes for the future. He had already grown disgusted with the idea of literature, and had abandoned all notion of reading for the examinations which he had intended to pass in order to enable him to take up a professorship. For a long time he had made this intention of studying an excuse for shutting himself up in solitude in his room. But he had there felt so discouraged that he never opened a book, and now he began to scoff at his own foolishness in ever contemplating such a thing. Could anything be more idiotic than to chain himself down to a life like that in order to be able at some future time to write a lot of plays and novels? No. Politics alone were worthy of his ambition, and he had now quite made up his mind. He had a slight acquaintance with the deputy for Cayenne, and he would go with him to Paris as his secretary, and doubtless in a few months' time he would make his way. The empire was in great want of intelligent young men. When Pauline, whom this wild whirl of ideas made uneasy, tried to calm his ambitious fever by advising him to look out for some smaller but safer berth, he scoffed at her prudence and jokingly called her an old grandmother. One day, when Lazare and Louise had gone by themselves to Verchemont, Pauline had need of a recipe for freshening some old velvet, and she went upstairs to search for it in her cousin's big wardrobe, where she thought she recollected having seen it on a scrap of paper between the pages of a book. While she was looking for it, she discovered amongst some pamphlets Louise's old glove, that forgotten glove, the contemplation of which had so often filled Lazare with intoxication. It proved a ray of light to Pauline. She recognized in it the object which her cousin had hidden from her with such emotion that evening when she had suddenly entered his room to tell him that dinner was ready. She fell upon a chair, quite overcome by the revelation. Ah! He'd been longing for that girl before ever she had returned to the house. He'd lived on his recollections of her, and he'd worn that glove away with his lips because it retained some scent of her person. Pauline's whole body was shaken by sobs, while her streaming eyes remained fixed upon the glove, which she held in her trembling hands. "Well, mademoiselle, have you found it yet?" called Veronique, who had just come upstairs from the landing. "The best thing you can do is to rub the stuff with a piece of bacon rind." She came into the room and seemed quite amazed at finding Pauline in tears, with her fingers clutching the old glove. But as she glanced round the room, she at last guessed the cause of the girl's despair. "Well, well," she said, in a rough way that was becoming more and more habitual to her, "you might have expected it. I warned you how it would be long ago. You brought them together again, and now they amuse themselves. And perhaps my mistress was right after all. That kitten of a girl brightens him up more than you do." Then she shook her head and added in a grave voice, as though she was speaking to herself, "Ah, my mistress had a very clear eyesight in spite of her faults. For my part, I can't bring myself to think that she's really dead." That evening, when Pauline had locked herself in her room and placed her candlestick on the chest of drawers, she threw herself upon her bed, repeating that she must get Louise and Lazare married. All day long a buzzing sensation had made her head throb and prevented her from thinking clearly. And it was only now, in the quiet night-time, when she was able to suffer without witnesses of her trouble, that the inevitable consequence of what had happened presented itself clearly to her mind. It was absolutely necessary that Lazare and Louise should marry. The thought rang through her like an order, like the voice of reason and justice, to which she could no longer turn a deaf ear. For a moment she, who was so courageous, gave way to terror, fancying she heard her dead aunt calling out to her to obey. Then, all dressed as she was, she turned over and covered herself with the bedclothes to drown the sound of her sobs. Oh, to have to surrender him to another, to know that another's arms would be clasped round him and would keep him from her forever, to lose all hope of ever winning him back. No, she could never have enough courage for it. She would prefer to continue leading her present life of wretchedness. No one at all should have him, neither herself nor that other girl, and Lazare should grow old and withered with waiting. For a long time she lay struggling with herself, racked by jealous fury. Her impetuous temperament, which neither years nor reflection had been able to subdue, always asserted itself at the first moment of a difficulty. Then, however, she became prostrate, physically exhausted. Too tired and weary to undress, Pauline lay for a long time on her back, debating the question. She succeeded in proving to herself that Louise could do more to secure Lazare's happiness than she ever could. Had not that girl, so weak and puny, already roused him from his ennui with her caresses? Doubtless it was necessary for him to have her continually clinging to his neck, that she might drive away with kisses all his gloomy thoughts, his terror of death. Then Pauline fell to depreciating herself, repeating that she was too cold and had none of the amorous graces of a woman, but only kindliness, which was not sufficient allurement. One other consideration, too, brought her complete conviction. She was ruined, and her cousin's plans for the future, those plans which had caused her so much anxiety, would require a large amount of money for accomplishment. Would it be right for her to impose on him a narrow, sordid life which they were now obliged to lead, condemn him to mediocrity, which she could see was painful to him? Their life together would be unhappy, poisoned by continual regret, the querulous bitterness of disappointed ambition. She could only give him a rancorous life of poverty, whereas Louise, who was wealthy, could open out to him the great career of which he dreamed. It was said that the girl's father was keeping some good berth vacant for his future son-in-law, probably some lucrative position in the bank, and, though Lazare affected to despise financiers, matters would no doubt be satisfactorily arranged. She felt that she could hesitate no longer, now that it seemed clear to her that she would be committing an unworthy action if she did not marry them together. And as she lay awake on her bed, that union of Lazare and Louise seemed to her to be a necessity, which she must hasten if she wanted to preserve her own self-respect. The whole night passed while she was thus wrestling with herself. When the day broke, she at last undressed. She was perfectly calm now, and enjoyed profound repose, though still unable to sleep. She never before felt so easy, so satisfied with herself, so free from all anxiety. All was ending. She had just severed the bonds of egotism. She had no hopes now centered in any person or thing, and within her lurked all the subtle pleasure that comes of self-sacrifice. She did not even experience any longer her old craving to prove all sufficient for the happiness of her people. The pride of abnegation had vanished, and she was willing that those she loved should be happy through other instrumentality than her own. It was the loftiest height which love for others can reach, to suppress one's self, to give up everything and still think one is not given enough, to love so deeply as to rejoice in a happiness which one has neither bestowed nor shares. The sun was rising when she at last dropped off into a deep sleep. Pauline came downstairs very late that morning. When she awoke, it made her happy to find that all the resolutions she'd taken during the night remained fixed and unwavering within her. But she began to reflect that she had forgotten what would become of herself, and that she must make some plans for her future altered circumstances. Though she might have the courage to bring about the marriage of Lazare and Louise, she would certainly never be brave enough to remain with them and watch their happiness. Self-devotion has its limits, and she was afraid of some return of her violent outbursts, some terrible scene which would kill her. Besides, was she not really doing all that could possibly be demanded of her, and could anyone have the cruelty to impose useless torture upon her? She came to an immediate and irrevocable decision. She would go away, leave the house, which was so full of disquieting associations. This would mean a complete change in her life, but she did not shrink from it. At breakfast she showed a calm cheerfulness, which she henceforth maintained. She bravely endured the sight of Lazare and Louise sitting side by side, whispering and smiling, without any other feeling of weakness than a chilly coldness at her heart. As it was Saturday, she made up her mind to send them out for a long walk together, in order that she might be alone when Dr. Cazenove came. They went off, and Pauline then took the precaution of going out into the road to meet the doctor. As soon as he caught sight of her, he wanted her to get up into his gig and drive to the house with him. But she begged him to alight, and they walked along slowly together, while Martin, 100 yards in the rear, brought on the empty vehicle. In a few simple words, Pauline unbosomed herself to the doctor. She told him everything, her plan of giving Lazare to Louise, and her determination to leave the house. This confession had seemed necessary to her. She was unwilling to act upon mere inspiration, and the old doctor was the only person who could understand her. Cazenove suddenly halted in the middle of the road and clasped the girl in his long bony arms. He was trembling with emotion, and he kissed her on the hair as he said affectionately, "You are quite right, my dear, you are quite right, and it pleases me very much to hear it, for matters might have had a much worse ending. For months past I have been feeling grieved, and I was longing to come and talk to you, for I knew you were very unhappy. Ah, they have plundered you and stripped you nicely, those good folks. First your money, and now your heart." The young girl tried to stop him.
"My dear friend, I beg you, you're judging them unfairly."
"Perhaps so, but that does not prevent me from being glad on your account. Yes, yes, give up your Lazare. It is not a very valuable present that you are making to the other one. I dare say that he is a very charming fellow, and that he has the best intentions in the world. But I prefer that the other should be unhappy with him, and not you. Those fine fellows who grow bored with everything are far too heavy, even for broad shoulders like yours to support. I would rather see you marry some sturdy butcher lad. Yes, I mean it. Some butcher lad who would shake his sides day and night with honest, merry laughter." Then, as he saw her eyes fill with tears, he added, "Ah, well, you love him, I suppose, and so I won't say anything more. Give me a kiss again, since you are brave enough to act so sensibly. Ah, what a fool he is not to see what he's doing." He took her arm and drew her close to his side. Then they began to talk seriously together as they resumed their walk. The doctor told her that she would certainly do best to leave Bonneville, and he undertook to find her a situation. He happened, he said, to have a rich old relative living at Saint-Lô, who was looking for a young lady companion. Pauline would be perfectly happy with her, and very likely the old lady, who had no children of her own, would grow much attached to her and subsequently adopt her. They arranged everything between themselves, and the doctor promised Pauline a definite reply from his relative in a few days' time. Meanwhile, it was settled she should say nothing about her determination to leave the Canteaus. She was afraid that if she did, it might seem to be in some way a threat, and she was anxious to bring the marriage to an issue, and then immediately leave the house like one who could no longer be of use there. On the third day, Pauline received a letter from the doctor. She was expected at Saint-Lô as soon as she could get away. It was on this same day, during Lazare's absence, that she led Louise to an old seat beneath a clump of tamarisks at the bottom of the kitchen garden. In front of them, above the low wall, they could see nothing but the sea and sky, a measureless expanse of blue, intersected by the far-stretching line of the horizon.
"My dear girl," said Pauline to Louise with her maternal air, "let us talk as though we were two sisters. You love me a little, don't you?" Louise threw one arm round her friend's waist as she exclaimed, "Indeed I do. You know I do." "Well then, since you love me, it was very wrong of you not to tell me everything. Why do you keep secrets from me?" "Indeed, I have no secrets." "Ah, yes, think again now. Come, open your heart to me." Each looked into the other's face so closely for a moment that they felt the warmth of one another's breath, and the eyes of one gradually grew troubled beneath the clear, unruffled gaze of the other. The silence was growing painful. "Tell me everything. When things are discussed openly, it is possible to arrange them satisfactorily. But dissimulation is apt to have an unhappy ending. Isn't that so, eh? It would be very painful for us to disagree again, and to have repetition of what caused us so much grief and trouble." At this, Louise burst into a violent fit of sobbing. She clasped Pauline round the waist convulsively, and hid her face against her friend's shoulder while stammering amidst her tears, "Oh, it is very unkind of you to speak of that again. You ought never to have mentioned it again, never. Send me away at once rather than pain me like this." It was in vain that Pauline tried to soothe her. "No, no," the weeping girl went on. "I understand it all. You still suspect me. Why do you speak to me of secrets? I have no secret at all.
I do everything quite openly so that you may have no cause to find fault with me or reproach me. I am not to blame because things happen which disturb you. I, who am even careful how I laugh, though you don't know it. But if you don't believe me, I'd better go away at once. Let me go. Let me go. They were quite alone in that far-reaching space. The kitchen garden, scorched by the west wind, lay at their feet like a piece of wasteland, while further away the calm sea spread out in its immensity.
"But listen to what I have to say," Pauline cried. "I am not reproaching you at all. On the contrary, I want to encourage you." Then taking Louise by the shoulders and forcing her to raise her eyes, she said to her gently, like a mother questioning her daughter, "You love Lazare? And he too loves you, I am sure." The blood surged to Louise's cheeks. She trembled yet more violently and tried to liberate herself and escape. "Good gracious! How clumsily I must express myself if you can't understand me," Pauline resumed. "Do you think I should talk to you on such a subject only to torture you? You love each other, don't you? Well, I want to get you married to one another. It's very simple."
Louise, distracted, ceased to struggle. Stupor checked the flow of her tears, rendered her motionless, with her hands hanging inertly beside her.
"What? And yourself?" she gasped. "I, my dear? Well, I have been questioning myself very seriously for some weeks past, at night time especially, during those waking hours when one's mind sees things in a clearer light. And I have recognized that I only feel sincere friendship for Lazare. Haven't you been able to see as much for yourself? We are comrades, chums, like a couple of boys, in fact. We do not feel those loving transports." She hesitated, trying to find some suitable phrase which would give an appearance of probability to her falsehoods. But her rival still gazed at her with fixed eyes, as though she had discovered the meaning which was hidden beneath her words. "Why do you tell me untruths?" she murmured at last. "Is it possible for you to cease to love where you have once loved?"
Pauline grew confused. This ends Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 3.
"Well, well," she said, "what does that matter? You love each other, and it is quite natural that he should marry you. I was brought up with him, and I shall continue to be a sister to him. One's ideas alter when one has been waiting so long. And then there are several other reasons."
She was conscious that she was growing more confused, and, carried away by her frankness, she went on,
"Oh, my dear, let me have my way. If I still love him sufficiently to want to see him your husband, it is because I now believe that you are necessary to his happiness. That doesn't vex you, does it? You would do the same if you were in my place, would you not? Come, let us talk it over quietly. Will you join in a little plot? Shall we come to an understanding together to force him into being happy? Even if he seems vexed about it and persists in believing that he is yet bound to me, you must help me to persuade him, for it is you whom he loves, and it is you who are necessary to him. Be my accomplice, I beg you, and let us get everything arranged at once, now while we are alone."
But Louise, seeing how she trembled, how heartbroken she was in making those entreaties, persisted in rebelling.
No, I couldn't think of such a thing. It would be abominable. You still love him, I am sure of it, and you are only planning your own torment. Instead of helping you, I will tell him everything. Yes, as soon as he comes back."
Then Pauline threw her kindly arms round her again to prevent her from continuing, and drew her face close to her breast.
Hold your tongue, you wicked child. It must be so. It is he whom we have to think about."
Silence fell again while they lingered in that embrace. Her powers of resistance already exhausted, Louise gave way, yielded with affectionate languor, while tears mounted to her eyes, happy tears that trickled slowly down her cheeks. She spoke no word, but pressed her friend to her, as though she could find no discreeter or more sincere way of expressing her gratitude. She recognized that Pauline was so much above her, so lofty, so self-sacrificing, that she dared not raise her eyes to meet her gaze. However, after a few minutes, she ventured to lift her head in smiling confusion, and then, protruding her lips, gave her friend a silent kiss. In the distance, the sea stretched out beneath the cloudless sky, without a single wave breaking on its blue immensity. When Lazare returned to the house, Pauline went up to him in his room, that big and well-loved chamber where they had grown up together. She was anxious to finish her task that very day. With her cousin she sought no preliminary remarks, but went straight to the point. The room teemed with associations of their old life. Pieces of dry seaweed still lay about there, the models of the stockades littered the piano, and the table was strewn with scientific treatises and scores of music.
"Lazare," she began, "I want to talk to you. I have something serious to say to you."
He seemed surprised, and then took his stand before her. "What's the matter? Is my father threatened with another attack?"
"No, listen. It is necessary that the subject should now be mentioned. Keeping silence about it cannot do any good. You know that my aunt intended we should be married. We have frequently spoken about it, and for months past it has been considered a settled matter. Well, I think that it would now be better if all thought of it were abandoned."
The young man had turned pale, but he did not allow his cousin to finish. He exclaimed excitedly, "What? What nonsense are you talking? Are you not already my wife? We will go tomorrow, if you like, and ask the priest to put the finishing stroke to the matter. And this is what you call something serious?" The girl replied in her tranquil voice, "It is very serious, and though it displeases you, I repeat that it is certainly necessary we should speak about it. We are two old friends and comrades, but I am afraid we should never be two lovers. So what is the good of obstinately persisting in an idea which would probably never result in happiness for either of us?" Then Lazare burst out into a torrent of ejaculations. Was she trying to quarrel with him? She couldn't expect him to spend his whole time clinging round her neck. And though the marriage had been put off from month to month, she knew quite well that it wasn't his fault. It was unjust of her, moreover, to say that he no longer loved her. He'd loved her so warmly, and in that very room, too. At this reference to the past, a blush mounted to Pauline's cheeks. Her cousin was right. She recollected his passing gusts of passion, and his hot breath fanning her neck. But, how far off were those delicious, thrilling moments, and what an unimpassioned, brotherly friendship he manifested for her now. So it was with an expression of sadness that she replied to him, "My poor fellow, if you really loved me, instead of arguing with me as you're doing, you would be clasping me in your arms and sobbing, and finding some very different way of persuading me." He turned still paler, and threw up his hands with a vague gesture of protest as he let himself fall upon a chair. "No," the girl went on, "it is quite clear that you love me no longer. But it can't be helped. We are, no doubt, not suited to each other. When we were shut up here together, you were driven into thinking about me. But all your fancy vanished later on. It did not last, because there was nothing in me that could keep you to me." A final paroxysm of exasperation carried him off, and he swayed about in his chair as he stammered, "Well, what do you want? What is the meaning of all this? I quietly return home and come up here to put on my slippers, and then you suddenly fall on me and without the least warning launch out into an extravagant harangue. I don't love you any longer. We are not made for one another. The wedding must be broken off. Once more I ask you, what is the meaning of it all?" Pauline, who had drawn near him, slowly answered, "It means that you love someone else, and that I advise you to marry her." For a moment Lazare remained silent. Then he began to sneer. Good, they were going to have the old scenes over again. Everything was going to be turned topsy-turvy once more by her idiotic jealousy. She couldn't bear to see him cheerful even for a single day without wanting to banish everyone away from him. Pauline listened with an expression of profound grief. Then she suddenly laid her trembling hands upon his shoulders, and an involuntary cry burst from her heart.
"Oh, my dear, can you believe that I want to distress you? Can't you see that my only desire is to make you happy? I would endure anything to win you a single hour's happiness." "You love Louise, is that not so? Well, I tell you to marry her. Understand me, I am in the way no longer. Marry her, I give her to you."
Her cousin looked at her in amazement. With his nervous, ill-balanced nature, his feelings rushed to extremes at the slightest impulse. His eyelids quivered, and he burst into sobs. "Oh, don't talk like that," he cried. "I am utterly worthless. Yes, indeed, I despise myself bitterly for all that has happened in this house for years past. I am deeply in your debt. Don't say I am not. We took your money. I squandered it like a fool, and now I have sunk so low that you make me alms of my words and promise and give them back to me out of sheer pity, as to a man destitute of courage and honor."
"Lazare, Lazare," she murmured,
quite frightened. But he sprang furiously to his feet and began striding about the room, drumming on his breast with his fists. "Leave me! I should kill myself straight off if I treated myself as I deserve. Do I not owe you my love? Isn't it a disgrace and an abomination for me to wish for that other girl who was not meant for me and isn't nearly so good or so pretty as you are? When a man descends to conduct like this, there must be mud in his soul. You see that I'm hiding nothing from you, that I am not attempting to defend myself. Listen to me. Rather than accept your sacrifice, I would myself turn Louise out of the house, and then go off to America and never see either of you again." For a long time Pauline tried to calm him and reason with him. Couldn't he try for once, she asked, to take life as it was without any exaggeration? Couldn't he see that the advice she offered him was good advice, resolved upon after long deliberation? The marriage she advocated would be good for everyone. She would be able to speak of it in such calm tones because, far from the thought of it paining her, she now sincerely wished it. Then, carried away by her desire to convince him, she unfortunately made an allusion to Louise's fortune, and hinted that Thibaudier, when the marriage had taken place, would certainly find some post for his son-in-law. "Ah, that's it!" he broke out violently. "You want to sell me now. Say plainly that I can no longer care for you because I've ruined you, and that it only remains for me to be base enough to marry a rich girl. No, no, indeed, that is too mean and degrading. Never will I do it. Never. Do you hear me? Never." Pauline, whose strength was exhausted, ceased her entreaties. Silence reigned. Lazare had thrown himself on the chair again, while the girl paced slowly up and down the big room, lingering before each piece of furniture. Those old familiar things, the table which she had worn away with the pressure of her elbows, the wardrobe where her childish playthings were still stowed away, all the old souvenirs littered about the room, made a feeling of hope which she strove to dismiss spring up in her heart, a hope whose sweetness, in spite of herself, gradually thrilled her. Suppose he did really love her sufficiently to refuse to take another? but she knew too well the weak morrows that followed his passionate outbursts of sentiment. Besides, it was very weak of her to harbor hope, and she must guard against allowing herself to yield to his nerveless, vacillating nature. "You must think it all over," she said in conclusion, as she stopped short before him. "I won't bother you any more at present. I'm sure you will be more reasonable in the morning." The next day, however, was passed in painful constraint. The house once more seemed to be under the depressing influence of a vague, bitter sorrow. Louise's eyes were red, and Lazare avoided her and spent whole hours by himself in his room. But again the days went on. The constraint began to disappear, and laughter and whispering once more came back. Pauline still waited, indulging in foolish hopes even against her own convictions. Backed by uncertainty, she thought that she had never before really known what suffering was. But at last, as she was going down to the kitchen one evening in the dusk to get a candle, she found Lazare and Louise kissing each other in the passage. Louise made her escape laughing, while Lazare, emboldened by the darkness, caught hold of Pauline and imprinted 2 brotherly kisses on her cheeks. "I have thought it over," he murmured. "You are better and wiser than she is, and I still love you. But I love you as I loved my mother." She had just strength to say, "It is settled, then. I am very glad." She felt that she had turned so pale, and her face was so cold, that she dared not go into the kitchen for fear she should faint. Without waiting to get a candle, she went upstairs again, saying that she had forgotten something. When she shut herself up in the darkness, she thought she was going to die, for she felt suffocated and could not shed a single tear. What had she done, she cried to herself, that he should have been cruel enough to make her torture still greater? Why couldn't he have accepted her sacrifice on the day when she had proposed it to him, when she had possessed all her strength, unweakened by any false hope? Now the sacrifice had become a double one. She'd lost him a second time, and all the more painfully since she had allowed herself to hope that she was winning him back. Ah, heaven! She would be brave and bear it, but it was wicked to make her task such torture. Everything was speedily arranged. Veronique, quite aghast, could make nothing out of it. She thought that things had got turned upside down since her mistress' death. It was, however, Canteau who was most surprised by the news. He, who usually took no interest in anything and just nodded his head in approval of any scheme that was mentioned to him, as though he were completely absorbed in the selfish enjoyment of the calm moments which he stole from his tormenting pain, burst into tears when Pauline herself announced the new arrangement to him. He gazed at her and stammered incoherent protests and confessions. It wasn't his fault. He'd wanted to do very differently long ago, both about the money and about the marriage. But as she knew, he was too ill. However, the girl kissed him, protesting that it was she herself who was making Lazare marry Louise for very good reasons. At first he could scarcely believe her, and blinking his eyes sadly, he asked her, "Is that really the truth? Really?" Then, when he saw her smile, he quickly consoled himself and grew quite gay. It was a great relief to have things settled, for the matter had long been distressing him, though he'd never dared to open his mouth about it. He kissed Louise on the cheeks, and in the evening, over the dessert, he sang a merry song. Just as he was going to bed, however, he was troubled by a last disquieting thought. "You will stay with us, eh?" he asked Pauline. The girl hesitated for a moment, and then, blushing at her falsehood, she answered, "Oh, no doubt." A whole month was required for the completion of the necessary formalities. Thibaudier, Louise's father, had, however, at once consented to the proposal of Lazare, who was his godson. There was only one dispute between them, a couple of days before the wedding, when the young man roundly refused to go to Paris and manage an insurance company in which the banker was the principal shareholder. He intended remaining for a year or two longer at Bonneville and writing a novel, which was to be a masterpiece, before he started off to bring Paris to his feet. At this, Thibaudier just shrugged his shoulders, and in a friendly way called him a big simpleton. It was arranged that the marriage should take place at Cayenne. During the previous fortnight there were continual comings and goings, a perfect fever of journeyings. Pauline went about with Louise, seeking to divert her thoughts with all the bustle, and returning home quite exhausted. As Canteau was not able to leave Bonneville, she had to promise to attend the ceremony, at which she would be the only representative of her cousin's family. The near approach of a day filled her with terror. She had arranged that she would not spend the night at Cayenne, for she thought she would suffer less if she returned to sleep at Bonneville. She pretended that her uncle's health made her very uneasy, and that she was unwilling to remain long away from him. Canteau himself vainly pressed her to spend a few days at Cayenne. He wasn't ill at all, he urged. On the contrary, he was very much excited by the idea of the approaching wedding and the thought of the banquet at which he would not be present, and he was craftily planning to make Veronique supply him with some forbidden dish, such as a young truffled partridge, which he could never eat without the absolute certainty of a fresh attack of gout. However, in spite of all that could be urged, the girl declared that she would return home in the evening. She thought that this course would allow her greater facilities for packing her trunk the next morning and disappearing. A drizzling rain was falling, and midnight had just struck as Malivoire's old coach brought Pauline back to Bonneville on the evening of the wedding. Wearing a blue silk gown and ill protected by a little shawl, she was pale and shivering, though her hands were hot. In the kitchen she found Veronique sitting up for her and dozing beside the table. The tall flame of the candle made the girl's eyes blink, full as they still were of the darkness of the journey, during which they had remained wide open all the way from Arromanches. She could only drag a few incoherent words from the drowsy servant. The master had been very foolish, but he was asleep now, and nobody had called. Then Pauline took a candle and went upstairs, chilled by the emptiness of the house, heartsick amidst all the gloom and silence which seemed to weigh upon her shoulders. When she reached the second floor, she wished to take immediate refuge in her own room, but an irresistible impulse, at which she felt surprised, led her to open Lazare's door. She raised her candle to enable her to see, as though she fancied the room was full of smoke. Nothing was changed. Every piece of furniture was in its accustomed place, but she felt conscious of calamity, annihilation. It was a vague terror, as though she were in some chamber of death. She slowly walked up to the table and looked at the inkstand, the pen, and an unfinished page of manuscript still lying there. Then she went away. All was over, and the door closed on the echoing emptiness of the room. When she reached her own chamber, the same vague sensation of strangeness that she had felt in Lazare's again affected her. Could this indeed be her room, with its wallpaper of blue roses and its little muslin-curtained iron bed? Was it really here that she'd lived so many years? Still keeping her candle in her hand, she, who was usually so courageous, made a minute inspection of the apartment, pushed the curtains aside, looked under the bed and behind the furniture. She felt overcome by a strange kind of stupor, which kept her standing in front of the different things. She could not have believed that such keen anguish could ever have possessed her beneath that ceiling, whose every stain was familiar to her, and she now began to regret that she had not stayed at Cayenne. For she felt frightened in that old house, which was so empty and yet so full of memories of the past, and so cold, too, and so dark that stormy night. The thought of going to bed was intolerable to her. She sat down without even taking off her hat, and for several minutes remained motionless, her eyes fixed upon the candle flame which dazzled them. Suddenly, however, she started up in astonishment. What was she doing there, with her head throbbing wildly, with a violence that quite prevented her from thinking? It was 1 o'clock. She ought to be in bed, and she began to undress with slow, feverish hands. Her orderly habits showed themselves even in this crisis of her life. She carefully put away her hat and glanced anxiously at her boots to see if they had sustained any damage. She folded her dress and laid it over the back of a chair when her glance fell upon her bosom. Gradually a flush crimsoned her cheeks. In her troubled brain arose the thought of those two others over yonder. Alas, the harvest of love was not for her. To another were given the embraces of that husband for whose coming she herself had looked forward for so many years. Never would she be a wife or mother. The years would come and go, and she would age in utter loneliness. Then wild jealousy came upon her. She yearned to live to the full, to drain the joys of life, she who loved life so dearly. She was more beautiful than that scraggy, fair-haired girl. She was stronger and healthier, and yet her cousin had not chosen her. Never now would he be hers. Never, as in the past, might she again wait for him, expect him. She was tossed aside like an old rag. It was no doubt her own doing, and yet how awful was the thought of the others being together while she was all alone, shivering with fever in that cold, gloomy house. Suddenly she threw herself on her bed. She seized the pillow with desperate hands and bit it with her teeth to stifle her sobs. Long convulsive shivers shook her from head to heels. It was in vain that she closed her eyelids, seeking to shut out all sight. She saw just the same and ever endured torture. Oh, what was she to do? Even if she were to tear her eyes out, she would still see perhaps forever. The minutes glided on, and she was only conscious of everlasting torment. A paroxysm of fear made her spring to her feet. Someone must be in the room, for surely she'd heard the sound of laughter. But she found that it was only her candle, which, having nearly burnt out, had broken the glass socket. Yet, if anyone really had seen her, that imaginary laugh still coursed through her wildly. Then, at last, she slipped on a nightdress and hastily buried herself in bed, pulling up the clothes to her chin and drawing her shivering body as closely together as possible. When the candle died out, she lay perfectly still, exhausted and overcome with shame for her wild conduct. In the morning, Pauline packed her trunk, but she could not summon up courage to tell Canteau of her departure. In the evening, however, she was obliged to inform him of it, for Dr. Cazenove was to come the next day and take her to his relative's house. When her uncle grasped the situation, he was quite overcome, and stretched out his poor, weak hands with a wild gesture as though to detain her, while in broken, stammering sentences he besought her to stay with him. She could surely never really think of such a thing, he cried. She could not possibly desert him. It would be a murder, for it would certainly kill him. Then, seeing her gently resolute and divining her reasons, he confessed his wrongdoing of the previous day in eating a partridge. He already experienced sharp burning pains in his joints. It was always the same old story. He'd yielded once more in the struggle. He knew what the consequences would be if he ate, but he ate all the same, in a state of mingled pleasure and terror, quite certain that agony would ensue. Surely, however, Pauline would never desert him in the midst of one of his attacks. And indeed it happened that about 6 o'clock in the morning, Veronique came upstairs to inform Mademoiselle that she could hear her master bellowing in his bedroom. The woman was in a very bad temper, and went growling about the house that if Mademoiselle were going, she would certainly be off as well, as she'd grown quite tired of looking after such an unreasonable old man. Thus Pauline was once more obliged to take up her position by her uncle's bedside, and when the doctor arrived to take her away with him, she showed him the sick man, who triumphed, bellowing his loudest and crying to her to leave him if she could find it in her heart to do so. Everything had to be postponed. Every day the young girl trembled at the thought of seeing Lazare and Louise come back. Their new room, the former guest chamber, had been specially fitted up and had been waiting ready for them ever since their marriage. They were lingering on at Cayenne, however, and Lazare wrote to say that he was making notes on the financial world before returning to Bonneville and shutting himself up there to start on a great novel, in which he should reveal the truth about company promoters and speculators. At last he arrived one morning without his wife, and unconcernedly announced that he was going to settle with her in Paris. His father-in-law, he said, had prevailed upon him to accept that post in the insurance company, on the ground that he would thus have a good opportunity for making his notes from actual observation. Later on, he added, he might perhaps come back and devote himself to literature. When Lazare had filled a couple of trunks with the various articles he required, and Malivoire's coach had come to fetch him and his luggage, Pauline went back into the house, feeling quite dazed and destitute of her former energy. Canteau, still in great pain, turned to her and exclaimed, "You'll stop now, I hope. Stay and see me buried." She was unwilling to make an immediate reply. Her trunk was still packed in her bedroom. She sat gazing at it for hours. Since the others were going to Paris, it would be wrong of her, she thought, to desert her uncle. She had but little confidence in her cousin's resolutions, but at any rate, if he and his wife should come back, she would then be free to take her departure. And when Cazenove angrily told her that she was throwing away a splendid position for the sake of ruining her life amongst people who had lived upon her ever since her childhood, she virtually made up her mind. "Be off with you," Canteau now repeated. "If you are to gain so much money and become so happy that way, I won't keep you here bothering about an old cripple like me. Be off with you." One morning, however, she replied to him, "No, uncle, I'm going to stay with you." The doctor, who was present, went off, raising his arms to heaven. "Ah, there is no doing anything with that child, and what a hornet's nest she has got into. She will never get free of it. Never." This ends Chapter 8, Part 3. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 1. Once more did the days glide by in the house at Bonneville. After a very cold winter there had come a rainy spring, and the sea, beaten by the downpour, looked like a huge lake of mud. Then the tardy summer had lasted into the middle of autumn, with heavy, oppressive suns, beneath whose overwhelming heat the blue immensity slumbered. And when the winter came round again, and another spring, and yet another summer, slipping away minute by minute, ever at the same speed, as the hours pursued their rhythmical march. Pauline, as if her heart were regulated by that clock-like motion, had recovered all her old calmness. The placid sameness of her days, which were passed in the same unvarying occupations, lulled the keenness of her sorrow. She came downstairs in the morning and kissed her uncle, said much the same things to the servant as she had said the day before, sat down twice at table, spent the afternoon in sewing, and then, early in the evening, went to bed. The next day the same program was gone through, without ever any unexpected incident breaking the monotony of her life. Canteau, who was becoming more and more disfigured by gout, which had puffed out his legs and warped and deformed his hands, sat silent when he was not bellowing, quite absorbed in the delight of being free from pain. Veronique, who seemed almost to have lost her tongue, had fallen into a state of gloomy surliness. Only the Saturday dinners brought any relief. Cazenove and Abbé Hauteur dined there with great regularity, and chatter was heard till 10 o'clock or so, when the priest's wooden shoes clattered away over the stones of the yard, and the doctor's gig started off at the slow trot of the old horse. Pauline's gaiety, that gaiety which she had so bravely maintained during all her troubles, had assumed a subdued character. Her ringing laughter no longer echoed through the rooms and the staircase, though she still remained all kindliness and activity, and every morning displayed fresh courage and zest for life. By the end of a year her heart had fallen asleep, and she'd come to believe that the days would now flow on in that peaceful monotony, without anything ever happening to awake her slumbering sorrow. For some time after Lazare's departure, every letter from him had troubled the girl, though it was only for his letters that she lived, looking out for them with impatience, reading them over and over again, and even adding to them something from her own imagination beyond what they actually contained. For 3 months Lazare had written very regularly, sending every fortnight a very long letter, full of detail and breathing the liveliest hopes. Once more he was wildly enthusiastic. He launched out into business and was dreaming of a colossal fortune in the immediate future. According to his account, the insurance company could not fail to return enormous profits. He was not, however, confining himself to that venture, but was engaging in all kinds of speculations. He appeared to have become quite charmed with the financial and mercantile world, which he now reproached himself for having judged so absurdly. All his literary schemes seemed quite abandoned. Then, too, he was never tired of writing about his domestic joys, and related all sorts of things about his wife, the kisses he had given her and the life they led together, setting forth at length all his happiness by way of expressing his gratitude to her, whom he called his dear sister. It was those details, those familiar passages, which made Pauline's fingers tremble feverishly. The odor of love which the paper diffused, the perfume of heliotrope, Louise's favorite scent, which clung to it, seemed to stupefy her. But the letters gradually became fewer and shorter. Lazare ceased to write about business, and in other respects confined himself to sending his wife's love to Pauline. He offered no explanations, but simply ceased to tell her everything. Was he discontented with his position and already sick of finance? Was his domestic happiness compromised by misunderstandings? Pauline was afraid it must be so, and she was saddened by the evidence of her cousin's weariness, which she thought she could detect in certain passages that seemed to have been reluctantly written. About the end of April, after a 6 weeks' silence, she received a short note of 4 lines, in which her cousin told her that Louise was enceinte. Then silence fell again, and she had no further news. May and June passed away. A heavy tide swept away one of the stockades, an incident which for a long time afforded subject for talk. All the Bonneville folk jeered and grinned, and the fishermen stole the broken timbers. Then came another scandalous affair. The Gonin girl, young as she was, had a baby, and afterwards all the old monotony returned, and the village vegetated at the foot of the cliffs as lifelessly as a tract of seaweed. In July it became necessary to repair the terrace wall and one of the gable ends of the house. As soon as the workmen began to remove the first stones, the rest threatened to fall, and they were kept at work for an entire month, an expense of nearly 10,000 francs being incurred. It was still Pauline who had to find the money. Thus another big hole was made in her little hoard in the chest of drawers, her little fortune being reduced to about 40,000 francs. She made the family's few hundred francs a month go as far as possible by economical housekeeping, but she was obliged to sell some of her own stock in order to avoid encroaching upon her uncle's capital. The latter told his niece, as his wife had done before, that it would all be paid back to her some day. The girl would not have hesitated to part with all she had, for the gradual crumbling away of her fortune had destroyed all tendency to cupidity in her, and her only effort now was to keep a sufficient sum in hand for her charities. The thought that she might possibly be compelled to discontinue her Saturday distributions greatly distressed her, for they constituted her chief pleasure of the week. Since the previous winter she'd begun to knit stockings, and all the young urchins in the neighborhood now went about with warm feet. One morning towards the end of July, as Veronique was sweeping up the rubbish left by the workmen, Pauline received a letter which quite upset her. It was written from Cayenne and contained only a few words. In it, Lazare informed her that he should arrive at Bonneville on the evening of the next day, but gave no explanation of his coming. She ran off to tell the news to her uncle. They both looked at each other. Canteau's eyes expressed the fear that his niece would leave him should Lazare and his wife contemplate a long stay in the house. He dare not question her on the subject, for he could read in her face her firm resolution to go. In the afternoon she even went upstairs to look over her clothes. Still, she did not wish to have the air of taking flight. It was about 5 o'clock and lovely weather when Lazare stepped out of a trap at the door of the yard. Pauline hastened to meet him, but before even kissing him, she stopped short in astonishment.
"What? Have you come alone?"
"Yes," he replied quietly, and then he kissed her on both cheeks.
"But where is Louise?"
"At Clermont, with her sister-in-law. The doctor has recommended her to go to a mountainous neighborhood. Her state of health has made her weak and languid." As he spoke, he walked on to the house, casting long glances about the yard. He scrutinized his cousin, too, and his lips quivered with an emotion which he struggled to restrain. He showed great surprise as a dog rushed out of the kitchen and barked round his legs. "What dog is that?" he asked.
"Oh, that's Lulu," Pauline replied. "He doesn't know you yet, you see. Down, Lulu, you mustn't bite your master."
The dog went on growling. "He's dreadfully ugly, my dear. Where did you pick up such a fright?" The dog was indeed a wretched mongrel, undersized and mangy, and he had, too, an abominable temper, and was perpetually snarling and melancholy like an outcast.
"Oh, when he was given me, I was told that he would grow up into a huge, magnificent animal. But he has always kept like that. It is the 5th one that we have tried to rear. All the others have died, and this is the only one that has managed to go on living." Lulu by this time had sulkily made up his mind to lie down in the sun, and turned his back upon Pauline and her cousin. Then Lazare thought of the old days, and of the dog that was dead, and of the new and ugly one that now occupied his place. He glanced round the yard once more. "My poor old Matthew," he murmured very softly. On the steps of the house, Veronique received him with a nod of her head, without ceasing to pare carrots. Then he walked straight on to the dining room, where his father, excited by the sound of voices, was anxiously waiting. Pauline called from the threshold. "You know he has come by himself. Louise is at Clermont." Canteau, whose anxious eyes brightened, began to question his son even before he had kissed him. "Are you expecting her to follow you? When will she join you here?" "Oh, no, she's not coming here at all," Lazare replied. "I'm going to join her at her sister-in-law's before I return to Paris. I shall stay a fortnight with you, and then I shall be off." Canteau's eyes expressed his extreme satisfaction at what he heard, and when at last Lazare embraced him, he returned the salute with 2 hearty kisses. However, he considered that it behooved him to express some regret. "It is a great pity that your wife could not come. We should have been delighted to have her here. However, I hope we shall see her some other time. You must certainly bring her." Pauline kept silent, and concealed her feeling of uneasiness beneath an affectionate smile of welcome. For the second time were her plans being altered. She would not have to go away. She scarcely knew whether she was glad or sorry, so entirely had she now become the property of others. Whatever pleasure she felt in seeing Lazare was tinged with sadness as she noticed his aged appearance. His eyes were dull, and a bitter expression rested on his lips. The lines across his brow and cheeks had been there before, but they were deeper wrinkles now, and she guessed that his ennui and terror had increased. The young man scrutinized his cousin with equal care.
She appeared to him to have developed, to have gained additional beauty and vigor, and with a smile he muttered, "Well, you certainly don't seem to have been any the worse for my absence. You are, all of you, looking quite plump. Father is growing young again, and Pauline is superb. And really it's very funny, but the house certainly seems bigger than it used to be." He glanced round the dining room, as he had previously done round the yard, with an appearance of surprise and emotion. His eyes at last rested upon Minouche, who lay upon the table, with her feet tucked under her, in such a state of restful beatitude that she had not moved. "Even Minouche doesn't seem to have grown any older," the young man resumed. "Well, you ungrateful animal, you might rouse yourself to welcome me." He stroked her as he spoke, and she began to purr, but still without moving.
"Oh, Minouche is only interested in herself," Pauline said merrily. "The day before yesterday 5 more of her kittens were drowned, and you see, she doesn't seem to mind it at all."
The dinner was hastened, as Lazare had made an early breakfast. In spite of all the girls' attempts, the evening proved a gloomy one. The efforts they made to avoid certain subjects interfered with the conversation, and there were awkward intervals of silence. Pauline and Canteau refrained from questioning Lazare, as they saw that it embarrassed him to reply. They made no attempt to ascertain either how his business at Paris was getting on, or how it came about that his letter to them had been written from Cayenne. With a vague gesture he put aside all direct questions, as though he meant to reply to them later on. When the tea was brought into the room, a great sigh of satisfaction escaped him. "How happy and peaceful they must all be here," said he, "and what an amount of work one could get through when all was so quiet." He dropped a word or two about a drama in verse upon which he had been engaged for the last 6 months. His cousin felt amazed when he added that he intended finishing it at Bonneville. 12 days would be sufficient, said he. At 10 o'clock Veronique entered to say that Monsieur Lazare's room was ready. But when they had reached the first floor, and she wanted to install him in the former guest chamber, which had been subsequently fitted up for the occupation of himself and his wife, he flew into a tantrum. "You're quite mistaken," said he, "if you suppose I'm going to sleep there. I'm going up to the top of the house to my old iron bedstead." Veronique began to grumble and growl. Why couldn't he sleep there? The bed had been got ready for him, and surely he wasn't going to give her the trouble of preparing another. "Very well," he said, "I will sleep in an easy chair." While Veronique angrily tore off the sheets and carried them up to the top floor, Pauline experienced a sudden delight which impelled her to throw her arms round her cousin's neck, in an outburst of the old chummish feeling of their youth, as she wished him good night. He was occupying his big room once more, and he was so close to her that for a long time she could hear him pacing about, as though brooding over the recollections which were keeping her awake also. It was only the next morning that Lazare began to take Pauline into his confidence. Even then he made no clear statement. She had to guess what she could from a few short sentences which he let slip in the course of conversation. By and by she took courage and questioned him with an expression of affectionate concern. Were he and Louise still getting on as happily as ever? He replied in the affirmative, but complained about certain little domestic disagreements and other trifling matters which had led to quarrels. Without having come to a definite rupture, they were suffering from the perpetual jarring of two highly strung temperaments, which were incapable of equilibrium either in joy or sorrow. There existed between them a sort of unconfessed bitterness, as though they were surprised and angry at having mistaken each other, at having discovered each other's real feelings so soon after all the passionate love of the first days. For a moment Pauline thought she could discover that it was pecuniary troubles that had embittered them, but in this she was mistaken, for their income of 10,000 francs a year had remained almost undiminished. Lazare had simply become disgusted with business, just as he had previously grown disgusted with music and medicine and industrial enterprise. And on this subject he launched out in strong language. Never, he said, never had he come across such a stupid, rotten sphere as that of the financial world. He would prefer anything the dullness of country life and the mediocrity of small means, to perpetual worries about money, the brain-softening tangle of figures. He had just retired from the insurance company, he said, and he was going to try what he could do as a playwright when he returned to Paris in the following winter. His drama would avenge him. He would portray money in it as a festering sore, eating away modern society. Pauline did not distress herself much about this new failure, which she had already inferred from Lazare's embarrassed expressions in his last letters. What grieved her most was the gradually increasing misunderstanding between her cousin and his wife. She strove to find out the real cause of it, how it happened that those young people of ample means, and with nothing to do but to be happy, had so quickly reached discomfort. She returned to the subject again, and only ceased to question her cousin about it when she saw the embarrassment she was causing him. He stammered and grew pale, and turned his face away from her as she interrogated him. She well knew that expression of shame and fear, that terror of the idea of death, which he'd formerly struggled to conceal as though it were some disgraceful disease. But could it be possible, she asked herself, that the cold shadow of nothingness had already fallen between the young couple so soon after their nuptials? For several days she lingered in a state of doubt, and then, without any further confession from him on the subject, she one evening read the truth in his eyes as he rushed downstairs from his room in the dark, as though he were pursued by ghosts. In Paris, amidst his love fever, Lazare had at first forgotten all about death. He'd found a refuge in Louise's embraces. But satiety came at last, and then in that wife of his, for whom life centered in caressing endearments, he found no sustaining, no courage-prompting influence whatever. Passion was fugitive and deceitful, powerless, he found, to give a semblance of happiness to life. One night he awoke with a start, chilled by an icy breath that made his hair stand on end. He shivered and wailed out his cry of bitter anguish. "Oh, God! God! Oh, to have to die!" Louise was sleeping by his side. It was death that he had found again at the end of their kisses. Other nights followed, and all his old torture came on him again. It seized him suddenly as he lay sleepless in bed, without ability on his part to foresee or prevent it. All at once, while he was lying there perfectly calm, a fearful shudder would convulse him, whereas, on the other hand, when he was irritable and weary, he perhaps escaped altogether. It was more than the mere shock of earlier times that he experienced now. His nervous excitement increased, and his whole being was shaken by each fresh attack. He could not sleep without a night light, for the darkness increased his anxiety, in spite of his constant fear that his wife might discover his secret suffering. This very fear, indeed, increased his distress and aggravated the effects of his attacks. For in the old days, when he lay alone, he'd been able to vent his dread. But now the presence of another at his side was a source of additional disquietude. When he started in terror from his pillow, his eyes heavy with sleep, he instinctively glanced at her, fearing he might find her eyes wide open and fixed upon his own. But she never moved, and by the glimmer of a night light he could watch her quiet slumber, her placid face, thick lips, and little blue-veined eyelids. And as she never awoke, he at last grew less disturbed on her account, until one night what he had so long feared really happened, and he saw her staring at him. But she said not a word when she saw him all pale and trembling. She, like himself, must have been thrilled by the horror of death, for she seemed to understand what was passing in his mind, and threw herself against him like a frightened woman seeking protection. Then, still desiring to deceive each other, they pretended that they had heard the sound of footsteps, and got out of bed to look under the furniture and behind the curtains. Thenceforward they were both haunted with nervous fear. Never a word of confession escaped the lips of either. They felt that it was a shameful secret of which they must not speak. But as they lay in bed, with their eyes staring widely into space, they knew quite well what each was thinking of. Louise had become as nervous as Lazare. They must have infected each other with this dread, even as two lovers are sometimes carried off by the same fever. If he awoke while she continued to sleep, he grew alarmed at her very slumber. Was she still breathing? He could not hear the sound of any respiration. Perhaps she had suddenly died. He would then peer into her face for a moment and touch her hands, but even when he had satisfied himself that she was alive and well, he could not get to sleep again. The thought that she would certainly die some day plunged him into a mournful reverie. Which of them would go first, he or she? Then his mind dwelt at length on the alternative suppositions, and scenes of death with the last torturing throes, the hideous shrouding and laying out, the final heartbreaking separation, presented themselves to his mind. That thought of never seeing each other again when they had lived together thus as man and wife drove him to distraction, filled him with revolt. He could not endure the thought of such horror. His very fear made him wish that he himself might be the first to go. Then his heart ached with bitter grief for Louise, as he pictured her as a widow, still carrying on the old routine of life, doing this and that when he should no longer be there. Sometimes, to free himself from those haunting thoughts, he would gently pass his arms about her without awaking her. But this he could not long endure, for he became still more terrified as he felt the pulsations of her life within his embrace. If he rested his head upon her breast and listened to her heart, he could not hear it beating without alarm, without feeling that all action might suddenly cease. And even love was powerless to drive away that great dread which still hovered around their curtains after every transport. About this time Lazare began to grow weary of business. He fell back into his old state and spent whole days in idleness, excusing himself on the ground of the contempt and dislike he felt from money-grubbing. The real truth was that constant brooding over the thought of death was daily depriving him of the desire, the strength to live. He came back to his old question: what was the good of it all? Since it would all end in complete extinction sooner or later, perhaps tomorrow, or even today, or a single hour hence, what was the use of troubling and exciting oneself, and bothering about one thing more than another? It was all quite purposeless. His existence itself had become a slow, lingering death, continuing day after day, and he strained his ears to listen to the sounds of its progress, even as he had done before in earlier times, and thought that he could detect the mechanism of his life quickly running down. His heart, he fancied, no longer beat so strongly as before. The action of every other organ was becoming feebler, and all would doubtless soon come to a dead stop. He noted with a shudder that gradual diminution of vitality which growing age was bringing in its train. His very frame was perishing. Its component parts were constantly disappearing. His hair was falling off. He'd lost several teeth, and he could feel his muscles and sinews shrinking away as though they were already returning to dust. The approach of his 40th year filled him with gloomy melancholy. Old age would soon be upon him now, and make a speedy end of him. He'd already begun to believe that his system was quite deranged, and that some vital part would very soon give way. Thus his days were spent in a morbid expectation of some catastrophe. He took anxious note of those who died around him, and every time he heard of the death of an acquaintance, he received a fresh shock. Could it be possible that such an one was really dead? Why, he was 3 years younger than himself, and it seemed likely to last 100 years. And then that other man he knew so well, had he too really gone? A man who was so careful of himself, and who even weighed the very food he ate. For a couple of days after occurrences like these, he could think of nothing else, but remained stupefied by what had happened, feeling his pulse, carefully observing all his own symptoms, and then falling foul of the poor fellows who had gone. He felt a craving to reassure himself, and accused the departed of having died from their own fault. One had been guilty of inexcusable imprudence, while another had succumbed to so rare a disease that the doctors did not even know its name. But it was in vain that he tried to banish the importunate spectre. He never ceased to hear within himself the grating of the wheels which he fancied had so nearly run down. He felt that he was helplessly descending the slope of years, and the thought of the deep black pit that lay at the bottom of it threw him into an icy perspiration and made his hair stand on end with horror. When Lazare ceased going to his office, quarrels broke out at home. He manifested excessive irritability, which flared up at the slightest opposition. His increasing mental disorder, which he tried so carefully to conceal, revealed itself in angry snappishness, fits of moody sulking, and wild, mad actions. At one time he was so possessed by the fear of fire that he removed from a third-floor flat to one on the ground floor in order that he might more easily escape whenever the house should burn. A perpetual anticipation of coming evil completely poisoned the present and prevented him from deriving any enjoyment from it. Every time a door was opened rather noisily, he started up in fear, and his heart throbbed violently whenever a letter was put into his hand. He suspected everybody. His money was hidden in small sums in all sorts of places, and he kept his simplest plans and intentions secret. He felt embittered, too, against the world, thinking that he was misunderstood and underrated, and that all his successive failures were the result of a general conspiracy against him. But ever-growing boredom dominated everything else. The ennui of a man whose mind was unhinged, and to whom the incessant idea of death made all action distasteful, so that he dragged himself idly through life on the plea of its nothingness and worthlessness. What was the use of troubling? The powers of science were miserably limited. It could neither prevent nor foresee. He was possessed by the skeptical ennui of his generation, not the romantic ennui of Werther or René, who regretfully wept over the old beliefs, but the ennui of the new doubters, the young scientists who worried themselves and declared that the world was unendurable because they have not immediately found the secret of life in their retorts. In Lazare, the unavowed terror of ceasing to be was, by a logical contradiction, blended with a ceaseless braggart insistence upon the nothingness of things. It was his very terror, the want of equilibrium in his morbid temperament, that drove him into pessimistic ideas and a mad hatred of life. As it could not last forever, he looked upon it as a mere fraud and delusion. Was not the first half of one's days spent in dreaming of happiness, and the latter half in regrets and fears? He fell back again upon the theories of the Old One, as he called Schopenhauer, whose most violent passages he used to recite from memory. He expatiated on the desirability of destroying the wish to live, and so bringing to an end the barbarous and imbecile exhibition of existence, with the spectacle of which the master force of the world, prompted by some incomprehensible egotistical reason, amused itself. He wanted to do away with life in order to do away with fear. He always harped upon the great deliverance. One must wish nothing for fear of evil, avoid all action since it meant pain, and thus sink entirely into death. He occupied himself in trying to discover some practical method of general suicide, some sudden and complete disappearance to which all living creatures would consent. This was perpetually recurring to his mind, even in the midst of ordinary conversation, when he freely and roughly gave vent to it. The slightest worry was sufficient to make him cry that he was sorry he was not yet annihilated. A mere headache set him raging furiously at his body. If he talked with a friend, his conversation immediately turned upon the woes of life, and the luck of those who were already fattening the dandelions in the cemeteries. He had a perfect mania for mournful subjects, and he was much interested in an article by a fanciful astronomer who announced the arrival of a comet with a tail which would sweep the earth away like a grain of sand. Would not this indeed prove the expected cosmical catastrophe, the colossal cartridge destined to blow the world to bits like a rotten old boat? And this desire of his for death, this constant theorizing about universal annihilation, was but the expression of his desperate struggle with his terror, a mere vain hubbub of words, by which he tried to veil the awful fear which the expectation of his end caused him. This ends Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Joie de Vivre Joy of Life by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 2. The knowledge that his wife was enceinte gave him a fresh shock. It caused him an indefinable sensation, compounded of joy and an increase of disquietude. Notwithstanding the contrary views of the old one, the thought of becoming a father thrilled him with pride. Indeed, a vain wonder, as though he were the first person whom such a thing had befallen. But his joy quickly became poisoned. He tormented himself with forebodings of a disastrous issue, already making up his mind that his wife would die, and that the child would never be born. And, indeed, it happened that Louise's health became very bad, for she was far from strong, and then the confusion of the household and the upsetting of their usual habits, together with their frequent bickerings, soon made them both thoroughly miserable. The expectation of a child, which ought to have brought the husband and wife more closely together, only served, indeed, to increase the misunderstanding between them. Thus, when Louise's doctor suggested a visit to the mountains, Lazare was delighted to take her to her sister-in-law's and secure a fortnight's freedom for himself on the plea of going to see his father at Bonneville. At the bottom of his heart he really felt ashamed of this flight, but after arguing the matter with his conscience, he persuaded himself that a short separation would have a tranquilizing effect upon both of them, and that it would be quite sufficient if he joined his wife before the expected event. On the evening when Pauline at last learned the whole history of the past 18 months, she remained for a moment unable to speak, quite overcome, indeed, by the pitiable story. They were sitting in the dining-room. She'd pushed Canteau to bed, and Lazare had just finished making his confession in front of the cold teapot, beneath the lamp which was now burning dimly. After an interval of silence, Pauline at last exclaimed, "Why, you don't love each other any longer." Her cousin rose to go upstairs and replied with an uneasy smile, "We love each other as much as is possible, my dear girl. You don't understand things, shut up here in this hole. Why should love fare better than anything else?" As soon as she had closed the door of her own room, Pauline fell into one of those fits of despondency which had so often tortured her and kept her awake, on the very same chair while all the rest of them were sleeping. Was there going to be a renewal of trouble? She had hoped it was all done with, both for others and herself, when she'd torn her heart asunder and given Lazare to Louise. And now she found how useless her sacrifice had been. They had already ceased to love each other. It was all to no purpose that she had wept bitter tears and martyred herself. To this wretched result had she come, to fresh trouble and strife, the thought of which added to her grief. There seemed to be no end to suffering. Then as, with her arms hanging listlessly in front of her, she sat watching her candle burn away, the oppressive thought arose from her conscience that she alone was guilty. She tried, but in vain, to struggle against the facts. It was she alone who had brought about that marriage, without understanding that Louise would never prove the wife that her cousin needed. She saw it now clearly enough. She recognized that the other was much too nervously inclined herself to be able to steady him, for she lost her head at the merest trifle, and her only charm lay in her caressing nature, a charm of which Lazare had already tired. Why did all this only occur to her now? Were not these indeed the very reasons which had determined her to let Louise take her place? She had thought that Louise possessed a more loving nature than her own. She had believed that Louise, with her kisses and caresses, would be able to free Lazare from his gloomy despondency. Ah, the pity of it all! To have brought about evil when she had striven to accomplish good, and to have shown such ignorance of life as to have brought ruin upon those she yearned to save. Yet she had felt so sure that she was right and was perfecting her good work on the day when their happiness had cost her such bitter tears. Now she felt contempt for her kindliness, since kindliness did not always create happiness. The house was wrapped in sleep. In the quiet of her room she could hear nothing but the throbbing of her temples. Within her was gradually surging a rebellious regret. Why had she not married Lazare herself? He had been hers. She had had no right to give him to another. Perhaps he might have been wretched and despondent at first, but by and by she would have restored his courage and protected him from his insane fancies. She'd always felt foolishly doubtful of herself, and from that alone all the unhappiness had arisen. The consciousness of her own robust health and strength and all her power of affection forced itself upon her again. Was she not superior in every way to that other girl? How foolish she had been in weakly effacing herself. She loved her cousin sufficiently well to disappear if the other girl could make him happy. But since she knew not how to keep his love, was it not her duty to act and break that wicked union? And her anger grew apace. She felt that she was both braver and more beautiful than the other. Conviction flashed upon her mind. It was she who ought to have married Lazare. Then she was overwhelmed with regret. The hours of a night passed, one by one, yet she did not think of seeking her bed. She sat there, staring at the tall flame of the candle, without seeing it, in a vivid waking dream. She was no longer in her old bedroom. She thought she had married Lazare, and their life unrolled itself before her eyes in a series of pictures of love and delight. They were at Bonneville, by the edge of the blue sea, or in Paris, in some busy street. They were in a peaceful little room, with books lying about it and sweet roses on the table. The lamp gave out a soft, clear light, while the ceiling was steeped in shadow. Every moment their hands sought each other. Lazare had recovered all the careless gaiety of his early youth, and she loved him so much that he had again come to believe in the eternity of existence. Just now they were sitting at table. Now they were going out together. Tomorrow she would go over the week's accounts with him. She loved those little domestic details. She made them the foundation of their happiness, which knew no break from the laughing toilet in the morning until the last kiss at night. In the summer they traveled. Then one day she discovered that she was likely to become a mother. But just then a shivering shudder dissipated her dream, and she was no longer far away, but in her own room at Bonneville, staring at her expiring candle. A mother! Ah, the misery of it! It was that other who would be one. Never would any of those things happen to herself. Never would those joys be hers. The shock was so painful that tears gushed from her eyes, and she wept distractedly, sobbing like one heartbroken. At last the candle burnt out, and she had to seek her bed in darkness. That feverish night left Pauline with a feeling of deep emotion and charitable pity for the disunited husband and wife, and for herself. Her grief melted into a kind of affectionate hope. She could not have told on what she was reckoning. She dared not analyze the confused sentiments which agitated her heart. But, after all, why should she trouble herself in this way? Hadn't she at least 10 days before her? It would be time enough to think of matters by and by. What was of immediate importance was to tranquilize Lazare, so that he might derive some benefit from his stay at Bonneville. And she assumed her old gaiety of demeanor, and soon they plunged afresh into their life of former days. At first it seemed a renewal of the old comradeship of early youth.
"Don't bother about that tiresome play of yours. It will only get hissed. Come and help me to look whether Minutia's carried my ball of thread on to the top of the cupboard," said Pauline. He held the chair for her, while she mounted upon it, and standing on tiptoes, looked for the missing thread. The rain had been falling for the last 2 days, and they could not leave the big room. Their laughter rang out as they kept on unearthing some relic of old days. "Oh, see, here is the doll which you made out of 2 of my old collars. Ah, and this, don't you remember, is the portrait of you that I drew the day when you made yourself so frightfully ugly by getting into a rage and crying because I wouldn't lend you my razor." Then Pauline wagered that she could still jump at a single bound onto the table. Lazare, too, jumped, quite glad at being drawn out of himself.
His play was already lying neglected in a drawer. One morning when they came across the great Symphony on Grief, she played portions of it to him, accentuating the rhythm in a comical fashion. He made fun of his composition and sang the notes to support the piano, whose weak tones could scarcely be heard. But one little bit, the famous March of Death, made them both serious. It was really not bad, and must be preserved. Everything pleased them and struck a chord of tenderness in their hearts. A collection of Florides, which Pauline had once mounted, and which they now discovered behind some books. A forgotten jar containing a sample of the bromide of potassium, which they had extracted from the seaweed. A small broken model of a stockade, which looked as though it had been wrecked by a storm in a teacup. Then they romped over the house, chasing each other like schoolboys at play. They were perpetually rushing up and down the stairs and scampering through the rooms, banging the doors noisily. It seemed as if the old days had come back again. She was 10 years old once more, and he was 19, and she again felt for him all the enthusiastic friendship of a little girl. Nothing was changed. In the dining room there still remained the sideboard of bright walnut, the polished brass hanging lamp, the view of Vesuvius, and the 4 lithographs of the seasons, while the grandfather's masterpiece still slumbered in its old place. There was only one room which they entered with silent emotion, that which Madame Canteau had occupied, and which had been unused since her death. The secrétaire was never opened now, but the hangings of yellow cretonne, with their pattern of flower work, were fading from the bright sunlight which was occasionally allowed to enter the room. It so happened that the anniversary of Madame Chanteau's birth came round about this time, and they decked the room with big bunches of flowers. Soon, however, as the wind rose and dispersed the rain clouds, they betook themselves out of doors onto the terrace, into the kitchen garden and along the cliffs, and their youth began anew. "Shall we go shrimping?" Pauline cried to her cousin one morning, through the partition, as she sprang out of bed. "The tide is going down." They set off in bathing costumes, and once more found the old familiar rocks on which the sea had wrought no perceptible change during the past weeks and months. They could have fancied that they had been exploring that part of the coast only the day before. "Take care," cried Lazare. "There's a hole there, you know, and the bottom of it is full of big stones." "Oh, yes, I know. Don't be frightened. Oh, do come and look at this huge crab I've just caught." The cool waves splashed round their legs, and the fresh salt breezes from the sea intoxicated them. All their old rambles were resumed. The long walks, the pleasant rests on the sands, the hasty refuge sought in some hollow of the cliffs at the approach of sudden showers, and the return home at nightfall along the dusky paths. Nothing seemed changed. The sea, with its ceaselessly varying aspect, still stretched out into the boundless distance. Little forgotten incidents returned to their memory with all the vividness of present facts. Lazare seemed to be still 26, and Pauline 16. When he casually happened to pull her about with his old playful familiarity, she seemed greatly embarrassed, however, and was thrilled with delicious confusion. But she in no way tried to avoid him, for she had no thought of the possibility of evil. Fresh life began to animate them. There were whispered words, causeless laughter, long intervals of silence which left them quivering. The most trivial incidents, a request for some bread, a remark about the weather, the good nights they wished each other as they went to bed, seemed full of a new and strange meaning. All their past life was reviving within them and thrilling them with the tenderness that comes of the remembrance of former happiness. Why should they have felt anxious? They did not resist the spell. The sea, with its ceaseless, monotonous voice, seemed to lull and fill them with pleasant languor. And so the days quietly passed by. The 3rd week of Lazare's visit was already commencing. He still stayed on, though he had received several letters from Louise, who felt very lonely, but whom her sister-in-law wished to keep with her some time longer. In his replies, he had strongly advised her to stay where she was, even telling her that Dr. Cazenove, whom he had consulted on the matter, recommended her to do so. Gradually he fell again into the quiet routine of the house, accustoming himself once more to the old times for meals, for getting up and going to bed, which he had changed in Paris, as well as to Veronique's grumpy humor and the incessant suffering of his father, who remained immutable, ever racked by pain, while everything around him altered. Lazare was confronted too by the Saturday dinners, and the familiar faces of the doctor and the abbé, with their eternal talk of the last gale or the visitors at Arromanches. Minouche still jumped upon the table at dessert as lightly as a feather, or rubbed her head caressingly against his chin, and the gentle scratching of her teeth seemed to carry him back long years. There was nothing new amongst all those old familiar things, save Loulou, who lay rolled up under the table, looking mournful and hideous, and growling at everyone who came near him. It was in vain that Lazare gave him sugar. When he swallowed it, the wretched beast only showed his teeth more surlily than before. They were obliged to leave him entirely to himself. He led quite a lonely life in the house, like an unsociable being who only asks of men and gods to be allowed to spend his time in quiet boredom. However, Pauline and Lazare sometimes had adventures when they were out walking. One day, when they had quitted the path along the cliffs to avoid passing the works at Golden Bay, they came across Boutigny at the bend of the road. He was now a person of some importance, for he had grown rich by the manufacture of soda. He had married the woman who had shown herself so devoted as to follow him into that deserted region, and she had recently given birth to her third child. The whole family, attended by a manservant and a nurse, were driving in a handsome brake, drawn by a pair of big white horses, and the two pedestrians had to squeeze themselves against the bank to escape being caught by the wheels. Boutigny, who was driving, checked the horses into a walking pace. There was a moment's embarrassment. They had not spoken for years, and the presence of the woman and the children made the embarrassment still more painful. At last, as their eyes met, they just bowed to each other, without a word. When the carriage had passed on, Lazare, who had turned pale, said with an effort, "So he's living like a prince now." Pauline, whom the sight of the children had affected, answered gently, "Yes, it seems he has made some enormous profits lately. He has begun to try your old experiments again." That indeed was the sore point with Lazare. The Bonneville fishermen, who with their pertinacious banter seemed bent on making themselves disagreeable to him, had informed him of what had taken place. Boutigny, assisted by a young chemist in his employment, was again applying the freezing treatment to seaweed ashes, and by practical and prudent perseverance had obtained marvelous results. "Of course," Lazare growled in a low voice, "every time that science takes a step forward, it is some fool that helps her on through sheer accident." Their walk was spoilt by that meeting, and they went on in silence, gazing into the distance and watching the gray vapor rise from the sea and spread palely over the sky. When they returned home at nightfall, they were shivering. However, the cheerful light of the hanging lamp streaming down upon the white cloth warmed them again. Another day, as they were following a path through a field of beet in the neighborhood of Verchemont, they stopped in surprise at seeing some smoke rising from a thatched roof. The place was on fire, but the brilliance of the sun's rays streaming from overhead prevented the blaze from being seen. The house, which had its doors and windows closed, was apparently deserted, its peasant owners doubtless being at work in the neighborhood. Pauline and Lazare at once left the path and ran up shouting, but with no other effect than that of disturbing some magpies who were chattering in the apple trees. At last the woman with a handkerchief round her head appeared from a distant field of carrots, glanced about her for a moment, and then rushed on over the ploughed land as fast as her legs could carry her. She gesticulated and shouted something which the others could not catch, for flight interfered with her utterance. After tripping and falling, she got up, then fell again, and started off once more with her hands torn and bleeding. Her kerchief had slipped off her head, and her hair streamed in the sunlight.
"What was it she said?" asked Pauline, feeling frightened.
The woman was rushing up to them, and at last they heard her hoarse scream like the wail of an animal. "The child! The child! The child!" This ends Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 3 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 3. Big tears rose to Pauline's eyes, but Lazare was even more painfully affected by the woman's cry, which completely unnerved him. It was becoming more than he could bear, and he suddenly exclaimed, "I'll go and fetch your child!" His cousin looked at him in wild alarm. She grasped his hands and tried to hold him back. You mustn't go. The roof will fall in." "We'll see about that," he replied quietly. Then he shouted in the woman's face, "Your key! You've got your key with you, haven't you?" The woman still remained agape, but Lazare hustled her and at last wrung from her the key. Then, while the woman remained screaming on the ground, he stepped quietly towards the house. Pauline followed him with her eyes, rooted to the ground with fear and astonishment, but making no further attempt to detain him, for it seemed by his demeanor as though he were about to attend to some very ordinary business. A shower of sparks rained on him, and he had to squeeze himself closely against the door, for handfuls of burning straw fell from the roof, like water streaming down during a storm. Moreover, he found himself hindered by an annoying obstacle. The rusty key would not turn in the lock. But he manifested no irritation. Coolly taking his time, he at last succeeded in opening the door. Then he lingered for a moment longer on the threshold, in order to let out the first rush of smoke which blew in his face. Never before had he known such calmness. He moved as though he were in a dream, with all the assurance, skillfulness, and prudence which the danger he was encountering inspired. At last he lowered his head and disappeared within the cottage. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" stammered Pauline, who was choking with anguish. She clasped her hands involuntarily, almost crushing them together as she moved them up and down, like one racked by great agony. The roof was cracking and was already collapsing in places. Never would Lazare have time to make his escape. It seemed an eternity to her since he had entered. The woman on the ground had ceased crying. The sight of a gentleman rushing into the fire seemed to have stupefied her. But a piercing cry broke through the air. It had come involuntarily from Pauline, from the very depths of her being, as she saw the thatch fall in between the smoking walls. "Lazare!" He was at the door, his hair scarcely singed and his hands but slightly scorched, and when he had tossed the child, who was struggling and crying, into the woman's arms, he almost became angry with his cousin. "What's the matter with you? What are you going on like this for?" She threw her arms round his neck and burst out sobbing in such a state of nervous excitement that, fearing she might faint, he made her sit down on an old moss-covered stone by the side of the house well. He himself was now beginning to feel faint. There was a trough full of water there, and he steeped his hands in it with a sensation of acute relief. The coldness restored him to himself, and he then began to experience a great surprise at what he had done. Was it possible that he had gone into the midst of those flames? It was as if he had had a double. He could distinctly see himself showing incredible agility and presence of mind amidst the smoke, as though he were looking at some wonderful feat performed by a stranger. A remnant of mental exaltation filled him with a subtle joy which he had never known before. Pauline had recovered a little, and examined his hands, saying, "No, there's no great harm done. The burns are only slight ones. But we must go home at once, and I will attend to them. Oh, how you did frighten me!" She dipped her handkerchief in the water and bound it round his right hand, which was the more severely burnt of the two. Then they rose and tried to console the woman, who, after showering wild kisses on the child, had laid it down near her, and was now not even looking at it. She'd begun to grieve about the house, wailing pitiably as she asked what would her men say and do when they came back and found their home in ruins. The walls were still standing, and black smoke was pouring out of the brazier within them, amidst the loud crackling of sparks which could not be seen.
"Come, my poor woman," Pauline said to her. "Don't be so downhearted. Come and see us tomorrow."
Some neighbors, attracted by the smoke, now ran up, and Pauline led Lazare away. Their return home was a very pleasant one. Though Lazare suffered but little pain, his cousin insisted upon giving him her arm to support him. They still felt too much emotion to speak, and they looked at each other smiling. Pauline felt a kind of happy pride. He must really be brave, then, in spite of his pallor at the thought of death. As they made their way along, she became absorbed in astonishment at the inconsistencies of the only man whom she knew well. She'd seen him spend whole nights at his work and then give himself up to idleness for months. She'd known him exhibit the most uncompromising truthfulness after lying unblushingly. She'd received a brotherly kiss from him on her brow, and she'd felt his hands, hot and feverish with passion, burn her wrists with their grasp. And now, today, he had proved himself a hero. She'd done right, then, in not despairing of life, in not judging that everyone must be altogether good or altogether bad. When they arrived at Bonneville, their emotion and silence found relief in a torrent of rapid talk. They went over every little detail again, recounting the story a score of times, and remembering at each repetition some little incident that had been previously forgotten. The affair was indeed talked about for a long time afterwards, and help was sent to the burnt-out peasants. Lazare had been nearly a month at Bonneville when a letter arrived from Louise, complaining that she was utterly overwhelmed with ennui. In his reply to it, he told her he would fetch her at the beginning of the following week. There had been some tremendous falls of rain, those violent deluges which so frequently swept down upon the district and shrouded earth, sea, and sky beneath a pall of grey vapor. Lazare had spoken seriously of finishing his play, and Pauline, whom he wished to have near him that she might encourage him, took her knitting, the little stockings which she distributed among the village children, into her cousin's room. But it was very little work he did when she had taken her place by the table. They were constantly talking to each other in low tones, repeating the same things over and over again, without ever seeming to weary of them, while their eyes never strayed from one another. Nothing seemed to them more delightful than that languid quiet, that feeling of drowsiness which glided over them, while the rain pattered down upon the slates of the roof. An interval of silence would at times make them flush, and they unconsciously put a caress in every word they addressed to each other, impelled thereto by that influence which had brought a renewal of those old days which they had thought had passed away forever. One evening Pauline had sat up knitting in Lazare's room till nearly midnight, while her cousin, whose pen had dropped idly from his fingers, slowly told her about what he intended to write in the future, dramas peopled with colossal characters. The whole house was asleep. Veronique had gone to bed long ago, and the deep stillness of the night, through which only broke the familiar wail of the high tide, gradually permeated them with tenderness. Lazare, unbosoming himself, confessed that his life hitherto had been a failure. If literature also failed him, he made up his mind to retire to some secluded spot and live the life of a recluse. "Do you know," he added with a smile, "I often think that we ought to have emigrated after my mother's death." "Emigrated? Why?" "Yes, have taken ourselves very far away. To Oceania, for instance, to one of those islands whose life is so sweet and pleasant." "But your father? Should we have taken him with us?" "Oh, it's only a fancy, a dream that I'm talking of. One may indulge in pleasant dreams, you know, when the actual truth is not very cheerful." He'd risen from the table and had sat down upon one of the arms of Pauline's chair. She let her knitting drop, that she might laugh at ease over the ceaseless flow of the young man's imagination. "Are you mad, my poor fellow?" she asked. "What should we have done out there?" "We should have lived. Do you remember that book of travels that we read together 12 years ago? There is a perfect paradise out there. There's no winter, the sky's always blue, and life is passed beneath the sun and the stars. We should have had a cabin and have lived upon delicious fruits with nothing to do and never a trouble to vex us. Ah, then we should soon have become a pair of savages, with rings through our noses and feathers on our heads. Well, why not? We should have loved each other from one end of the year to the other, taking no count of the days. Ah, it would have been delightful. She looked at him. Her eyelids were quivering and her face turned pale. That thought of love had filled her with delicious languor. He'd playfully taken hold of her hand and was smiling in an embarrassed manner. At first Pauline felt no disquietude. It was nothing more than a revival of their old intimacy. But she slowly grew disturbed. Her strength seemed to ebb from her, and her very voice faltered as she said, "Nothing but fruit would make rather a spare diet. We should have had to hunt and fish and cultivate a piece of land. If it is true, as they say, that the women do the work out there, would you have set me to dig the ground? You, with those tiny hands of yours? Oh, we could have made capital servants out of the monkeys, you know." She smiled languidly at this pleasantry, while he added, "Besides, they would have been no longer in existence, those little hands of yours. I should have eaten them up, like this." He kissed her hands and pretended to bite at them, while the blood surged to his face in a sudden thrill of passion. They neither of them spoke. They were affected by a common madness, a vertigo which threw them both into dizzy faintness. Pauline seemed on the point of swooning, her eyes closed. But at last, as Lazare's lips suddenly met hers, the thrill she felt made her raise her eyelids, and she awoke like one who has just passed through a terrible dream. Then she sprang to her feet, and, faint though she still felt, she found courage to resist both Lazare and her own passion. The struggle was short, but violent. She repulsed him again and again, and at last, profiting by a brief respite, she fled across the landing into her own room. He followed, and she could hear him speaking to her, but in spite of the passionate promptings of her own heart, she kept silent. He sobbed, and her own tears fell, yet she gave him no response. When at last she heard him close his door behind him, she gave full rein to her grief. It was all over, and she had conquered, but her victory filled her with distress. It was impossible for her to sleep. She lay awake till morning. What had happened took complete possession of her thoughts. That evening had been a sin at which she now shuddered with horror. She felt that she could no longer find excuse for herself, that she must acknowledge the duplicity of her affections. Her motherly love for Lazare and her condemnation of Louise were but a hypocritical revival of her old passion for her cousin. She had let herself glide into falsehood, for, as she analyzed more closely the secret sentiments of her heart, she became conscious that the rupture between Lazare and his wife had pleased her rather than otherwise, and that she had hoped in some way to profit by it. Was it not she, too, who had brought about between her cousin and herself a renewal of the intimacy of former days? Ought she not to have known that the result must be disastrous? Now matters had reached a terrible pass, and they were threatened with ruin. She had given him to another, while she herself loved him passionately, and he too longed for her. This thought careered through her brain and beat upon her temples like a peal of bells. At first she made up her mind to run away from the house in the morning. Then she thought that such flight would be cowardly. Since Lazare was leaving very shortly, why should she not remain? Her pride, too, awoke within her. She resolved to conquer herself, for she felt that she could never again carry her head erect should the occurrence of that night inspire her with remorse. The next morning she came downstairs at her accustomed hour. There was nothing about her to reveal the night of torture she'd spent, except the heaviness of her eyes. She was pale and quite calm. When Lazare appeared in his turn, he explained his air of weary lassitude by telling his father that he had sat up late, working. The day passed in the usual way. Neither Pauline nor Lazare made any reference to what had occurred between them, even when they found themselves alone and free from all observation. They made no attempt to avoid each other. They appeared quite confident of themselves. But in the evening, when they wished each other good night on the landing near their rooms, they fell into each other's arms and their lips met in a kiss. Then Pauline, full of alarm, hastily escaped and locked herself in her room, while Lazare too rushed away, bursting into tears. It was thus that they continued to bear themselves towards each other. The days slowly glided away, and the cousins lived on together in constant anxiety of possible backsliding. Though they never spoke of such a thing, and never referred to that terrible night, they thought of it continually and were filled with fear. Their sense of what was right and honorable remained undimmed, and every sudden little lapse, any embrace or stolen kiss, left them full of anger with themselves. But neither had the courage to take the only safe step, that of immediate separation. Pauline, believing that it would be cowardly for her to flee, persisted in remaining in the presence of danger, while Lazare, absorbed in his transports, did not even reply to the pressing letters he received from his wife. He'd now been 6 weeks at Bonneville, and he and Pauline had begun to believe that this existence of alternate pain and sweetness would go on forever. One Sunday, at dinner, Canteau became quite gay after venturing to drink a glass of Burgundy, a luxury for which he had to pay very dearly each time that he indulged in it. Pauline and Lazare had spent some delightful hours together by the sea under the bright blue sky, exchanging looks full of tenderness, though marked with that haunting fear of themselves which infused such passion into their intimacy. They were all three smiling when Veronique, who was just about to bring in the dessert, called from the door of the kitchen, "Here comes Madame!"
"Madame who?" cried Pauline, with a feeling of stupefaction.
"Madame Louise!"
They all broke out into exclamations. Canteau, quite scared, gazed at Pauline and Lazare, who had turned very pale. But the latter rose excitedly from his seat and stammered angrily, "What? Louise? She never told me she was coming, and I'd forbidden her to do so. She must be mad." The twilight was falling, soft and clear. Lazare threw down his napkin and rushed out of the room. Pauline followed him, struggling to regain her cheerful serenity. It was indeed Louise who was alighting with difficulty from old Malivoire's coach. "Are you mad?" her husband cried to her across the yard. "Why have you done such a foolish thing without writing to me?" Then Louise burst into tears. She'd been so poorly at Clermont, she said, and had felt so depressed and weary. And as her 2 last letters had remained unanswered, she'd felt an irresistible impulse to set off, a yearning desire to see Bonneville again. If she'd not sent him word of her intention, it was because she feared that he might have prevented her from satisfying her whim. "And to think I was pleased with the idea of taking you all by surprise," she concluded. "It's idiotic. You'll go back again tomorrow," her husband cried. Louise, quite overcome, crushed by this reception, fell into Pauline's arms. The latter had again turned pale, and now when she felt this woman, so soon to be a mother, pressing against her, both horror and pity came upon her. However, she succeeded in conquering her jealousy and in silencing Lazare. "Why do you speak to her so unkindly? Kiss her! You did quite right to come, my dear, if you thought you would be better at Bonneville. You know very well that we all love you, don't you?" Lulu was barking furiously at all the hubbub which disturbed the usual quiet of the yard. Minouche, having poked her head out of the door, had retired again, shaking her feet as though she had just escaped mixing herself up in some compromising incident. The whole party went into the house, and Veronique laid another cover at the table and began to serve dinner over again. "Hullo! Is it really you, Louisette?" Canteau exclaimed with an uneasy smile. "You wanted to take us by surprise. You've almost made my wine go the wrong way." However, the evening passed off pleasantly.
They'd all regained their self-possession and avoided making any reference to the immediate future. There was a momentary revival of embarrassment at bedtime when Veronique inquired if Monsieur Lazare was going to sleep in his wife's room. "Oh, no, Louise will sleep better alone," Lazare replied, looking up instinctively and catching Pauline's glance. "Yes, that will be better," said the young wife. "Sleep at the top of the house, for I'm dreadfully tired, and like that I shall have the whole bed to myself." 3 days passed. Then Pauline at last came to a determination. She would leave the house on the following Monday. Lazare and Louise had already begun to talk of remaining till after the birth of the expected baby, and Pauline thought she could see that her cousin had had enough of Paris, and would settle down altogether at Bonneville, weary and sick of his perpetual failures. The best thing she could do, therefore, was to give the place up to them at once, for she had not been able to conquer herself, and she more than ever lacked the courage to live beside them and witness all the intimacy of man and wife. Besides, this course seemed the best means of escaping from all the perils threatened by the reviving passion from which she and Lazare had just suffered so cruelly. Louise alone expressed some astonishment on learning Pauline's decision, but she was supplied with undeniable reasons for it. Dr. Cazenove told her that his relation to Saint-Lô had made Pauline unusually favorable offers, that the girl could not really refuse them any longer, and that her friends must insist upon her accepting a position which would make her future safe. Canteau, too, with tears in his eyes, expressed his consent. On the Saturday came a farewell dinner, with the priest and the doctor. Louise, who suffered greatly, could scarcely drag herself to the table, and this threw additional gloom over the meal, in spite of the efforts of Pauline, who had cheerful smiles for everyone, though in reality she grieved bitterly at the thought of leaving that house, which she had animated and brightened for so many years with her ringing laughter. Her heart was aching with pain, and Veronique served the dinner with a tragic air. Canteau refused to touch a single drop of Burgundy, having become all at once almost superfluously prudent, for he trembled at the thought of being so soon deprived of a nurse whose mere voice seemed able to lull his pains. Lazare, for his part, was feverish, and wrangled with the doctor about a new scientific discovery. By 11 o'clock the house had once more subsided into silence. Louise and Canteau were already asleep, while Veronique was tidying up her kitchen. Then, at the top of the house, by the door of his old room, which he still occupied, Lazare detained Pauline for a moment, according to his wont. "Good-bye," he murmured. "No, not good-bye," she said, forcing herself to smile. "Au revoir, since I'm not going away till Monday." They gazed at each other, and as their eyes grew dim they fell into each other's arms, while their lips met passionately in a last kiss. This ends Chapter 9, Part 3. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 1. The next morning, as they sat down to their coffee at the early breakfast, they were surprised that Louise did not make her appearance. The servant went upstairs to knock at her door, and when the young woman at last came down, it was evident that she was in a state of great suffering. She took but a few sips of coffee, and all the morning she dragged herself about the house, rising from one chair to go and sit down upon another. They did not venture to speak to her, for she grew irritable and seemed to suffer the more when any notice was taken of her. She experienced no relief until a little before noon, when she was able to sit down at the table again and take some soup. Between 2 and 3, however, she was again unable to remain still, and dragged herself about between the dining room and the kitchen, finally going with great difficulty upstairs, but only to come down again immediately. At the top of the house, Pauline was now packing her trunk. She was to leave Bonneville the next morning, and she'd only the needful time to empty her drawers and get everything ready for departure. Nevertheless, she every minute went out onto the landing and looked over the banisters, distressed by the others' evident suffering. About 4 o'clock, as she heard Louise becoming still more agitated, she resolved to speak to Lazare, who had locked himself up in his room, full of nervous exasperation at the troubles with which he accused fate of overwhelming him.
"We cannot leave Louise like this," insisted Pauline. "We must go and talk to her. Come with me."
They found her halfway on the first flight of stairs, lacking the strength to go either up or down.
"My dear girl," said Pauline tenderly, "we are quite distressed about you. We're going to send for Madame Boulon."
At this Louise grew angry. "Why do you torment me like this," she cried, "when all that I want is to be left alone? I shan't need Madame Boulon for a long time yet. Leave me alone and don't torture me." Louise showed herself so obstinate and displayed so much temper that Lazare in his turn grew angry. However, Pauline was compelled to promise that she would not send for Madame Boulon. This person was an accoucheuse of Verchemont, who possessed an extraordinary reputation throughout the district for skill and energy. She was considered to have no equal at Bayeux or even at Cayenne. It was on account of this great reputation of hers that Louise, who was very timid and had a presentiment of disaster, had resolved to place herself in her hands. Nonetheless, she experienced a great fear of Madame Boulon, the same irrational fear, indeed, with which patients contemplate a dentist whom it is necessary they should visit, though they defer doing so as long as possible. At 6 o'clock, Louise felt much better again, and showed herself very triumphant in consequence. But she was worn out, and when she'd eaten the cutlet, she went back to her room. She would be all right, she said, if she could only get to sleep. Thus she obstinately refused to let anyone sit upstairs with her, and insisted upon being left alone. The others then sat down to a stew and a piece of roast veal. The dinner began in silence, for Louise's illness increased the gloom which was caused by Pauline's approaching departure. They made as little noise as possible with their spoons and forks, for fear it might reach the ears of the invalid and still further distress her. Canteau, however, grew very loquacious by degrees, and had begun relating some wonderful stories, when Veronique, as she was handing round the veal, suddenly exclaimed,
"I'm not quite sure, but I fancy I can hear Madame Lazare groaning upstairs."
Lazare sprang from his seat and opened the door. They all gave over eating and strained their ears to listen. At first they could hear nothing, but soon the sound of prolonged groaning reached them. Pauline thereupon threw down her napkin and ran upstairs, followed by Lazare. And now Louise, whom they found seated on her bed in a dressing-gown, rather peevishly consented to let them send for Madame Boulon. When Lazare, however, suggested that they had better send for Dr. Cazenove as well, on the chance of complications arising, his wife burst into tears. "Hadn't they the least pity for her?" she cried. "Why did they go on torturing her? They knew very well that the idea of being attended by a doctor was intolerable to her. She would have nobody but Madame Boulon." "If you send for the doctor," said she, "I'll get into bed and turn my face to the wall, and refuse to say another word to anybody." "At any rate, go for Madame Boulon," said Pauline to Lazare, by way of conclusion. "She may be able to give her some relief." They both went downstairs again, and found Abbé Horteur, who'd come to pay a short visit, standing in silence before the alarmed Canteau. An attempt was made to persuade Lazare to eat a little veal before starting, but he declared that a single mouthful would choke him, and forthwith he set off at a run to Verchemont. "I think I hear her calling me," Pauline exclaimed a moment later, hastening towards the staircase. "If I want Veronique, I will knock on the floor. You can finish your dinner without me, can't you, uncle?" The priest, much embarrassed at finding himself in the midst of this confusion, could not summon up his customary consolatory phrases, and he also soon retired, promising, however, to return after he'd been to the Gonance, where the crippled old man was very ill. Thus Canteau was left alone before the disordered table. The glasses were half full, the veal was growing cold on the plates, and the greasy forks and half-eaten pieces of bread still lay where they'd been dropped in the sudden alarm which had come upon the diners. As Veronique put a kettle of water on the fire, by way of precaution, in case it might be wanted, she began to grumble at not knowing whether she ought to clear the table or leave things in their present state of confusion. 2 anxious hours went by. 9 o'clock came, and still Madame Boulan did not arrive. Louise was now anxiously longing for her to come, and bitterly complained that they must want her to die since they left her so long without assistance. It only took 25 minutes to get to Verchemont, and an hour ought to have been sufficient to fetch the woman. Lazare must be amusing himself somewhere, or perhaps an accident had happened, and no one would ever come at all. Then, however, the young wife ceased complaining, for an attack of sickness came upon her, and the whole house was once more in a state of alarm. 11 o'clock struck, and the delay became intolerable. So Veronique in her turn set off for Verchemont. She took a lantern with her, and was instructed to search all the ditches. Meantime Pauline remained with Louise, unable to assist her in spite of her desire to do so. It was nearly midnight when the sound of wheels at last impelled the girl to rush downstairs.
"Why, where is Veronique?" she cried out from the steps, as she recognized Lazare and Madame Boulan. "Haven't you met her?"
Lazare replied that they'd come by the Port-en-Bassin route, after encountering all sorts of hindrances. On reaching Verchemont, he'd found that Madame Boulan was 8 miles away attending to another woman. He could procure no horse or vehicle to go after her, and had been obliged to make the whole journey on foot, running all the way. And besides, there'd been endless other troubles. Fortunately, however, Madame Boulan had a trap with her.
"But the woman," exclaimed Pauline. "She's been attended to all right, I suppose, since Madame Boulan has been able to come with you."
Lazare's voice trembled as he replied hoarsely, "The woman is dead." They went into the hall, which was dimly lighted by a candle placed on the stairs. There was an interval of silence while Madame Boulan hung up her cloak. She was a short, dark woman, very thin, and as yellow as a lemon, with a large, prominent nose. She spoke loudly and had an extremely authoritative manner, which caused her to be much respected by the peasantry.
"Will you be good enough to follow me?" Pauline said to her. "I've been quite at a loss to know what to do. She has never ceased complaining since the beginning of the evening."
Louise still stood before a chest of drawers in her room, pawing the floor with her feet. She burst into tears as soon as she saw Madame Boulan, who forthwith began to question her. But the young wife turned a glance of entreaty towards Pauline, which the latter well understood. She therefore led Lazare from the room, and they both remained on the landing, unable to take themselves further away. The candle, which was still burning below, threw a dim light, broken by weird shadows, up the stairs, and the 2 cousins stood, Lazare leaning against the wall, and Pauline against the banisters, gazing at each other in motionless silence. They strained their ears to catch the sounds that came from Louise's room, and when Madame Boulan at last opened the door they would have entered, but she pushed them back, came out, and closed the door behind her.
"Well?"
Pauline murmured. She signed to them to go downstairs, and it was not till they had reached the ground floor that she opened her mouth. It was a premature and very difficult case. "It seems likely to be extremely serious," she said. "It's my duty to warn the family." Lazare turned pale. An icy breath passed over his brow. Then, in stammering accents, he asked for particulars. Madame Boulan gave them, adding, "I cannot undertake the responsibility. The presence of a doctor is absolutely necessary." Silence fell once more. Lazare was overcome with despair. Where were they to find a doctor at that time of night? His wife might die 20 times before they could get the surgeon from Arromanches. "I don't think there's any immediate danger," said Madame Boulon. "Still, you'd better lose no time. I myself can do nothing further." And as Pauline besought her in the name of humanity to try something at any rate to alleviate the sufferings of Louise, whose groans echoed through the house, she replied in her clear, sharp voice, "No, indeed, I can do nothing of that kind. That other poor woman over yonder is dead, and I would rather not be responsible for this one." Again did Lazare shudder. At this moment, however, a tearful call was heard from Canteau in the dining room. "Are you there? Come in. No one has been to tell me anything. I've been waiting to hear something ever so long." They entered the room. They'd forgotten all about poor Canteau since the interrupted dinner. He had remained at the table, twisting his thumbs and patiently waiting, with all the drowsy resignation which he had acquired during his long periods of lonely quiescence. This new catastrophe, which was revolutionizing the house, had greatly saddened him. He had not even had heart enough to go on eating. His food still remained untouched on his plate. "Is she no better?" he inquired. Lazare ragefully shrugged his shoulders. But Madame Boulon, who retained all her accustomed calmness, pressed the young man to lose no further time. "Take my trap," she said. "The horse is tired out. Still, you will be able to get back in 2 hours or 2.5. I will stay here and look after her." Then, with sudden determination, Lazare rushed out of the room, feeling convinced that he would find his wife dead upon his return. They could hear him shouting and lashing the horse with his whip as the conveyance clattered noisily away. Madame Boulon went upstairs again, and Pauline followed her, after briefly replying to her uncle's questions. When she had offered to put him to bed, he had refused to go, insisting on staying up in order that he might know how things went on. If he felt drowsy, he said, he could sleep very well in his easy-chair, for he often slept in it the whole afternoon. He had only just been left alone again when Veronique returned with her lantern extinguished. She was boiling over with rage. For 2 years she had never poured forth so many words at one time. "Of course they took the other road," she cried, "and there have I been looking into all the ditches and nearly killing myself to get to Verchemont. And I waited, too, for a whole half-hour down there in the middle of the road." Canteau looked at her with his big eyes. "Well, my girl, it was scarcely likely that you would meet each other." "And then, as I was coming back," she continued, "I met Monsieur Lazare galloping on like a madman in a crazy gig. I shouted out to him that they were anxiously waiting for him, but he only whipped his horse the more violently and nearly ran over me. I've had quite enough of these errands, of which I can make neither head nor tail. To make matters worse, too, my lantern went out." She hustled her master about, and tried to make him finish eating his food, so that she might at any rate get the table cleared. He was not at all hungry, but he ate a little of the cold veal for the sake of doing something. He was worried now by the abbé's failure to return that evening. What was the use of the priest promising to come and keep him company if he made up his mind to stay at home? However, priests certainly cut a comical figure on such occasions as the present, and, this idea amusing Canteau, he set himself cheerfully to take his supper in solitude. "Come, sir, make haste," cried Veronique. "It's nearly 1 o'clock, and it won't do to have the plates and dishes and things lying about like this till tomorrow. There's always something going wrong in this awful house." She was just beginning to clear the table when Pauline called to her from the staircase. Then Canteau was once more left alone and forgotten in front of a table, and nobody came again to give him any news. Louise was in quite a desperate condition, and her strength seemed to be rapidly ebbing away, when, about 3:30, Veronique privately warned Pauline of Lazare's arrival with Dr. Cazenove. Madame Boulin insisted on remaining alone with the doctor beside the patient, while the others betook themselves to the dining room, where Canteau was now fast asleep. And then there again came a long, weary, and very anxious wait. When the doctor joined them, his voice betrayed his emotion. This ends Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 2. "I've done nothing yet," said he. "I wouldn't do anything without consulting you." And thereupon he passed his hand over his forehead, as if to drive away some irksome thought.
"But it is not for us to decide, doctor," said Pauline,
for Lazare was incapable of speech.
"We leave her in your hands."
He shook his head. "I must tell you," said he, "that both mother and child seem to me lost. Perhaps I might save one or the other."
Lazare and Pauline rose up shuddering. Canteau, aroused by the conversation, opened his heavy eyes and listened with an expression of amazement.
"Which of the two must I try to save?" repeated the doctor, who trembled as much as those of whom he asked the question. "The child or the mother?"
"Which? Oh God!" cried Lazare. "Do I know? Can I say?"
Tears choked him once again, whilst his cousin, ghastly pale, remained silent in presence of that awful alternative. But Cazenove went on giving explanations. "It is a case of conscience," he concluded. "I beg of you, decide yourselves." Sobs now prevented Lazare from answering. He had taken his handkerchief and was twisting it convulsively, whilst striving to recover a little of his reason. Canteau still looked on in stupefaction, and only Pauline was able to say,
"Why did you come down? It is cruel to torture us like this, when you alone know the best course, and alone are able to act."
Just then Madame Boulin herself descended the stairs to say that matters were becoming much worse. "Have you decided?" she inquired. "The lady is sinking." Thereupon, with one of those sudden impulses which disconcerted people, Cazenove threw his arms about Lazare, kissed him, and exclaimed, "Listen, I will try to save them both, and if they succumb, well, I shall be yet more grieved than yourself, for I shall take it to be my own fault." Excepting Canteau, who in his turn embraced his son, they all went upstairs together. Cazenove desired it. Louise was fully conscious, but very low. She offered no objection to a doctor now. Her sufferings were too great. When he began to speak to her, she simply answered, Kill me at once." There came a cruel and affecting scene. It was one of those dread hours when life and death wrestle together, when human science and skill battle to overcome and correct the errors of nature. More than once did the doctor pause, fearing a fatal issue. The patient's agony was terrible. But at last science triumphed, and a child was born. It was a boy. Lazare, who had turned his face to the wall, was sobbing and burst out into tears. He had been a prey to the keenest mental torture during the progress of the operations, and he thought despairingly that it would be preferable for them all to die rather than to continue living if such intense agony was to be mingled with life. But Pauline bent over Louise and kissed her on the forehead.
"Come and kiss her," she said to her cousin.
He came and stooped down over his wife, but he shuddered when his lips touched her brow, which was moist with icy perspiration. Louise lay there with her eyes closed and seemed to be no longer breathing. Lazare leaned against the wall at the foot of the bed, trying to stifle his sobs. "I am afraid the child is dead," said the doctor. The baby, indeed, had given utterance to none of the usual shrill calls. It was a very small infant of a deathly hue. "We might try the effect of friction and inflation," the doctor continued, "but I'm afraid it would only be time wasted, and the mother stands in need of all my attention." Pauline heard him.
"Give me the child," she exclaimed. "I will try what I can do. If I don't manage to make it breathe, it will be that I have no more breath left myself."
Thereupon she carried the infant into the next room, the room which had once been Madame Canteau's, taking with her a bottle of brandy and some flannel. She laid the poor wee creature in an armchair before a blazing fire, and then, having steeped a piece of flannel in a saucer of brandy, she knelt down and rubbed it without a pause, quite regardless of the cramp that gradually stiffened her arm. It was so small a child, and looked so wretched and fragile, that she feared lest she might kill it by rubbing it too hard. And so she passed the flannel backwards and forwards with a gentle, almost caressing motion, like the constant brushing of a bird's wing. Then she turned the child over and tried to recall each of its tiny limbs to life. But it still lay there motionless. Though the friction seemed to impart a little warmth, the infant's chest remained shrunken, uninflated, and it even seemed to grow darker in color. Then, without evincing any repugnance, Pauline pressed her mouth to its tiny, rigid lips, and drawing long, slow breaths, she strove to adapt the force of her lungs to the capacity of those little compressed organs into which the air had been unable to make its way. She was obliged to stop every now and then when her breath grew exhausted, but after inhaling a fresh supply, she turned to her task again. Her blood mounted to her head, and her ears began to buzz. She even became a little giddy. Nevertheless, she still persevered, striving to inflate the baby's lungs for more than half an hour without being encouraged by the least result. She vainly tried to make the ribs play by pressing them very gently with her fingers. But nothing seemed to do the least good, and anyone else would have abandoned in despair this apparently impossible resurrection. Pauline, however, brought maternal perseverance to her task, the obstinate insistence of a mother who is determined that her child shall live. And at last she felt the poor wee body was stirring, that its tiny lips moved slightly beneath her own. For nearly an hour she had remained alone in that room, absorbed in the anguish of that struggle with death and forgetful of all else. That faint sign of life, that transitory tremor of the little lips, filled her with fresh courage. She had recourse to friction again, and every other minute she resumed her attempt at inflation, employing the two processes alternately without any regard for her own exhaustion. She felt a growing craving to conquer and produce life. For a moment she feared she'd been mistaken, for it again seemed that her lips were only pressing lifeless ones. But she became conscious of another rapid contraction. Little by little, the air was forcing its way into the child's lungs. She could feel it being sucked from her and returned, and she even fancied she could detect the little heart beginning to beat. Her mouth never left the tiny lips. She shared her life with that little creature. They had only one breath between them in that wonderful resurrection, a slow, continuous exchange of breath going from one to the other as if they had a common soul. Pauline's lips were soiled, for the child had scarcely been cleansed, but her joy at having saved it prevented any feeling of disgust. She began to inhale a warm pungency of life which intoxicated her, and when, at last, the baby broke out into a feeble, plaintive wail, she fell back from the chair onto the floor, stirred to the depths of her being. The big fire was blazing brightly, filling the room with a cheerful light. Pauline remained on the floor in front of the baby, whom she had not yet examined. What a poor, frail mite it was! All her own robust vigor rose up in rebellious protest as she thought what a wretched, puny son Louise had given to Lazare. She felt keen regret for her own wasted life. She herself would never be a mother. She was young and strong and healthy and beautiful, but of what avail was all that? The fullness of life was not for her, and she wept for the child that she would never have. Meantime, the poor, frail little creature that she had revived to existence was still wailing and writhing on the chair, and Pauline began to fear that it might fall upon the floor. Her pity was aroused at the sight of such uncomeliness and weakness. She would at least do what she could for it. She would help it to continue living, as she had had the happiness of helping it into life. So she took it upon her knees and did what she could for it, while still shedding tears, in which were mingled sorrow for her own lonesome fate and pity for the misery of all living creatures. Madame Poulain, whom she called, came to help her to wash the baby. They wrapped it in warm flannels and then laid it in the bed till the cradle should be prepared for it. Madame Poulain was astonished to find it alive and examined it carefully. It seemed well formed, she said, but its frailty would make it difficult to rear. Then she hurried off again to Louise, who still remained in a very critical condition. As Pauline was again taking up her position at the baby's side, Lazare, who had been informed of the miracle his cousin had accomplished, entered the room. "Come and look at him," said Pauline, with much emotion. But as he drew near, he began to tremble and exclaimed, "What? You've laid him in that bed?" He had shuddered as he entered. That room, so long unused, so full of mournful associations and so rarely entered, was now warm and bright, enlivened by the crackling of the fire. Each article of furniture was still in its accustomed position, and the clock still marked 23 minutes to 8. No one had occupied that chamber, now prepared for Madame Poulain, since his mother had died there. And it was in that very bed where she had passed away, in that sacred, awful bed, that he saw his own son restored to life, looking so tiny as he lay among the spreading coverings. "Does it displease you?" Pauline asked in surprise. He shook his head. He could not speak for emotion. At last he stammered, "I was thinking of Mamma. She's gone, and now here is another who will go away as she went. Why, then, did he come?" His words were cut short by a burst of sobbing. His terror and his disgust of life broke out in spite of all the efforts he'd made to restrain himself since Louise's terrible delivery. When he had touched his baby's brow with his lips, he hastily stepped back, for he fancied that he could feel the infant's skull giving way beneath his touch. He was filled with remorseful despondency at the sight of the poor, frail little thing. "Don't distress yourself," said Pauline, by way of cheering him. "We'll make a fine young fellow of him. It doesn't at all matter that he's small now." He looked at her, and utterly upset as he was, a full confession escaped from his heart. "It is a gain to you that we owe his life. Am I destined, then, to be always under obligations to you?" "To me?" she exclaimed. "I've done nothing more than Madame Poulain would have done if I hadn't happened to be here." He silenced her with a wave of his hand. "Do you think," he said, "that I am so base that I cannot understand that I owe everything to you? Ever since you came into this house, you've never ceased to sacrifice yourself. I will say nothing now about your money, but you still loved me yourself when you gave me to Louise. I know it now quite well. Ah, if you only knew the shame I feel when I look at you and recollect. You would have given your very life-blood. You were always kind and cheerful, even at the very time when I was crushing down your heart. Ah, yes, you were right. Cheerfulness and kindliness are everything. All else is mere delusion." She tried to interrupt him, but he continued in a louder voice. "What a fool I made of myself with all my disbelief and boasting and all the pessimism which I paraded out of vanity and fear. It was I who spoiled our lives, yours and my own, and those of the whole family. Yes, you were the only sensible one amongst us. Life becomes so easy when everyone in a family is cheerful and affectionate, and each lives for the others. If the world is to die of misery, at any rate let it die cheerfully and in sympathy with itself." Pauline smiled at the violence of his language and caught hold of his hands.
"Come, come," she said, "don't excite yourself. Now that you see I was right, you're cured, and all will go well."
"I don't know that. I'm talking like this just now because there are times when the truth will force itself out, even in spite of oneself. But tomorrow I shall slip back into all my old torment. One can't change one's nature. No, no, things will go no better. On the contrary, they will gradually get worse and worse. You know that as well as I do. It is my own stupidity that enrages me." She drew him gently towards her and said to him in her grave way, "You are neither foolish nor base. You are unfortunate. Kiss me, Lazare." They exchanged a kiss before that poor little babe, who seemed to be asleep. It was the kiss of brother and sister, untainted by the slightest breath of the passion which had glowed within them only the day before. The dawn was breaking, a soft gray dawn. Cazenove came to look at the baby and was astonished to find it doing so well. He determined to take it back into the other room, for he felt that he could now answer for Louise. When the little creature was brought to its mother, she looked at it with a feeble smile, then closed her eyes and fell into deep and restorative slumber. The window had been slightly opened, and a delicious freshness, like a very breath of life, streamed in from the sea. They all stood for a moment motionless, worn out but very happy, beside the bed in which the young mother was sleeping. Then, with silent tread, they left the room, leaving Madame Boulan to watch over her. The doctor, however, did not go away till nearly 8 o'clock. He was very hungry, and Lazare and Pauline themselves were famished, so Veronique prepared some coffee and an omelette. Downstairs they found Canteau, whom they had all forgotten, sleeping soundly in his chair. Nothing had been touched since the previous evening, and the room reeked with the acrid smoke of the lamp, which was still burning. Pauline jokingly remarked that the table, on which the plates and dishes had remained, was already laid for them. She swept up the crumbs and made the things a little tidier. Then, as the coffee took some little time to prepare, they attacked the cold veal, joking the while about the dinner that had been so unpleasantly interrupted. Now that all danger was over, they were as merry as children. "You will hardly believe it," Canteau exclaimed, beaming, "but I slept without being asleep. I was very angry that nobody came down to give me any news, but I felt no uneasiness, for I dreamt that all was going on well." His delight increased when he saw Abbé Hauteur enter the room. The priest had come across after saying Mass. Canteau joked him merrily. "Ah, here you are at last. You deserted me in a nice way last night. Are you frightened of babies, then?" The priest defended himself from this charge by telling them how he had one night delivered a poor woman on the high road and baptized her child. Then he accepted a small glass of curaçao. Bright sunshine was gilding the yard when Dr. Cazenove at last took his departure. As Lazare and Pauline walked with him to the gate, he whispered to the latter, "You are not going away today?" She remained for a moment silent, then raised her big dreamy eyes and seemed to be looking far away into the future.
"No," she answered. "I must wait."
This ends Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 1. After an abominable month of May, June set in with very warm weather. Westerly gales had been blowing for the last 3 weeks. Storms had devastated the coast, swept away masses of the cliffs, swallowed up boats, and killed many people. But now the broad blue sky, the satiny sea, and the bright hot days were infinitely pleasant and enjoyable. One glorious afternoon, Pauline had wheeled Canteau's chair onto the terrace, and near him, on a red woolen rug, she had deposited little Paul, who was now 18 months old. She was his godmother, and she spoilt the child as much as she did the grandfather.
"Are you sure the sun won't inconvenience you, uncle?" she asked.
"Oh, dear, no. I should think not, indeed. It's so long since I saw it."
"Are you going to leave little Paul asleep there?" "Yes, the fresh air will do him good."
She knelt down on the edge of the rug and gazed at him. He was dressed in a white frock, with bare legs and arms peeping beyond it. His eyes were fast closed, and his quiet little rosy face was turned up towards the sky.
"He has dropped off to sleep at once," she said softly. "He tired himself out with rolling about. Don't let the animals bother him."
She shook her finger at Manouche, who sat at the dining-room window making an elaborate toilet. Some distance off, Lulu lay stretched out on the gravel, opening his eyes every now and then with a glance of suspicion, and ever ready to snarl and bite. As Pauline rose to her feet again, a low groan came from Canteau.
"Ah, has your pain returned?"
"Returned? Ah, it never leaves me now," I groaned, "Well, it's funny, but I do so without even being aware of it." He had become a most pitiable object. By degrees his chronic gout had led to the accumulation of cretaceous matter at all his joints, and great chalkstones had formed and pushed out through his skin. His feet, which were hidden out of sight in his slippers, were contracted inwards like the claws of a sickly bird. But his hands openly displayed all their horrible deformity, swollen as they were at every joint with gleaming red knots, the fingers warped by swellings which forced them apart, and the left hand being rendered especially hideous by a secretion as big as a small egg. On the left elbow, too, a more voluminous deposit had brought on an ulcer. Ankylosis was now complete. Canteau could no longer make use of his hands or feet, and the few joints which could still slightly bend cracked with as much noise as though a bag of marbles were being shaken. His whole body seemed to have become petrified in the position which he had adopted as the least painful, that is, a somewhat forward one with an inclination to the right, and he had so completely shaped himself to his easy-chair that even when he was put to bed he remained twisted and bent. His pain never left him now, and the least change in the weather, or a drop of wine, or a mouthful of meat in excess of his usual diet, brought on inflammation.
"Would you like a glass of milk?" Pauline asked him.
"It would refresh you, perhaps." "Ah, milk, indeed," he replied, between two groans. "That's another pretty invention of theirs, that milk cure. I believe they finished me off with that." No, I won't take anything. That's the treatment that does me the most good." He asked her, however, to change the position of his left leg, for he could not move it himself. "The villain is all on fire today. Put it further away. Push it. There, that will do, thank you. What a lovely day. Oh dear, oh dear." With his eyes turned towards the far-spreading panorama, he continued to groan quite unconsciously. His moan of pain had now become quite as natural to him as breathing itself. He was wrapped in a heavy blue woolen rug, and his poor deformed hands, that looked so pitiable in the bright sunshine, lay helpless on his knees. It pleased him to sit and look at the sea with its infinite azure, over which white sails flitted as over a boundless highway, open there before him who could no longer put one foot before another. Pauline, feeling anxious at the sight of Paul's little naked legs, knelt down again and covered them up with part of the rug. For 3 months past she had always been intending to take her departure on the following Monday, but the child's feeble hands held her back with a force she could not resist. For the first month of the boy's life they had each morning feared that he would not live to see the evening. It was Pauline who had kept him alive from day to day, for his mother was long confined to her bed, and the nurse, whom they'd been obliged to procure, simply gave him the breast, evincing the gentle stupidity of a cow. The most devoted, constant care and attention were needed, and Pauline had to keep perpetual watch over the child. By the end of the first month, however, the boy had happily acquired the strength of a child born in due season, and gradually developed. Still, he was but a little creature, and Pauline never left him for a minute, more especially since the weaning, which had been attended by much trouble.
"There," she said, "he can't take cold now. See, uncle, how pretty he looks in this crimson rug. It makes him quite rosy."
Canteau painfully turned his head, which was now the only part of his body which he was able to move.
"If you kiss him," he murmured, "you'll wake him. Don't disturb a little cherub. Do you see that steamer over there? It's coming from Havre. How fast it's cutting along."
Pauline watched the steamer in order to please him. It looked like a black speck on the boundless waters. A slight streak of smoke just blurred a point of the horizon. For a short time the girl stood there, perfectly still, gazing at that sea which slumbered so peacefully beneath the clear sky, and enjoying the beauty of the day.
"But while I'm stopping here, the stew is getting burned," she exclaimed at last, hurrying off towards the kitchen.
Just as she was about to enter the house, a voice called from the first floor.
"Pauline!"
It was Louise, who was leaning out of the window of what had once been Madame Canteau's room, but which was now occupied by herself and Lazare. She wore a loose jacket, and her hair was hanging down. In querulous tones she went on, "If Lazare's down there, tell him to come upstairs." "No, he isn't here. He hasn't come back yet," Pauline replied. At this Louise broke out angrily. "I knew quite well that we shouldn't see him again till this evening, even if he condescends to come back then. He stayed away all night in spite of his express promise. Ah, he's a nice fellow. When he once gets to Cayenne, there's no getting him away from it."
"He has so few amusements," Pauline gently urged. "And then this business about the manure would keep him some time. No doubt he will take advantage of a doctor's gig and come back in it."
Since Lazare and Louise had settled down at Bonneville, they'd lived a life of perpetual misunderstanding and bickering. There were no open quarrels between them, but constant signs of ill temper, the lives of both being rendered unhappy by want of harmony. Louise, after a long and painful convalescence, was now leading an empty, aimless existence, manifesting the greatest distaste for domestic matters, and spending her time in novel reading and protracted toilets. Lazare had again fallen a prey to overwhelming ennui. He never opened a book, but spent his time in gazing abstractedly at the sea, just escaping to Cayenne at long intervals, though only to return home more weary than ever. Pauline, who had been obliged to retain the management of the house, had become quite indispensable to them, for she patched up their quarrels several times a day.
"Be quick and finish dressing," added the girl. "The abbé will be here directly, and you must come and sit with him and my uncle. I have too much to do myself."
But Louise could not rid herself of her rancor. "How can he do it, keeping away from home all this time? My father wrote to me yesterday and told me that the remainder of our money would go the same way as the rest." Lazare had, indeed, allowed himself to be swindled in a couple of unfortunate speculations, and Pauline had become so anxious on the child's account that, as his godmother, she'd made him a present of 2/3 of what she still possessed, taking out in his name a policy which would assure him 100,000 francs on the day he reached his majority. She now had only an income of 500 francs herself, but her sole regret in the matter was the necessity she was under of curtailing her customary charities. A fine speculation that manure business is, Louise continued. I'm sure my father will have made him give it up, and he's only stopping away to amuse himself. Oh well, I don't care. He may be as dissolute as he likes.
Then what are you getting so angry for? Pauline retorted. But you know that's all nonsense. The poor fellow never thinks of anything wrong. Do hurry down, won't you? What can have happened to Veronique, I wonder, that she should disappear in this way on a Saturday and leave me all the work to do?
In fact, a most extraordinary thing had happened, one which had been puzzling the whole house since 2 o'clock. Veronique had prepared the vegetables for the stew, and plucked and trussed the duck, and then she had disappeared as suddenly and completely as if the earth had swallowed her up. Pauline, quite astounded by this sudden disappearance, had at last resolved to undertake the cooking of the stew herself.
She hasn't come back, then? Asked Louise, recovering from her anger. No, indeed, Pauline replied. Do you know what I'm beginning to think? She bought the duck for 40 sous of a woman who happened to be passing, and I remember telling her that I had seen much finer ones for 30 sous at Verchemont. She tossed her head directly and gave me one of her surly looks. Well, I'll be bound that she's gone to Verchemont to see if I wasn't telling a lie. She smiled, but there was a touch of sadness in her smile, for the surliness which Veronique was again manifesting pained her. The servant's gradually increasing ill will against Pauline since Madame Canteau's death had now brought her back to the virulence of the very early days. We've none of us been able to get a word out of her for a week or more, said Louise. Any sort of folly may be expected from a person with such a disposition. Well, said Pauline charitably, we must excuse her whims. She's sure to come back again, and we shan't die of hunger this time. But the baby now began to move about on the rug, and she ran up and bent over it. Well, what is it, my dear? The mother, who was still at the window, glanced out for a moment and then disappeared within the room. Canteau, quite absorbed in his own reflections, just turned his head as Lulu began to bark, and then called out to his niece, "Here are your visitors, Pauline." 2 ragged young urchins, the advanced guard of a troop which he received every Saturday, now came up. Little Paul had quickly dropped off to sleep once more, and she rose and said, "It's a nice time for them to come. I haven't a minute to spare. Well, never mind. Stay, since you're here. Sit down on the bench. And, Uncle, if any more of them come, please make them sit down by the side of these. I must just go and glance at my stew." When she returned at the end of a quarter of an hour, 2 boys and 2 girls were already seated on the bench. They were some of her little beggars of former days, but had now grown much bigger, though they still retained their mendicant habits. Never before had there been so much distress in Bonneville. During the storms in May, the 3 remaining houses had been crushed against the cliffs. The destruction was now complete. The flood tides had made a clean sweep of the village after centuries of attack, during which the sea had each year devoured one or another part of the place. On the shingle one now only saw the conquering waves, which effaced even all trace of the ruins. The fishermen, expelled from the nook where for generation after generation they had obstinately persisted in struggling against the ceaseless onslaught, had been compelled to migrate further up the ravine, where they were camping in companies. The richer ones had built cabins for themselves, while the poorer ones were taking refuge under rocks, all combining to found a new Bonneville, from which their descendants would in turn be ejected after fresh centuries of contest. Before it could complete its work of destruction, the sea had found it necessary to sweep the piles and stockades away. On the day of their overthrow, the wind had blown from the north, and such huge mountains of water had dashed up that the church itself had been shaken by the violence with which they broke against the shore. Lazare, though he was told of what was happening, would not go down. He had remained on the terrace, watching the waves sweep up, while the fishermen rushed off to view the desperate onslaught. They were thrilled with mingled pride and awe. Ah, how the hussy was howling!
Now she was going to make a clean sweep of it all. And in less than 20 minutes, indeed, everything had disappeared. The stockades were broken down, and the timbers were smashed into matchwood. And the fishermen roared with the waves, and gesticulated and danced like so many savages, intoxicated by the wind and the sea, and glutting themselves with the sight of all that destruction. Then, while Lazare angrily shook his fist at them, they had fled for their lives, closely pursued by the wild rush of the waves, which nothing more held in check. Now they were perishing of starvation, and groaning as of old in their new Bonneville, accusing the hussy of their ruin, and commending themselves to the charity of the kind young lady.
"What are you doing here?" cried Pauline, as she saw Outelard's son. "I forbade you ever to come here again."
He was a great strapping fellow, now nearly 20 years old. His former sad and timid expression, that told of bad treatment at home, had turned into a sly, crafty look. He lowered his eyes as he replied, "Please take pity upon us, Mademoiselle Pauline. We are so miserable and wretched now that father is dead." Outelard had gone off to sea one stormy morning, and had never returned. His body had never been found, nor had that of his mate, nor even a single plank of their boat. Pauline, however, obliged as she was to exercise strict supervision over her charities, had sworn that she would never give a single sou to either son or widow, for they lived together in open shame.
"You know quite well why I won't have you coming here," Pauline replied. "When you behave differently, I will see what I can do for you."
Thereupon the young fellow began to plead his cause in a whining voice.
"It's all her fault. She brought it about. She would have gone on beating me otherwise. Please give us a trifle, kind young lady. We've lost everything. I could get on well enough myself, but it's for her that I'm asking you, and she's very ill. Indeed she is, I swear it."
Pauline ended by taking pity on him, and sending him away with a loaf of bread and some stew, and she even promised to call on the sick woman to take her some medicine.
"Medicine, indeed," muttered Canteau. "Just you try to get her to swallow it."
But Pauline had already turned her attention to the Prouin girl, one of whose cheeks was gashed.
"How have you managed to do that?" "I fell against a tree, Mademoiselle Pauline." "Against a tree? It looks more like a cut from the corner of a table."
She was a big girl now, with prominent cheekbones, but she still had the great haggard eyes of a weak-witted child, and she made vain efforts to remain standing in a respectful attitude. Her legs shook under her, and she could scarcely articulate her words.
"Why, you've been drinking, you wicked girl!" cried Pauline, scrutinizing her keenly.
"Oh, mademoiselle, how can you say so?"
"You were drunk and you fell down. Isn't it so? I know very well what you're all given to. Sit down, and I will go and get some arnica and a bandage."
She attended to the girl's cheek, and tried to make her feel ashamed of herself. It was disgraceful, she told her, for a girl of her age to intoxicate herself with her father and mother, a couple of drunkards who would be found dead some morning, poisoned by Calvados. The girl listened drowsily, and when her cheek was bandaged, she stammered out,
"Father's always complaining of pains, and I could rub him well if you would give me a little camphorated brandy."
Neither Pauline nor Canteau could keep from laughing.
No, no, I know very well what would become of the brandy. I will give you a loaf, though I'm afraid you will go and sell it and spend the money in drink. Stay where you are, and Couche shall take you home."
Young Couche got up from the bench in his turn. His feet were bare. Indeed, the only clothes he wore were some old breeches and a ragged shirt, through which showed parts of his skin, browned by the sun and torn by brambles. He was to be met running about the high roads, leaping over hedges with the agility of a wolf, living like a savage to whom hunger makes every sort of prey acceptable. He had reached the lowest depths of misery and destitution, such an abyss of wretchedness that Pauline looked at him with remorse, as though she felt guilty for allowing a human being to go on living in such a state. But whenever she had attempted to rescue him, he had always fled, hating all thought of work or service.
"Since you've come here again," she said to him gently, "I suppose you've thought over what I said to you last Saturday. I hope that your return here is a sign that you are not lost to all sense of what is right. You cannot go on leading your present vagabond life. I am no longer as rich as I was, and I cannot support you in idleness. Have you made up your mind to accept my offer?"
Since the loss of her fortune, Pauline had tried to make up for her lack of money by interesting other charitable people in her pensioners. Dr. Cazenove had at last succeeded in obtaining the admission of Couche's mother into the hospital for incurables at Bayeux, and Pauline herself held in reserve a sum of 100 francs to provide an outfit for the son, for whom she had found a berth among the workmen employed on the railway line to Cherbourg. He bent his head as she spoke, and listened to her with an expression of distrust.
"It's quite settled, isn't it? You will accompany your mother, and then you will go to your post."
But as she stepped towards him, he sprang back. His eyes, though downcast, never left her, and he seemed to think that she was going to seize him by his wrists.
"What is the matter?"
she asked in surprise. This ends Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vicitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 2. Then, with a wild animal's uneasy glance, the lad murmured, "You're going to take me and shut me up. I don't want to go." All further attempts at persuasion were useless. He let her continue talking and appeared to admit the force of her reasoning, but as soon as ever she moved he sprang towards the gate and with an obstinate shake of the head refused her offers for his mother and for himself, preferring freedom and starvation. "Take yourself off, you lazy impostor!" Canteau cried at last in indignation. "It's kindness thrown away, troubling oneself about such a vagabond." Pauline's hands trembled as she thought of her wasted charity, her failure to effect anything for this lad who insisted on remaining in misery. "No, no, uncle," she said, with an expression of despairing tolerance. "They are starving, and they must have some food in spite of everything." She called Couche back to her to give him, as on other Saturdays, a loaf of bread and 40 sous. But he backed away from her, saying, "Put it down on the ground and go away, and I'll come and pick it up." She did as he told her. Then he cautiously stepped forward, casting suspicious glances around him. As soon as he had picked up the 40 sous and the loaf, he ran off as fast as his bare feet could carry him. "The wild beast!" cried Canteau. "He will come and murder us all one of these nights. It's just like that little jailbird's daughter there. I would swear it was she who stole my silk handkerchief the other day." He was speaking of the Tourmal girl, whose grandfather had lately joined her father in jail. She was now the only one who was left on the bench with the little Prouin, who was stupefied with drink. She got up without any sign that she had heard the charge of theft brought against her, and she began to whine. "Have pity upon us, kind young lady. There's nobody but mother and me at home now. The gendarmes come and beat us every night. My body is all one big bruise, and mother is dying. Oh, kind young lady, do give us some money, and some good meat soup, and some wine." Canteau, quite exasperated by the girl's string of lies, moved restlessly in his chair, but Pauline would have given the chemise off her back. There, that will do," she muttered. "You would get more if you talked less. Stay where you are, and I will make up a basket for you." When she came back, bringing with her an old fish hamper in which she had put a loaf, 2-liter bottles of wine and some meat, she found another of her pensioners on the terrace, the Gonin girl who'd brought her child with her, a girl now some 20 months old. The mother, who was 16 years of age, was so fragile and slight a figure that she seemed more like the child's elder sister. She was scarcely able to carry the infant, but she nevertheless brought it to the house, as she knew that Mademoiselle Pauline was very fond of children and could refuse them nothing.
"Good gracious, how heavy she is!" cried Pauline, as she took the child in her arms. "And to think that she's not 6 months older than our Paul!"
Despite herself, her eyes turned sadly towards the little boy, who was still lying asleep upon the rug. However, the young mother began to complain.
"If you only knew how much she eats, Mademoiselle Pauline, and I've no bed linen and nothing to dress her with. And then, since father is dead, mother and the other one are always ill-using me. They treat me like the lowest of the low and say that if I have a baby, I ought to provide what it costs to keep it." "Poor little thing," Pauline murmured. "I'm knitting her some socks. You must bring her to see me oftener. There's always milk here, and she might have a few spoonfuls of gruel. I will go and see your mother, and I'll try to frighten her, as she still behaves unkindly to you."
The girl took up her daughter again, while Pauline began to prepare a parcel. However, Abbé Hauteur now appeared upon the terrace.
"Here come Monsieur Lazare and the doctor," he announced.
At the same time they heard the wheels of the gig, and while Martin, the ex-sailor with the wooden leg, was leading the horse to the stable, Cazenove came round from the yard, crying, "I'm bringing you back the rake who stopped away from home all night. You won't be very hard on him, I hope." Lazare now appeared, smiling feebly. He was quickly aging. His shoulders were bent, and his face was cadaverous, devastated by the mental anguish which was destroying him. He was no doubt on the point of explaining the reason of his delay when the window of the first floor, which had remained open, was violently closed.
"Louise hasn't quite finished dressing yet," Pauline explained. "She'll be down in a minute or two."
They all looked at one another, and there was a feeling of embarrassment. That angry banging of the window portended a quarrel. After taking a step or two towards the stairs, Lazare checked himself and determined to wait where he was. He kissed his father and little Paul, and then to conceal his disquietude, he tackled his cousin, saying to her in a querulous voice, "Rid us of all this vermin. You know I can't bear to see them anywhere near me." He was referring to the 3 girls who were still on the bench. Pauline hastened to tie up the parcel which she'd made for the Gonin girl.
"There, you can go now," she said. "You two just take your companion home, and mind she doesn't fall any more. And you look well after your baby, and try not to forget it or leave it anywhere on the road."
As they were at last setting off, Lazare insisted upon examining the Tourmal girl's hamper. She'd already contrived to stow away in it an old coffee pot which had been thrown aside in a corner, and which she had managed to steal. Then all 3 of the little hussies were driven away, the young drunkard tottering along between the 2 others.
"What a dreadful lot they are!" exclaimed the priest, sitting down by Canteau's side. "God has certainly abandoned them. Some have children directly after their first communion, and others take to drinking and thieving like their parents. Ah, well, I've warned them of what will happen to them some day."
"I say, my dear fellow," then began the doctor, addressing Lazare in an ironical tone, "are you thinking of building those famous stockades of yours over again?" Lazare made an angry gesture. Any allusion to his defeat in his struggle with the sea exasperated him. "No, indeed," he cried. "I would let the sea sweep into our own house without even putting a broom handle across the road to stay its course. No, no, indeed. I've been very foolish as it is, but one doesn't commit that kind of folly again. I actually saw those scoundrels dancing with delight on the day of the catastrophe. Do you know what I begin to think? I feel sure they had sawn through the beams on the day before the flood tide, for they would never have given way as they did if they had not been tampered with. He tried in this way to salve his wounded pride as an engineer. Then, stretching his hand towards Bonneville, he added, "Let them all go to smash. I will take my turn at dancing then."
"Don't say such wicked things," Pauline observed in her quiet manner. "Only the poor may be excused for being wicked. You ought to build up the stockade again in spite of everything."
Lazare had already calmed down, as though his last burst of passion had exhausted him. "No, no," he muttered, "it would bore me too much. But you are right. There is nothing for one to make oneself angry about. Whether they're drowned or not, what does it matter to me?" Silence fell again. Canteau had fallen back into a posture of dolorous immobility after raising his head to receive his son's kiss. The priest was twirling his thumbs, and the doctor paced about with his hands behind his back. They all began to look at little Paul, whom Pauline defended even from his father's caresses to prevent him from being wakened. Since the others had come, she begged them to lower their voices and not to tread so heavily about the rug, and she now shook a whip at Lulu, who still continued to growl at the noise he had heard when the horse was led to the stable. "You don't suppose that will quiet him, do you?" said Lazare. "He'll make that row for an hour. He's the most disagreeable brute I ever came across. He begins to snarl directly one moves, and one might as well be without a dog at all, he is so completely absorbed in himself. The only good the sulky beast does is to make us regret our poor old Matthew." "How old is Minouche now?" Cazenove inquired. "I've seen her about here as long as I can remember."
"She's turned 16, Pauline answered, "and she keeps very well yet."
Minouche, who was still at her toilet on the dining-room window-sill, raised her head as the doctor pronounced her name. For a moment she held her foot suspended in the air, then again began to lick her fur delicately.
"She isn't deaf yet, you see," Pauline said, "but I fancy her sight is not so good as it was. It is scarcely a week ago since 7 kittens of hers were drowned. It is really quite terrible to think of the number she has had during the last 16 years. If they had all been allowed to live, they would have eaten up the whole neighborhood."
Well, she at any rate keeps neat and clean," said the priest, glancing at Minouche as she continued washing herself with her tongue. Canteau, who, like the others, was looking towards the cat, now began to moan more loudly with that incessant, involuntary expression of pain which had become so habitual to him that he had grown unconscious of it. "Are you feeling worse?" the doctor asked him.
"Eh? What? Why do you ask?" he said, suddenly seeming to awake. "Ah, it's because I'm breathing heavily. Yes, I am in great pain this evening. I thought that the sun would do me good, but I feel as though I were being suffocated, and I haven't a joint that isn't burning."
Cazenove examined his hands. They all shuddered at the sight of those poor deformed stumps. The priest made another of his sensible remarks. "Such fingers as those are not adapted for playing draughts. That's an amusement which you can't have now." "Be very careful what you eat and drink," the doctor urged. "Your elbow is highly inflamed, and the ulceration is increasing."
"How can I be more careful than I am?" Canteau wailed hopelessly. "My wine is all measured out, and my meat is weighed. Must I give up taking anything at all? Indeed, it isn't living to go on like this, and one might as well die at once. I can't eat even without assistance. How is it likely with such things as these at the end of my arms? And you may be quite sure that Pauline, who feeds me, takes care that I don't get anything that I oughtn't to have."
The girl smiled.
"Ah, yes, indeed," she said. "You ate too much yesterday. It was my fault, but I couldn't refuse when I saw how your appetite was distressing you."
At this they all pretended to grow merry, and began to tease him about the junketings in which they declared he still indulged. but their voices trembled with pity as they glanced at that remnant of a man, that inert mass of flesh which now only lived enough to suffer. He had fallen back into his usual position, with his body leaning to the right and his hands lying on his knees.
"This evening now, for instance," Pauline continued, "we are going to have roast duck."
But she suddenly checked herself to ask,
"By the way, did you see anything of Veronique as you came through Verchemont?"
Then she told Lazare and the doctor the story of Veronique's disappearance. Neither of them had seen anything of her. They expressed some astonishment at the woman's strange whims, and ended by growing merry over the subject. It would be a fine sight, they said, to see her face when she came back and found them all ready round the table with the dinner cooked and served.
"I must leave you now," said Pauline gaily, "for I have to attend to the kitchen. If I let the stew get burnt or serve the duck underdone, my uncle will give me notice."
Abbé Hauteur broke out into a loud laugh, and even Dr. Cazenove himself seemed tickled at the idea, when the window on the first floor was suddenly thrown open with a tremendous clatter. Louise did not show herself, but merely called in a sharp voice, "Come upstairs, Lazare!" At first Lazare seemed inclined to rebel and to refuse obedience to a command given in such a voice. But Pauline, anxious to avoid a scene before visitors, gave him an entreating look, and he went off to the house, while his cousin remained for a moment or two longer on the terrace to do what she could to dissipate the awkwardness of the situation. No one spoke, and they all looked at the sea in embarrassment. The westering sun was now casting a sheet of gold over it, crowning the little blue waves with quivering fires. Far away in the distance, the horizon was changing to a soft lilac hue. The lovely day was drawing towards its close in perfect serenity, and not a cloud or a sail flecked the infinite stretch of sky and sea.
"Well, as he never came home last night," Pauline at last ventured to say with a smile, "I suppose it is necessary to lecture him a little."
This ends Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 3 of Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 3. The doctor looked at her, and on his face also appeared a smile, in which Pauline could read his prediction of former days, when he had told her that she wasn't making them a very desirable present in bestowing them on one another. And at this she walked away towards the kitchen.
"Well, I must really leave you now," she said. "Try to amuse yourselves. Call for me, uncle, if Paul wakes up again."
In the kitchen, when she had stirred the stew and got the spit ready, she knocked the pots and pans about impatiently. The voices of Louise and Lazare reached her more and more distinctly through the ceiling, and she grew distressed as she thought that they would certainly be heard on the terrace. It was very absurd of them, she said to herself, to go on shouting as though they were both deaf, and letting everybody know of their disagreements. But she did not care to go up to them, partly because she had to get the dinner ready, and partly because she felt ill at ease at the thought of interfering with them in their own room. It was generally downstairs, amid the common life of the family, that she played her part of reconciler. She went into the dining room for a few moments and busied herself with laying the table. But the shouting still continued, and she could no longer bear the thought that they were making themselves unhappy. So, impelled by that spirit of active charity which made the happiness of others the chief thought of her life, she at last went upstairs.
"My dear children," she exclaimed, as she abruptly entered the room, "I dare say you will tell me it is no business of mine, but you are really making too much noise. It's very foolish of you to excite yourselves in this way and disturb the whole house." She had hastily stepped across the room and at once closed the window, which Louise had left open. Fortunately, neither the priest nor the doctor had remained on the terrace.
With one quick glance she had seen, but there was nobody there except the drowsing Canteau and the little Paul, who was still asleep. "We could hear you out there as plainly as if you'd been in the dining room," she resumed. "Come now, what is the matter this time?" But, their tempers aroused, they continued quarreling without taking any notice of Pauline. She now stood there, still and silent, feeling ill at ease again in that room. The yellow cretonne with its green pattern, the old mahogany furniture, and the red carpet had been replaced by heavy woolen hangings and furniture more in harmony with Louise's delicacy of taste. There was nothing left to remind one of the dead mother. A scent of heliotrope arose from a toilet table, on which lay some damp towels, and the perfume somewhat oppressed Pauline. She involuntarily glanced round the room, in which every object spoke of the familiar life of husband and wife. Though, as her rebellious thoughts calmed down, she had at last prevailed upon herself to continue living with them, she'd never previously entered their room, where all things suggested conjugal privacy. And thus she quivered almost with the jealousy of former times. "How can you make each other so unhappy?" she murmured, after a short interval of silence. "Won't you ever be sensible?" "Well, no, I've had quite enough of it," cried Louise. "Do you think he will ever allow that he is in the wrong? I merely told him how uneasy he had made us all by not coming home last night, and then he flew at me like a wild beast and accused me of having ruined his life and threatened that he would go off to America." Lazare interrupted her in furious tones. "You're lying! If you had chided me for my absence in that gentle fashion, I should have kissed you, and there would have been an end of the matter. But it was you who accused me of making you spend your life in tears. Yes, you threatened to go and throw yourself into the sea if I continued to make your life unbearable." Then they flew at each other again, and gave vent to all the bitterness which the continual jarring of their temperaments aroused in them. The slightest little differences set them bickering, and brought them to a state of exasperated antipathy which made the rest of the day wretched. Whenever her husband interfered with her enjoyment, Louise, despite her gentle face, proved as malicious as a fawning cat that loves to be caressed, but strikes out with its claws at the slightest irritation. And Lazare, finding in these quarrels a relief from his besetting ennui, frequently persisted in them for the sake of the excitement they brought. However, Pauline continued listening to the quarrel. She was suffering greater unhappiness than they themselves were. That fashion of loving one another was beyond her comprehension. Why couldn't they make mutual allowances and accommodate themselves to each other, since they had to live together? She was deeply pained, for she still regarded the marriage as her own work, and she longed to see it a happy and harmonious one, so that she might feel compensated for the sacrifice she had made by knowing that she had, at any rate, acted rightly. "I never reproach you for squandering my fortune," Louise continued. "There was only that accusation wanting," Lazare cried. "It wasn't my fault that I was robbed of it." "Oh, it's only stupid folks who allow their pockets to be emptied, who are robbed. But anyway, we are now reduced to a wretched income of 4,000 or 5,000 francs, barely sufficient to enable us to live in this hole of a place. If it were not for Pauline, our child would have to go naked one of these days, for I quite expect that you will squander all that we have left, what with all your extraordinary fads and speculations that come to grief one after the other." There, prate away. Your father has already paid me similar pretty compliments. I guessed you'd been writing to him. I've given up that speculation in manure in consequence, though I know it was a perfectly safe thing, with cent per cent to be gained. But now I'm like you, and I've had enough of it, and the deuce take me if I bestir myself any more. We will go on living here. A pretty life, isn't it, for a woman of my age? It's nothing but a jail, with never an opportunity of going out or seeing anybody. And there's that stupid sea forever in front of one, which only seems to increase one's ennui. Oh, if I had only known! If I had only known! And do you suppose that I enjoy myself here? If I were not married, I should be able to go away to some distant place and try my fortune. I have longed to do so a score of times, but that's all at an end now. I'm nailed down to this lonely wilderness where there's nothing to do but to go to sleep. You have done for me. I feel that very clearly." "I have done for you? I didn't force you to marry me, did I? It was you who ought to have seen that we were not suited to each other. It's your fault if our lives are wrecked." "Ah, yes, indeed, our lives are certainly wrecked, and you do all you can to make them more intolerable every day." Pauline, though she had resolved not to interfere between them, could no longer restrain herself. "Oh, do give over, you unhappy creatures! You seem to take a pleasure in marring a life which might be such a happy one. Why will you goad each other into saying things which you cannot recall and which make you so wretched? Hold your tongues, both of you. I won't let this go on any longer." Louise had fallen into a chair in a fit of tears, while Lazare, in a state of wild excitement, strode up and down the room. "Crying won't do any good, my dear," Pauline continued. "You are really not tolerant. You have too many grievances. And you, my poor fellow, how can you treat her in this unkind fashion? It is abominable of you. I thought that, at any rate, you had a kind heart. You are both of you a couple of overgrown children, and are equally in fault, making yourselves wretched without knowing why. But I won't have it any longer, do you hear? I won't have unhappy people about me. Go and kiss each other at once." She tried to laugh. She no longer felt that tremor which had at first so disquieted her. She was only thrilled by a glow of kindliness, a desire to see them in each other's arms, so that she might be sure their quarrel was at an end. "Kiss him, indeed! I should just think so," exclaimed Louise. "He has insulted me too much." "Never!" exclaimed Lazare. Then Pauline broke into a merry laugh. "Come, come," she said, "don't sulk with each other. You know I am very determined about having my own way. The dinner is getting burnt, and our guests are waiting. If you don't do as I tell you, Lazare, I shall come and make you. Go down on your knees before her and clasp her affectionately to your heart. No, no, you must do it better than that." She made them twine their arms closely and lovingly about each other, and watched them kiss with an air of joyful triumph, without the least sign of trouble in her clear, calm eyes. Within her glowed warm, thrilling joy, like some subtle fire which raised her high above them. Lazare pressed his wife to his heart in remorse, and Louise, who was still in her dressing wrap, with her neck and arms bare, returned his caresses, her tears streaming forth more freely than before. "There, that's much nicer, isn't it, than quarreling?" said Pauline. "I will be off, now that you no longer need me to make peace between you." She sprang to the door as she spoke, and quickly closed it upon that chamber of love, with its perfume of heliotrope, which now thrilled her with soft emotion, as though it were an accomplice perfume which would complete her task of reconciliation. When she got downstairs to the kitchen, Pauline began to sing as she stirred her stew. Then she threw a bundle of wood on the fire, arranged the turnspit, and began to watch the duck roast with a critical eye. It amused her to have to play the servant's part. She had tied a big white apron round her, and felt quite pleased at the thought of waiting upon them all and undertaking the most humble duties, so that she might be able to tell them that they were that day indebted to her for their gaiety and health. Now that, thanks to her, they were smiling and happy, she wanted to serve them a festive repast of very good things, of which they would partake plentifully, while growing bright and mirthful round the table. She thought, however, of her uncle and the child again, and hastily ran out onto the terrace, where she was greatly astonished to find her cousin seated by the side of his little son. "What?" she exclaimed. "Have you come down already?" He merely nodded his head in answer. He seemed to have fallen back into his former weary indifference. His shoulders were bent, and his hands were lying listlessly in front of him. Then Pauline said to him, with an expression of uneasy anxiety, "I hope you didn't begin again as soon as my back was turned." "No, no," he at last made up his mind to reply. "She will be down as soon as she's put on her dress. We have quite forgiven each other and made it up. But how long will it last? Tomorrow there will be something else. Every day, every hour, You can't change people, and you can't prevent things happening." Pauline became very grave, and her saddened eyes sought the ground. Lazare was right. She could clearly foresee a long series of days like this in store for them, the same incessant quarrels which she would have to smooth away. And she was no longer quite sure that she was altogether cured herself, and might not again give way to her old outbursts of jealousy. Ah, were these daily troubles never to have an end? But she'd already raised her eyes again. She remembered how many times she had won the victory over herself. And as for those other two, she would see whether they would not grow tired of quarreling before she did of reconciling them. This thought brightened her, and she laughingly repeated it to Lazare. What would be left for her to do if the house became perfectly happy? She would fall a victim to ennui herself if she hadn't some little worries to smooth away. "Where are the priest and the doctor?" she asked, surprised to see them no longer there. "They must have gone into the kitchen garden," said Canteau. "The abbé wanted to show our pears to the doctor." Pauline was going to look from the corner of the terrace when she stopped short before little Paul. "Ah, he has woke up again," she cried. "Just look at him. He's already trying to be off on the loose." Paul had just pulled himself up onto his little knees in the midst of the rug, and was beginning to creep off slyly upon all fours. Before he reached the gravel, however, he tripped over a fold in the rug, and rolled upon his back, with his frock thrown back and his little legs and arms in the air. He lay kicking about and wriggling amidst the poppy-like brilliance of the rug. "Well, he's kicking in a fine way," cried Pauline merrily. "Look, and you shall see how he has improved in his walking since yesterday." She knelt down beside the child and tried to set him on his feet. He had developed so slowly that he was very backward for his age, and they had for a time feared that he would always be weak on his legs. So it was a great joy to the family to see him make his first attempts at walking, clutching at the air with his hands and tumbling down over the smallest bit of gravel. "Come now, give over playing," Pauline called to him. "Come and show them that you are a man. There now, keep steady, and go and kiss Papa, and then you shall go and kiss Grandfather." Canteau, whose face was twitching with sharp shooting pains, turned his head to watch the scene. Lazare, notwithstanding his despondency, was willing to lend himself to the fun. "Come along," he cried to the child. "Oh, you must hold out your arms to him," Pauline explained. "He won't venture if you don't. He likes to see something that he can fall against. Come, my treasure, pluck up a little courage." There were 3 steps for him to take. There were loving exclamations and unbounded enthusiasm when Paul made up his mind to go that little distance, with all the swaying of a tightrope walker who feels uncertain of his legs. He fell into the arms of his father, who kissed him on his still scanty hair, while he smiled with an infant's vague, delighted smile, widely opening his moist and rosy little mouth. Then his godmother wanted to make him talk, but his tongue was still more backward than his legs, and he only uttered guttural sounds in which his relatives alone could distinguish the words Papa and Mama. "Oh, but there's something else yet," Pauline resumed. "He promised to go and kiss his grandfather. Go along with you. Ah, it's a fine walk you've got before you this time." There were at least 8 steps between Lazare's chair and Canteau's. Paul had never ventured so far out into the world before, and so there was considerable excitement about the matter. Pauline took up a position halfway in order to prevent accidents, and 2 long minutes were spent in persuading the child to make a start. At last he set off, swaying about, with his hands clutching the air. For an instant Pauline thought that she would have to catch him in her arms, but he pushed bravely forward and fell upon Chanteau's knees. Bursts of applause greeted him. Then they made him repeat the journey 60 of times. He no longer showed any signs of fear. He started off at the first call, went from his grandfather to his father, and then back again to his grandfather, laughing loudly all the time, and quite enjoying the fun, though he always seemed on the point of tumbling over, as if the ground were shaking beneath him.
Just once again to father, Pauline cried.
Lazare was beginning to get a little tired. Children, even his own, quickly bored him. As he looked at his boy, so merry and now out of danger, the thought flashed through his mind that this little creature would outlive him and would doubtless close his eyes for the last time, an idea which made him shudder with agony. Since he'd come to the determination to continue vegetating at Bonneville, he was constantly occupied with the thought that he would die in the room where his mother had died, and he never went up the stairs without telling himself that one day his coffin would pass that way. The entrance to the passage was very narrow, and there was an awkward turning, which was a perpetual source of disquietude to him, and he worried himself with wondering how the bearers would be able to carry him out without jolting him. As increasing age day by day shortened his span of life, that constant dwelling upon the thought of death hastened his breaking up, annihilated his last shreds of manliness. He was quite done for, as he often told himself. He was of no further use at all, and he would ask himself what was the good of bestirring himself, as he fell deeper and deeper into the slough of boredom.
"Just once more to grandfather!" cried Pauline.
Canteau was not able to stretch out his arms to receive and support his grandson, and though he set his knees apart, the clutching of the child's puny fingers at his trousers drew sighs of pain from him. The little one was already used to the old man's ceaseless moaning, and probably imagined, in his scarcely awakened mind, that all grandfathers suffered in the same way. That day, however, in the bright sunshine, as he came and fell against him, he raised his little face, checked his laugh, and gazed at the old man with his vacillating eyes. The grandfather's deformed hands looked like hideous blocks of mingled flesh and chalk. His face, dented with red wrinkles, disfigured by suffering, seemed to have been violently twisted towards his right shoulder, while his whole body was covered with bumps and crevices, as if it were that of some old stone saint, damaged and badly pieced together. Paul appeared quite surprised to see him looking so ill and so old in the sunshine.
"Just once more! Just once more!" cried Pauline again.
She, full of health and cheerfulness, kept sending the little lad to and fro between the two men, from the grandfather, who obstinately lived on in hopeless suffering, to the father, who was already undermined by terror of the hereafter.
"Perhaps his generation will be a less foolish one than this," she suddenly exclaimed. "He won't accuse chemistry of spoiling his life. He will believe that it is still possible to live, even with the certainty of having some day to die."
Lazare smiled in an embarrassed way. "Bah," he muttered, "he will have the gout like my father, and his nerves will be worse strung than mine. Just see how weak he is. It's the law of degeneration."
"Be quiet," cried Pauline. "I will bring him up, and you'll see if I don't make a man of him."
There was a moment's silence while she clasped the child to her in a motherly embrace. "Why don't you get married, as you're so fond of children?" Lazare asked. She looked at him in amazement.
"But I have a child. Haven't you given me one?" "I get married? Never! What an idea!"
She dandled little Paul in her arms, and laughed yet more loudly as she declared that Lazare had quite converted her to the doctrines of the great Saint Schopenhauer, and that she would remain unmarried in order to be able to work for the universal deliverance. And she was, indeed, the incarnation of renunciation, of love for others and kindly charity for erring humanity. The sun was sinking to rest in the boundless waters. Perfect serenity fell from the paling sky. The immensity of the air and sea alike lay wrapped in all the mellow softness of the close of a lovely day. Far away over the water, one single little white sail gleamed like a spark, but it vanished as the sun sank beneath the long line of the horizon. Then there was nothing to be seen save the gradual deepening of the twilight over the motionless sea. And Pauline was still dandling the child and laughing with brave gaiety as she stood between her despairing cousin and her moaning uncle, in the middle of a terrace which was now growing bluish in the shadowy dusk. She had stripped herself of everything, but happiness rang out in her clear laugh.
"Aren't we going to dine this evening?" asked Louise, making her appearance in a coquettish dress of grey silk. "I'm quite ready," Pauline replied. "I can't think what they can be doing in the garden."
At that moment Abbé Auteur came back, looking very much distressed. In reply to their anxious questions, after seeking for some phrase which would soften the shock, he ended by bluntly saying,
"We have just discovered poor Veronique hanging from one of your pear trees."
They all raised a cry of surprise and horror, and their faces paled beneath the passing quiver of death.
"But what could make her do such a thing?" cried Pauline. "She could have had no reason, and she had even to prepare the dinner. It can scarcely be because I told her that they had made her pay 10 sous too much for her duck."
In his turn, Dr. Cazenove now came up. For the last quarter of an hour he'd been vainly trying to restore animation to the poor woman's body in the coach-house, whither Martin had helped him to carry it. One could never tell, he said, what such whimsical old servants would do. She had never really got over her mistress' death. It didn't take her long, he added. She just strung herself up by the strings of one of her kitchen aprons. Lazare and Louise, frozen with terror, said not a word. Canteau, after listening in silence, felt a pang of disgust as he thought of the compromised dinner. And that wretched creature without hands or feet, who had to be put to bed and fed like a child, that pitiable remnant of a man whose almost vanished life was nothing more than one scream of pain, cried out in furious indignation, "What a fool one must be to go and kill oneself!" This ends Chapter 11, Part 3. This ends Joie de Vivre, Joy of Life, by Émile Zola.